Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Knight Harry Potter was Overpowered Hellsing? Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Avada Kedavra, Pettigrew yelled, and Harry screamed as the emerald jet struck Cedric in the chest. The proud Hufflepuff flew backwards, crashing, unmoving to the ground behind him. Arm draped over the Triwizard Cup. The glance he'd taken in the hopes that he would survive was a mistake, as he didn't notice the ropes that grabbed him and tied him to a gravestone. Pettigrew stowed the wand and began examining the cauldron in the center of the graveyard. Harry fought the ropes, but they simply grew tighter. Finally, Pettigrew picked up the bundle he was carrying and dropped it in. "Please, just die," Harry cried in his mind as the traitor began chanting. "Bone of the Father." With a wave of his wand, the ground split, revealing a fine trickle of dust and vaguely human-shaped bundle of cloth about 10 feet away, unknowingly given. "This will revive your son." The dust flew into the cauldron, and Harry's scar burned worse as the potion sparked. His eyes closed from the pain. He barely saw the next part, save the last scream and splash, which was accompanied by another bout of pain. Harry opened his eyes, and found Pettigrew's face less than a foot from his own. A knife was in his left hand. His right was nothing more than a bleeding stump, and blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. "This will restore your form," he said, stabbing the knife into Harry's arm. Harry screamed again as the tip sank deeper into his flesh. A moment later, Pettigrew withdrew the knife, and placed the tip into a vial he'd placed on the ground. Once enough blood had filled the vial, Pettigrew threw the knife on the ground and returned to the cauldron. As he poured the contents of the vial into the cauldron, Harry screamed in pain and terror as the potion sparked further, blinding them. "Robe me," a cold voice said through the overwhelming darkness that followed the blinding sparks. After a moment of sobbing, Harry heard a bustle of robes. Surrounding the center of the graveyard, lights burst into existence. The sudden burst had again blinded him, but only for a moment. He opened his eyes, praying that he was wrong. In the center of the graveyard, standing before a sobbing, bleeding Pettigrew was a skeletal man with almost no nose. His cat-like pupils and scarlet eyes seemed to stare into Harry's soul, increasing the already unbearable pain. Lord Voldemort was smiling. "Hold out your arm, Wormtail." He smiles, until he extends the bleeding stump, the other arm. "Hurry now, we mustn't keep our family waiting," he sneers. Wormtail gulps and extends the other arm. Voldemort takes one finger and runs it up his sleeve, pulling it back. Visible in the floating lights was a black tattoo of a snake protruding from a skull's mouth. Voldemort placed a fingertip on it and Wormtail screamed again. Voldemort turns coldly to him. "It has been a long time, Harry." Harry felt slightly rebellious, probably his father talking, and spit back, "Not nearly long enough, you freak." Temper, Harry," he chided. Smiling evilly, "Needless to say that I will punish you for that naughty mouth after my friends are here. But what would your mudblood mother think if she heard you talk that way? She'd say to stab you in the eye and fire a blasting curse." Harry responds, wiping the smile off the Dark Lord's face for a moment, until he laughed. "Well said," he cheers, kicking the knife, still covered in Harry's blood, into the open grave, "but I wonder if you'll be able to do that. Gimme my wand and we'll see. In time." He smirks, "But now, let us welcome my family." Several cloaked figures walked silently to the graveyard, faces covered in masks. Voldemort eyed each of them suspiciously, but made no effort to stop them. When all had gathered in a semicircle around them, he chuckled. "Quite remarkable. When I am restored to my powers by the weakest among you, you return within moments. Yet none of you tried to find me while I was weak and needy." None of the circle moved. From Harry's perspective, none of them even breathed. Voldemort was uninterested, and easily continued, "Perhaps you felt I was too weak to be bothered with. That the Potter boy had conquered the greatest wizard in history. Never." One of the men gasped, throwing himself at Voldemort's feet. "Crucio." He smiles as the man twitches and screams, "You know that I do not forgive easily, not. Yet if you reaffirm your vow to serve me, I will spare your miserable life. The curse ends, and Nod gasps out, of course, Master. I will serve you forever. One by one, each of the remaining men kneeled and swore as well. Very good. Voldemort smiled. Now, let us move on to Potter. Harry didn't even notice the wand pointed at him before he screamed. The Death Eaters turned their attention to the thrashing student, many marveling at the sight. Are you ready to fight? Like your parents and your grandparents before you, he sneered as he cut the ropes and threw Harry his wand. Ari grabbed it awkwardly and got some distance between them. The Death Eaters formed a circle around them and the two duelists squared off. Voldemort decided to do a countdown. 1, 2, he sta. RTS before being interrupted by the most peculiar sound. A yawn. Both of them looked for the person responsible, and found a young woman with blonde hair and blood-red eyes crawling out of the hole. One of her arms seemed darker, as if it weren't real. My thanks to whoever woke me up, she said sleepily. That blood was pretty good. Pure virgin blood. Best way to wake up. Who are you? Voldemort asked as he turned his wand towards her. Sarah's Victoria. She smiles. And you are? I'm the greatest wizard in the world. He yelled angrily, seemingly unfazed. She shrugs. I've been asleep longer than I realized, or you've changed. The Dumbledore I knew was a handsome young man, not some middle-aged monster. Voldemort seethed and cried, Avada Kedavra. The woman was hit full to the face, and just looked back. Do you always try and kill people you'd never met? She asks calmly. Voldemort and the Death Eaters looked terrified, but none of them moved. She closed her eyes and started sniffing. She turns to Harry. It was your blood that woke me up, so thanks. She smiles. You're welcome, Harry says questioningly. Did you say you knew Dumbledore? I met him once, but I doubt I made much of an impression. She shrugs. I can tell just by looking at you that you're not with them, so what are you doing here? He wants to kill me, Harry says, looking sacredly at the confused-looking maniac. Clearly. Mind telling me why? She sighs. Wish I knew. Great. How'd you get here? She sighs, still staring at the group surrounding them. The cup. He points. Portkey. Just what I needed. She groaned. But at least it's night. Let's go. Harry can't even reply before she grabs his arm and drags him at superhuman speeds. Voldemort screams something behind him as he feels something jerk behind his navel. At the same time, a painful ripping sensation tears through his abdomen and he faints. Dumbledore watches worriedly from the entrance to the maze. One of the champions should have been victorious by now. Fleur was taken out early on, and Crumb was removed mere yards from the goal, which means that the others shouldn't be that far behind him. But that was 30 minutes ago. Something crashes to the ground behind him. He turns just in time to see the Triwizard Cup fly to the side. Harry, he cries, running to the young man. Harry is lying beside Cedric. His chest was slashed open, blood staining the grass red. The people in the stands were screaming as the teachers ran towards them. Dumbledore quickly tries to seal the wound, but to no avail. Pomfrey begins chanting Lud wouldn't stop. He conjures a stretcher and lifts him onto it. Quickly, to the hospital wing, he shouts, rushing through the crowd. Snape, McGonagall, and Pomfrey follow, tailed unknowingly by Ceres. The first person to notice her was a bushy-haired girl who was tearfully running through behind them. Dumbledore had been muttering the entire run, applying as much pressure to the gaping wound as his old body would allow. Pomfrey went ahead to clear the path and prepare the hospital wing. McGonagall ran to her office to get a healer from St. Mungo's. Snape begrudgingly assisted in the care of his mortal enemy's son. What do you think? Dumbledore asks as they run across the second floor. Sectum Sempra. He sighed, judging from the sheer power, and the fact that the mark burned, I'd say the Dark Lord is responsible. Quote, can you help him? Dumbledore asks, throwing open the doors wandlessly. No, Sectum Sempra can only be reversed by a wizard greater than the one who cast the spell. Only you would have that much power and Potter would likely die before the wound is closed. Snape answers, lifting him off the stretcher. Isn't there anything we can do? Hermione cries behind them. I am sorry, Miss Granger. Dumbledore says sadly, I will attempt to close the wound, but as Severus said, it will likely be unsuccessful. I could save him, Sarah said from the corner. Who are you? Snape asks. pointing his wand at her. Does it matter? She asks. I can save him. She's right, Severus. Dumbledore sighs. We'll worry about who she is after Harry is safe. How can you save him? By drinking his blood. She smiles. If he turns, a little cut like that won't matter. Turns. Hermione gulps. You're a vampire. Dumbledore wonders. In a manner of speaking, yes. But, I'm nothing like those weaklings you see around the country. She grins. Meridian. Dumbledore gasps. Scion of Dracula himself. Then I will leave this to you. He vows slightly. Can you wake him up? She asks. This isn't a small choice, and I don't want to make him a monster if he would prefer to die as a man. He wouldn't last for long. Dumbledore warns. I would need less than a minute. Wake him when I say to. She says. Walking over to the still bleeding boy. It's been a while, but here we go. She sighs, placing her hand on his forehead. She closes her eyes and recalls her training with Alucard although years ago. Look with a third eye. She thinks calmly, awakening her powers and pouring her consciousness into his mind. Inside, she finds a shaking boy, covered by a black shadow. Do you want to live? She asks. There is no answer, except the shadow growing more reckless, trying to absorb her. Your only choices are to live as a monster, or die as a human. She says threateningly, if you live, you'll be like me, a vampire of the night, feasting on blood and foregoing the light of day. Or you can die now, as a human. Decide for yourself. In a few minutes, I want your answer. She withdrew from the clouded mind and opened her eyes. How long will he last with this much bleeding? 5 minutes. Maybe 10 if we give him another blood-replenishing potion. Pomfrey sighs. Give him one, and wake him up in 5 minutes. She says calmly, I've told him what he needed to know. Now it's up to him. Will he live? Hermione asks, tears streaming down her cheeks. If he chooses to, yes. She sighs. But I know from experience that it isn't an easy choice. And it's even harder if he does. He will. She cries. I know he will. Harry vaguely remembers the words the mystery woman had told him. Live in the dark, or die. Those were the choices she gave him. What should I do? He thought. This wasn't the first time he was faced with his own death. With Voldemort back, it likely wouldn't be the last, unless he gave up. If he left the coming war to the others, he would finally be able to see his parents again. One thing stopped him from refusing. One bushy-haired witch was at the front of his mind. If he died, she would be devastated. She'd be left alone. He can't let that happen. He opened his eyes, tears falling from his eyes from the pain, and looked right into the women's eyes. I accept. He gasps. She smiles, fangs extending past her lower lip. The pain grew worse and he closed his eyes. A sharp pain runs through his body from his neck. The pain leaves with a strange, happy feeling. He can't suppress the smile as he faints. He'll be fine when he wakes up, but keep him in the dark. Sarah's warns. Eventually he might be able to stand sunlight, but if he tries now, he'll die. Then I believe he must be moved away from Privet Drive. Dumbledore smiles after taking the woman to his office. Now can you explain who you are, and why do you seem so familiar? I'm Sarah's Victoria. As for why I am familiar, we meet over 50 years ago. She smiles. April 27, 1945. I lead the strike force against Grindelwald Rem. Aning army while you went to confront him. That's right. I heard that all of the force was killed. He smiles. Why did you never return? Even for me, taking on 200,000 wizards was a tall order. I fell the day you finished Grindelwald. Whatever you say about his army, their seals were quite effective. She sighs. When they couldn't kill me, they sealed away my powers and left me buried in a graveyard. And what happened tonight? He says gravely. The seals wore off years ago, but without blood I was too weak to move. She sighs. I heard that Alucard had something similar happen to him. Anyway, while I was in that state, someone knocked a bloody knife onto my body. In that state, even a little blood was enough to regain my powers. Dumbledore nods. I see. Thank you for saving Harry. I just did the same as Alucard did for me. She shrugs. The rest is up to him. Please tell me everything that Harry will need to know. Dumbledore sighs. I never wanted Harry to go through all of this. But at least I want him to make the best of a bad situation. It doesn't have to be a bad situation. She grins, my story is similar to his. I was just an ordinary human BEF. Or I got caught in a vampire attack in Cheddar. Alucard killed the vampire, but took me with him. He gave me the choice and I choose to live. This Alucard you keep talking about, is that Dracula? Dumbledore smiles. That's right. She smirks. Alucard was his name while he was working with the Hellsing organization. I understand that the Hellsing family died off. What effect will that have on you? He asks. None really. She shrugs. Alucard would be more affected than me, but I doubt it would make much of a difference in the long run. Oh, families may last for generations, but he would outlast them in the end. She sighs, and me as well. And Harry. Right now, he is stronger than any human. But compared to me or Alucard, he's just a fledgling. He has weaknesses that I don't. Like sunlight, garlic, silver, holy weapons, and running water. She sighs. Garlic and silver will likely not be a major problem, but the others would be lethal. You are unaffected by those things. He asks intrigued. It's less that I'm not affected, and more that I don't like them. She shrugs. I can stand the sunlight for several hours without any ill effects, but after that, I'll start getting weaker. Holy weapons are always a threat, but they vary greatly. A splash of holy water is useless, but Helena's nail would be lethal regardless of the opponent. So, Harry wouldn't be a BLE to withstand sunlight during the school day. He sighs. No chance. At least not until he fully matures. How? He asks intently. He must drink blood of his own accord. Not driven by hunger, or simply by instinct. He must drink blood for himself. Because he wants to. She says, I was the same. Yet you did. He notes. The man I loved was killed in front of my eyes. I drank his blood so that I could be with him. And did it work? Course it did. A rough voice said out of the shadows. Who's there? He asks. That would be Pip. She smirks. You heard him. Dor gasps. Dracula and I are far different to those children you see all over the place. She grins. When you have that power, separating out the lives within and keeping their consciousness is as simple as breathing. What will you do now? He asks tentatively. My long-term goal is to find Alucard, but I suppose I might stick around, just to make sure he doesn't try and kill himself in the morning. She shrugs. Is it possible for him to continue his education? Dumbledore asks. Perhaps. Once my powers fully return, I can create a ward that will render the sunlight mostly harmless. He'll be weakened, but not fatally, and he'll heal easily at night. She answers, but that will be a ways away. I've got quite the boost from his blood, but not enough to undo 50 years of malnutrition. How long? He states. 2 months minimum. She shrugs. And that would be pretty tough to handle without gorging like Alucard. I'm sure if you explained your situation, Street Mungos would be sure you got the blood you need. He says, eyes twinkling. They'd also report me to the ministry. She smiles. The last thing I need is a ministry hit team after me because the bigot's in charge. Know that I can't be controlled. Regardless, I will have to rethink Harry's plans for this summer. Dumbledore sighs. The blood wards around Privet Drive will collapse, but Harry can't afford to return there if he cannot stand sunlight. Those blood wards might have collapsed already, she says. I got glimpses of his memories while I was draining him. Those wards rely on feelings and blood. If his aunt had any love for him, then the wards would have destroyed his uncle years ago. Perhaps Sirius will take him in. Dumbledore smiles. I'm sure Harry will approve. Dumbledore throws flow powder into his fireplace. Professor Moody, could you please bring the dog from Hagrid's pumpkin patch to my office? 10 minutes later, the door opens and a grizzled man with one leg limped into the room, followed closely by a black dog. Her instincts told her that neither were what they appeared. Who are you? She glares. This is Professor Moody. Dumbledore explains. Alistair, no he isn't. She hisses, he's an imposter. Moody leaps toward her, but she backhands him through the wall. He doesn't move and she turns her attention to the dog. Now, how about you? The dog quickly turned back to a shaggy-haired man, arms raised in surrender. Just stay calm. I'm Sirius Black. He's the one that I wanted to speak to. Dumbledore sighs. But why did you attack Professor Moody? One thing Alucard taught me was how to detect illusions and disguises. She answers. that man isn't what he appears to be. Polyjuice potion. Sirius gasps. Severus, bring me a vial of Veritaserum. Dumbledore yells into the fire after adding more flow powder. What happened to Harry? Sirius asks sacredly. I saw him being taken up to the school. Will he be okay? In a manner of speaking, yes. Dumbledore nods, and that's part of the reason I needed to speak with you. The door opens and Snape steps in. Do you need to interrogate this young woman? He asks until he sees Sirius. Ah, you captured Black. Well done. Shall I administer the serum? Yes, but to Alistair Moody. Dumbledore sighs. It appears have been had. That man is an imposter. Then what is he doing here? Snape sneered. I'm innocent, like I told you last year. And if you don't believe me, I'll take some of your little truth serum as soon as you explain what is going on with Harry. Sirius shouts. Harry Potter was killed. Sarah smiles. The only way to save him was for him to become a vampire. Are you serious? He gasps. Dumbledore resists the urge to make a joke and nods. I'm afraid so. How did this happen? He roars. I thought that you said these games would be safe. Someone had other plans. Dumbledore says, and I believe that someone is whoever is impersonating Moody. Snape glares at Black, but stoops and pours half of the potion into the unconscious man's mouth. Dumbledore revives him and they question him mercilessly. He was Barty Crouch Jr., and he was a loyal Death Eater. His father had helped him escape from Azkaban and his master found him again. He faithfully followed Voldemort's orders and captured and impersonated Alistair Moody to assure that Harry reached the Triwizard Cup. Has Voldemort returned? Dumbledore asks finally. Yes. The man laughs as his features distort. The fake leg and eye pop off as he returns to normal. Dumbledore stuns him and conjures chains around him. There you have it, Severus. As you heard, Peter Pettigrew is alive and was responsible for Lily's death. What does Lily have to do with this? Sirius glared. Never mind. Snape glares back. Even if that's true, Black is still a wanted criminal. And that will be rectified once we turn him over to Madame Bones. Dumbledore smiles. Sirius, if you have no objections, Harry needs to stay someplace dark, without sunlight. Perhaps your parents' house. Sirius groaned. If Harry didn't need it, I'd burn it to the ground. But fine. I'll go and spruce it up. I'll go too. Sarah smiles. He'll need some additional precautions so I'll take care of it. Plus I imagine you have about a dozen questions. Fine, but don't expect much. Sirius shrugs. My parents weren't much of interior decorators. I'm sure it'll be fine. Headmaster, have you made sure Harry's been moved out of the sunlight? Sarah smirks. Poppy moved him to an extra classroom in the dungeons. I assure you that it will be completely safe. Dumbledore replies. I'll be back sometime tomorrow, so I'll need to have a talk with him. Sarah shrugs. Shall we, Mr. Black, call me Sirius, since I guess we're kinda family. He smirks, transforming back into a dog and leading her out of Dumbledore's office. Are you sure we can trust Black? Snape asks after the door closes. I distrusted him before. Dumbledore says sadly, I will not make that mistake again. Snape stares at him, and then walks out without a word. Dumbledore sends a message to the DMLE then followed to report to the school. Vampire. After 3 months, I'm alive. Good news for all of you reading. I've got about 10 chapters to upload, so here's the first batch. Nightwalker Chapter 2. Harry opened his eyes in a small, dark room. Where am I? He says, his voice echoing in the room. There was a crack and even in the dark, Harry could plainly see Dobby appear across the room. Mr. Harry Potter, sir, he says excitedly, Professor Dumbledore will be quite pleased that you woke up. Please wait here. Dobby will be right back. With a crack, he vanishes. Harry sighs at the antics of the elf. A moment later, Dobby reappears with Dumbledore. Harry, I'm quite glad you are awake. He smiles, waving his wand to light the torches along the wall. Where are we, Professor? Harry squints at the sudden brightness, though confused as to why his vision didn't change. Harry SPS as he looks on the table next to his bed and sees his glasses. How can I see without my glasses? Harry, please sit down. Dumbledore says calmly, we have a lot to discuss. Harry sits in the hair Dumbledore conjured and Dumbledore starts. Now, what do you remember about yesterday? Well, I remember the task, Harry sighs, and Cedric and then Voldemort. That strange woman, and then, he looks up, I died. Yes, Dumbledore answers, the curse Voldemort used on you was too powerful. You would have died before we could reverse the damage. Would have, Harry asks confused. That woman saved you. He smiles. Do you remember? Harry nods. It is as she told you. She turned you into a vampire, as it was the only way for you to survive the healing process. Dumbledore says sadly, it was successful. But there are several things you'll need to know. Like what? He gulps. First, as a vampire, you cannot withstand sunlight. This is why you were moved from the hospital wing to here. As this is one of the few rooms in the castle that does not let sunlight in. Dumbledore smiles. Luckily, however, this will not present our next year of Hogwarts, but we must find something else to do with you in the meantime. Please don't send me back to the Dursleys. Harry cries. Dumbledore places a comforting hand on his shoulder. Never fear. I have already informed them that they should not expect you back. Everything in your room has been moved to your new home. What home? Harry asks, and Dumbledore laughs, handing him a newspaper. Harry turns to the second page and breaks out in a smile. Pettigrew alive, Sirius Black exonerated. Last night, following the third task, a team of Aurors were dispatched to retrieve the man believed to be responsible for the murders of Bertha Jerkins, Bartemius Crouch, and Cedric Diggory. This man was regrettably kissed before he could be captured. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, informed her of Harry Potter's version of the event, including that Peter Pettigrew, long-dead friend of the Potter family, was in fact responsible for the return of you-know-who. Following an investigation into this claim, Madame Bones could art. No truth to the rumor of the Dark Lord's return, but has found sufficient evidence to announce that Peter Pettigrew is still alive, and therefore has ceased the search for Sirius Black, and requests that he come to the DMLE to provide testimony regarding the murder of the Potters. Sirius and I have just returned from the ministry. Dumbledore smiles. He has been official cleared, and Madame Bones gave him time served for his escape. Quote, I'm moving in with Sirius. Harry smiles brightly. That's right. Dumbledore grins. You leave tonight. Everything has been cleared with the other teachers. Can I see Ron and Hermione? Harry asks. In a little bit. He assured him. First, you need to talk to someone else. Who? Harry smiles. Me. Someone said from behind him, feeling all right. Harry smirks. Given that I'm not dead. I'd say so. Good way of putting it. You certainly aren't alive anymore. She grins. So, what are we talking about? Harry chuckles. Mainly what powers you've got. She shrugs. Not all that interesting until you've matured. For starters, why don't you try and find me? Harry nods and she completely disappears with a gust of wind that blew out the candles. Harry looks around the room. But she isn't anywhere. Dobby and Dumbledore are also looking, but they don't seem to be doing any better than him. Don't look like you always do. She says calmly, her voice echoing in the room. A human could never find me, but you aren't a human. Look past my illusion and punch me. Harry tries to find the source of her voice, but the echo makes it impossible. He looks closely everywhere, but nothing seems out of the ordinary. Look as if through a third eye on your forehead. She says calmly, close your eyes and relax. Harry does as she instructs and opens them. Everything looks different, but he can't put his finger on how. He carefully looks around the room, and stops by the closet. She's right next to it, staring intently at him. She meets his eyes and smirks. Harry remembers her instructions and lashes out, putting his full weight into his fist. Sarah's doesn't even bother dodging. She stops his fist with one finger, bracing her other hand against the wall. Dumbledore and Dobby turn at the sound, and the candles reignite. Not bad. She smirks. Once you got it, it didn't take too long. What was that? He sighs. A normal illusion can't fool our eyes if we try, she tells him. If I tried, I probably could have blocked your sight, but that would be completely pointless. In time, you won't even need to try, you'll use it by instinct. Did you notice another new power? Harry started shaking his head, but behind her, the wall was cracked, beginning at the point where she'd placed her hand. Strength. Harry asks. Exactly. Right now, there isn't any human that could match your strength. She smirks. Over time, it'll increase. Right now, even with my powers weakened, I could bring this entire castle down around us. Harry gulped at the implications. And you seem to have completely missed the last of the powers you've unlocked. She grins. Dumbledore, did you notice? I believe so. Dumbledore smiles. I couldn't see a thing without the torches. Harry gasps as he realized that he had no trouble seeing in the complete darkness. That's the one. Vampires are creatures of the night. Even on the night of the new moon, miles from any source of light. We have no trouble seeing as clear as a human in the middle of the day. And my glasses? Harry asks, smiling. Absolutely pointless. Your vision is perfect. You could count T. He scales on a dragon from half a mile away if you tried. Sarah's laughs. And how far could you see? Dumbledore chuckles. I could count the fish in the lake from the tower without even using my powers. With them, I've never failed to see something I wanted to. She shrugs. Anyway, over the next couple days, you'll start learning more powers, so I'll teach you those as they reveal themselves. For now, just try and gain some control over those. The last thing you want to do is destroy a building trying to kill a fly. I'd say. Harry laughs. Dobby, I believe it is almost lunch. Perhaps you can fetch some food for Harry and his friends. Dumbledore smiles and the hyper-elf pops out of the room. Harry, for the time, you'll be left here. It would be dangerous if you were to accidentally leave while the sun is up. While you are in the castle, and perhaps after you leave, Dobby will assist you with whatever you need. Just so you know, Sarah says as she turns to the door, you can eat normal food if you like. But unless you drink blood, your powers will weaken. Just remember that. Harry nods and the elf pops back, extending his arm to the headmaster. Dumbledore takes the elf's arm. I will have Hermione and Mr. Weasley brought here after they are finished with classes. He smiles as the elf disapparates. Harry looks back towards the door, but Sarah's had already disappeared. She sighs as she steps into the lobby of St. Mungo's and walks up to the receptionist. How can St. Mungo's help you today? She asks nicely. I need some blood. Sarah smirks, showing her teeth. Are you registered with the ministry? She smiles. No, but that won't be a problem, will it? Sarah smiles evilly. She looks ready to say something, but Sarah stares into her eyes, and just as Alucard taught her, altered her train of thought. Of course not. She smiles. Follow me. Sarah grins and walks behind her as she leads them to the vampire wing. When was the last time you ate? The receptionist asks. Last night, Sarah answers. And before that, she says as she writes down her response. I think it was 1945. She shrugs. The receptionist drops her clipboard. Are you joking? Nope. Sarah sighs. And I'm famished. You should be dead. She gasps. We'll need to make sure that you get enough blood to recover completely. That would be great. Sarah laughs. I neigh. Ed to be back to my usual strength by September. That's a tall order, but I'm sure that we'll be able to work something out with the ministry. She answers calmly. Sarah walks in front of her and looks into her eyes again. I'm sure you can find some other way. I suppose that a couple of doses every day could get you back to normal by then. She nods, but don't tell anyone. Of course not, Sarah says pleasantly. The receptionist leaves her in an examination room for a moment, and returns a minute later with 5 packs of blood. This should be enough for today. I put in your file that you collect for your family, so you'll be able to get more tomorrow. Thank you. Sarah smiles. Deep in the Department of Mysteries, a lone man, with long black hair and a red trench cloak paced before the veil of death. The pale light that seemed to perpetually shine from the veil had faded, and the voices of the departed had been silenced. How was the seal broken? He asked himself. For years, I remained sealed in this thing. Unable to access a modicum of my. Could it have broken so easily? The voice echoed through the room. He sighed in frustration. I don't care how it happened really. But for now, I think it's time for the count to feed. As he walked from the room, for the briefest second, his fangs shined in the dim candlelight. Just outside the door, unspeakable order was walking towards the room of knowledge. When he suddenly feels lightheaded, a second layer, 2 sharp pricks tore into his neck. He knew what was coming before it even occurred, and his life flashed before his eyes. A moment later, his pale form drops to the floor. Fear not, mortal, Alucard smiled coldly. I have no desire to kill you. When you awaken, you will have no memory of this event. And so he greatest vampire left the Department of Mysteries, leaving a pile of unconscious victims in his wake, each drained just shy of the point of death. The puncture wounds had healed before he ever left the building. About 5 minutes after they left, Dobby popped back into the room, Ron and Hermione holding either arm. Harry, Hermione squealed, throwing her arms around him, we were so worried about you. Sorry about that, he smiled, but apparently I can't have a normal school year. What was your first clue? Ron laughed, but it all worked out, right? When will you be back in class? Next year, Harry answers. The classrooms all have windows, and I'd die from the sunlight. Blimey, I'd forgotten about that, Ron mutters, so what's it like? Being a vampire, I mean. Haven't really been one long enough to know. Harry shrugs, all I can say is that astronomy will be a breeze next year. Why's that? Hermione smiles. I can see in total darkness and have enhanced other senses. Harry smirks. I might not even need a telescope. Wicked. Ron chuckles. What else can you do? Well, I almost broke a wall earlier. He laughs, and I can see through illusions. That's amazing, Hermione says cheerfully. So, what are you going to do now? Dumbledore said that I was moving in with Sirius tonight. Harry smiles brightly. Hermione gives him another hug. I'm so happy for you. Yeah, mate. Ron grins. So what are we going to do about lunch? As if on cue, a fully prepared table of food appears less than 5 feet from them. Guess you have your answers. Harry smirks, sitting at one of the chairs. Hermione sits next to him and Ron across the table, the empty goblets filled with drink. Ron and Hermione got pumpkin juice, while Harry got what he first thought was red wine. His stomach turned when he remembered that he had to drink blood. Better get used to it, he mutters, drinking deeply from the cup. Surprisingly, the taste wasn't all that bad. It was different than anything he'd drunken before. But not that bad. I know that you have to do that, but it's still gross. Ron says in between mouthfuls. You'll have to get used to it, Ron. Hermione glares. It's not like he has much of a choice. I've done some reading since yesterday, and the consequences are awful if he doesn't. Surprisingly, it isn't all that bad. He shrugs. Sure as hell isn't butterbeer. But tastes better than that time we stole a sip of fire whiskey. That's good, Hermione says kindly. It would have been terrible if it tasted awful. Imagine having to drink Madame Pomfrey's calming draught for the rest of your life. Harry shuddered at the thought. Contrary to every potions book he'd read, the calming draught was easily the nastiest potion he'd ever taken. He'd take Skele-Gro any day. Doesn't make it any less gross. Ron shrugs, speaking with a mouth full of food. I feel the same, Harry tells him, but I have to drink it in order to live, so that's all there is to it. Don't worry, a voice said from the wall behind Ron. I used to feel the same way, but you get used to it. Miss Sarah's. Hermione smiles as Ron nearly chokes in surprise. Just Sarah's is fine. She smirks, sinking her fangs into one of the blood packets in her arm. At least you're taking this better than I did. I didn't drink blood for almost a week after Alucard turned me. Having a monster out to kill you does make it easier. Harry shrugs. I'd imagine so, but I wouldn't recommend trying to survive a killing curse until you are a true vampire. It'll still kill you as you are now. She smirks. Mind if I join you? Go ahead, Hermione says. We can't thank you enough for saving him. It wasn't that big a deal. She shrugs. I was hungry, and if it saved him, all the better. Besides, Alucard always said that immortality was something that was earned, not given. From the glimpses I got in his mind yesterday, he's earned a shot at least. He's immortal, Ron gasps, but vampires die all the time. True, but those vampires are of a lesser bloodline. She grins, fangs visible. I might not be a truly immortal vampire, but I seriously doubt that anyone in this country could kill me. Are there any immortals? Hermione asks, taking a sip of her drink. I don't know. She shrugs. Alucard always said that immortality was a fool's dream, but I've seen him survive against things that you wouldn't even think possible. Like, Hermione asked questioningly. Over 50 years ago, he fought against a priest named Anderson, who was so insistent on killing him that he used a holy relic to become a holy monster. He was literally burning an entire city to the ground when Alucard killed him without even using his full power. She says, the power of those flames made Finefire look like a harmless sparkler. But he survived without even burning his trench coat. Damn. Hermione gasps, what happened to him? Not sure. He was sent to eliminate the remains of the Nazi army. And I was sent to assist Dumbledore with holding back Grindelwald's forces. I got sealed after that battle, so I have no idea what happened. She answers, starting her second bag of blood. Do you think he's still alive? Hermione asks quietly, finishing her lunch. I'm not even sure that he could die, so my guess would be that he got sealed. She sighs, I wonder where though. He can't be that tough. Ron says through his full mouth, otherwise he wouldn't have been sealed. I doubt that there is any seal strong enough to hold him. She glares, but if he were to be sealed willingly, there wouldn't be any problem. Why would he do that? Harry asks. He's a tough one to figure out. She sighs, I was with him for a couple of years, but even I never knew what he was thinking. That said, a few years isn't much to him. Do you think you'll find him? Hermione asks quietly. Eventually. I've got as close to forever as I need, so, she smirks, sinking her teeth into the third bag. They were interrupted by a loud pop. Dobby was standing by the table. Miss Grandji, Mr. Weasel, your next class begins in 10 minutes. Thank you, Dobby. Hermione smiles. I'm glad that we got to talk, Sarah's. Harry, see you over the break. Of course. I'll leave Hedwig with you for now. Send me an owl and I'll see if Sirius can pick you up. Harry smiles. Later, Harry, Ron says, swallowing the last of the food on the table. Both of them take one of the elves' short arms and disappear. That was entertaining. She laughs. Hermione sure does ask a lot of questions. You should have seen her our first year. I think she talked more than the professors. Harry smirks. So I've seen. She says, we've got a few hours before it's safe for you to leave, so why don't we work on controlling your new power? Harry grins. Sounds like fun. The more I've got when I face Voldemort, the better. Then see if you can find me. She chuckles, and the lights go out. Harry can only see her red eyes for a moment before they disappear into the shadows. Try and punch me without breaking the wall, she says, voice echoing. There's chapter 2. Next one should be up shortly. Number 12. Here. The second of 5 chapters being uploaded today. I am not the owner of Harry Potter or Hellsing. I would have thought that was obvious, but apparently not. Nightwalker Chapter 3. Alucard stands BEF. Or the burned remains of the main called home. In the graveyard beside it, he confirmed his fears. Sir Integra Fairbrook Wingate's Hellsing. Last head of the historic Hellsing line, and Knight of the Crown. Part of him chuckled as he thought about how his master achieved what he was seeking. Yet the rest of him wonders what he should now. Perhaps he would reclaim his lands, and rule again. But that would be more entertaining with some help. I wonder how Sarah's is. He smirks. He mentally reaches out, and can feel her far to the north, along with a very similar presence. Well, I'll be, so you have a fledgling of your own. Maybe I should pay you a visit. Harry looked around the room, searching for the slight imperfection in Sarah's illusion. Each time he found her, she made it the slightest bit more difficult. They'd been at it for more than 5 hours, and while he's been having problems finding her the last few times, he was far more in control of his strength, barely leaving a mark on the wall as she blocked the last punch. Give up? She asks, amusement clear in her echoing voice. Harry concentrates even harder and notices a very slight discoloration by the door. He lashes out and his fist is again pushed back by a single finger. Not yet. He smirks as she smiles. I thought you wouldn't be able to find me that time. She chuckles, not bad. Why don't you rest a bit? I'll check to see if it's safe to go out yet. Sure. He shrugs. Dobby. The hyper-elf pops into the room. Can you get me a drink? What can I get for Mr. Harry Potter, sir? He asks, bowing. A butterbeer will be fine. Harry answers, sitting in his chair. The elf pops out, and a moment later, a bottle appears beside him. He opens the bottle and takes a sip. He still enjoyed it far more than the blood, but something seemed off about it. The door opens and Sarah walks back in. You lucked out. The sun set early, so you can leave now and explore the grounds until dinner. Dumbledore said you'll be leaving after that. Great. Harry said, practically jumping to his feet. He rushed past the smirking vampire and up the staircase from the dungeon. As she said, the sun had already set, but it hadn't turned completely dark. Across the grounds, Harry saw Hagrid teaching a class of third years about pixies. He couldn't help but remember his own experience with pixies, namely them pinning Lockhart to the ceiling of his classroom. Suppressing a chuckle, he turned back to the entrance hall and climbed up the steps to the Gryffindor common room. It was as crowded and lively as he had expected. As such, no one seemed to notice him until Hermione, who had been helping a first year, looked up. "Harry," she shouted. Every eye turned to him and started cheering. "Good to see you're alive." The twins roared. Ron and Hermione said you were okay, but seeing is believing. Harry nods happily and is about to respond when he hears Sarah's in his mind. "Just so you know, all of the students have been told that you were taken to St. Mungo's to recuperate from your injuries. Stick to that story. Got it?" He thinks back. "Since when have I had telepathy?" "Ever since you woke up, but there hasn't been any reason to use it before now," she answers. Harry chuckles. "Yeah, the healers for me fixed up in the end. Dumbledore wants me to take the rest of the year off, so I'm going home after dinner." "Lucky." Lee Jordan laughed. "You feeling okay though?" "Actually, better than I have in a long time." He sighs, a little upset about what happened to Cedric, but I'll focus that into putting Voldemort in the ground. The room collectively winced at the name, but Harry paid them no mind. "He's killed my mom, my dad, and now Cedric. Someone's gotta take him out. I did it before, and if I have to I'll do it again." "You think you can?" Seamus snorted. "Dumbledore warned us not to let him intimidate us, but what you're talking about is suicidal." "Maybe it is, but I don't this war to turn out like the last one." Harry said in response, "I'm not going to stop until he's dead for good." The room was quiet. None of them had ever heard Harry talk with such conviction before. They didn't know how to respond. Oddly, the first to say something was the last that any of them expected. Even more so because of what he said. "Harry's right," Neville said, standing up next to him. "My parents were tortured to insanity because of him." "I've got your back." Hermione gasped at what he said. Clearly she'd heard about what happened to Frank and Alice Longbottom, but probably never connected it to the cheerful Longbottom in her class. "Well said, Neville," the twins said, pounding the boy on the back. "You can count on us too." "Me too, Harry," Hermione said, engulfing him in a hug. The rest of the room murmured in agreement. But most likely none of them meant it. "Thanks guys." Harry smiled. "Unless I'm mistaken, it's dinner time, so let's eat." The room roared and almost all of Gryffindor walked through the halls together. Dinner had just started when they walked into the Great Hall. The other tables looked at them and began muttering, "There's Potter." They whispered. Harry tried to drown it out. But he didn't have as much control over his enhanced senses as he would have liked. "I wish they'd just give it a rest," Harry muttered, hardly surprising considering that you've been gone all day. Hermione whispered to him, "Don't worry, in 5 minutes, they'll have forgotten all about it." Despite her assurances, he remained the topic of interest throughout the meal. At times Harry was too drawn into his conversations to notice, but still, eventually he returned to find the almost all eyes were still on him. "Harry," a cheerful voice called at the end of dinner. Harry turned and for a moment had forgotten all about the whispers. "Sirius!" he cried, throwing himself in his godfather's arms. The crowd looks at the man in confusion for a moment. His hair had been cut short, and he was now dressed in fine robes. But even though the years spent in Azkaban seemed to have faded, no one in the hall was unfamiliar with him. "It's Sirius Black," Malfoy screamed. "Potter, you've been helping an escaped criminal. That's illegal. Someone arrest them." All the frustration of that night boiled over and Harry bolted to the silvery blonde, giving him almost no time to react. Harry grabbed him by the robe and lifted him into the air. "Listen up, Malfoy," he sneered, unnerving the Malfoy boy, who only just realized that in place of his usual green eyes were only cold scarlet. "My godfather is innocent. He has been cleared, and unlike that toadstool you call father, he didn't have to use his money. And speaking of that sack of crap, have him pass along a message for me. Tell Voldemort that I am going to kill him." Harry threw him to the ground and vented his frustration by slamming his firmest into the Slytherin table. With an almighty crack, it spilt down the middle, both ends, rising into the air before crashing down, sending debris flying in all directions. The crowd watched in amazement and horror as Harry walked out of the room, Sirius laughing merrily behind him. By the remains of the Slytherin table, the normally pale boy looked like little more than a ghost as he stood shaking in fear against the wall. "Harry," Sirius called out after they'd crossed the wards, "grab my arm. Preferably with less force than you used on that table." Harry chuckles as he lightly grabbed Sirius' arm and with a twist they left Hogwarts. When he could finally breathe again, he opened his eyes in the middle of London. He was standing in front of an ancient house which had clearly been uninhabitable for years. Cobwebs covered almost every inch of the building, and 3 windows were shattered. The roof looked like it had been bombed, shingles strewn every which way, almost all broken. "Don't let the outside fool you," Sirius laughed, "the inside is much worse. Hopeful you'll be able to give me a hand with tidying up a bit." "Sure," Harry smiled, as it would give him something to do. Sirius nods and opens the front door. He hadn't been exaggerating. Several inches of dust cove of the hallway, save where someone had stepped recently. A monstrous troll leg umbrella stand was right in the way of the stairs, and if it weren't moved, at least one person was probably going to trip on it. By some bizarre chance, there seemed to be more cobwebs inside than outside. The only time he'd seen more was when he'd wandered into Aragog's nest. "Told you it was worse," Sirius coughed, sending dust flying everywhere. "Let's say that we try and at least get this hallway and our bedrooms livable, otherwise it'll be hell." Harry nodded in agreement. Sirius smiled. "Great. Oh, and one more thing you should know. Since this is my house, any magic done here is considered by the minister mine. So go ahead and use whatever spells you like to speed it up. And the more priceless family artifacts you destroy, the better." Harry stared at him. "Why are we destroying priceless family artifacts? This is my parents' house, and I hated them almost as much as they hated me." Sirius answered, "I figure that if this stuff showed enough prestige to keep around, then I should destroy it just to spite that vindictive bitch." Harry smirked and pointed his wand at the troll leg, Reducto. The red blast collided with the top of the umbrella stand and vaporized the upper half. "Reducto," Sirius yelled happily, and the lower half quickly joined the upper in oblivion. "Tempestas," he added. Dead and a tornado formed in the center of the hallway. The dust swirled around the wild winds, the cobwebs broke, and whatever remaining particles of the leg were sucked up as well. Sirius threw open the door and the tornado flowed out the door, and dissipated in the courtyard below. Harry was secretly glad that he didn't need to wear his glasses anymore, as they probably would have been sucked into that vortex. Looking back, almost all the dust was gone from the hardwood floors, and only a few cobwebs remained, all of which were vanished with a wave of Sirius' wand. "Well, that was fun." Sirius smirked. "Let's split up and tackle our bedrooms. Then we'll team up and see what else we can do before it's time to turn in." "I'll take mine," an annoyed voice said from the sitting room. Sarah's wall. Kedin with her hair completely whipped about, undoubtedly from Sirius' overzealous dusting. "Harry, your room is the first door on the right," she says, waking up the stairs. "Oh, Sirius. I hope you don't mind that I destroyed that screaming picture at the top of the stairs." "The one of my mom," he says happily. "Can't thank you enough." Harry followed her up the stairs, chuckling as he saw a desk. Royed section of wall at the top of the stairs and ashes on the floor. He opened the first door on his right. The first thing that he noticed was that the room was a mess. Patches of the wall had been torn out by something with very long claws. Trash and large feathers were scattered around a coffin that was lying in the middle of the floor. "What the bloody hell did they keep in here?" Harry asked aloud, as he started using Flipendo as a broom, sweeping everything into a pile. Then, he cast flame freezing charms on the floor, and incinerated all of it with incendio. Despite the unlikeliness of it working, he attempted reparo on the slashed walls. Not surprisingly, it doesn't work. "What is Blood Traitor doing, mistress?" An old, crooked voice came from behind him. Harry spun around just in time to be blasted against the wall. An old house elf was staring at him with fury in his eyes. You dare to sneak into the House of Black. You must pay for your transgressions with your life. I didn't sneak in, Harry yelled, but the old elf refused to listen, slamming him again into the wall. Creature will not be fooled. The elf smiled viciously. No one could have invited you, thus you snuck in. And sneakers pay with their lives. Sirius, Sarah's. Harry cried out as the elf kept smashing him against the wall. Just as he was convinced no one could help him, there was a loud crack and he felt the bonds loosen. You will not harm Harry Potter, Dobby said loudly as he began bashing the elf's skull into the wall. Creature began crying and tried to fight back, but the younger, and far healthier Dobby would have none of that as he dragged him into the hallway and tossed him down the stairs. Something must have gotten their attention, as Sirius and Sarah's came barreling down the stairs at the same time that Creature hit the ground. What happened? Sirius asked nervously, though Sarah's expression told him that she was well aware of what had happened. Some crazy elf tried to kill me, Harry panted. Crazy elf? Sirius stares. Yeah. Dobby showed up and threw him down the stairs, Harry says as the Dobby looked down the stairs at the still elf. Sirius walked down the stairs, staring at the elf and sighs, well, I know this elf. He's been in my family since before I was born. Will he be all right? Harry asks. Probably not, Sirius says sadly. Looks like his neck broke. Dobby is sorry, Master Black. Dobby cries loudly. Dobby shall throw himself from the rooftops in repentance. No need for that, Dobby. Sirius says firmly. Creature has always been a loathsome little devil. And he did attack Harry. Regardless of his reason, I wouldn't have allowed that. Besides, after he found out what I intend to do to the house, he probably would have died of shock. This might be better, letting him die thinking that he was protecting the House of Black. Dobby nods sadly and pops away. Sirius sighs as he waves his wand. The elf's body disappears in a shower of lights, and his head appears along the wall of heads. His will be the last one added before I get rid of them all. He remarks, sorry about him, Harry. He never liked me much, and since I haven't seen him since he got here, I figured he went to serve Malfoy or just up and died years ago. No permanent harm done. Harry shrugs. My head's killing me, but not too much. Compared to Voldemort, this is nothing. How are you doing on your room? Sarah's asks, completely ignoring the whole incident that just occurred. I've done what I can, but there are a bunch of claw marks on the wall that I can't repair. And I don't seem to have a bed in there. Harry answers. I made sure to put your bed in there last night. Sarah says, peering into his room. See. Right in the middle. Harry looks back in the coffin. You'd honestly be surprised how comfortable they are. She shrugs. Plus, until you awaken, your powers will weaken unless you sleep in a coffin. Great. Harry sighs. Well, I hope it's as comfortable as you say it is. Trust me, you'll never be able to sleep on a bed again. She smirks. Meanwhile, Sirius is looking at the claw marks. Harry, these marks are from Moony. He mentioned that he's been coming here to transform since my parents died. They aren't all that difficult to fix, but why don't you have Dobby take care of it? He's gotta be beating himself up over Creature, it'll help him get over it. Harry nods. Dobby. It would appear that Sirius was right, as Dobby appeared moments later, bashing a fry pan against his face. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. Dobby, stop, Harry yelled, and he froze. Dobby. Creature's death wasn't your fault. Don't blame yourself for it. Harry says kindly. Would you be able to help me fix these walls? Dobby looks at him tearfully and nods. Then, he happily waves his hands at the wall. The cuts began closing, leaving no trace on the wall. Thank you, Dobby. Harry smiles. Feel free to ask Dobby if you need anything else. Dobby must be getting back to help make the farewell feast. He bows. Dobby, can you deliver some messages for me? Harry asks. Anything at all. He says, bowing deeply. Harry takes a quill and some parchment, and quickly jots out 4 notes. Sealing them in envelopes, he hands them to Dobby. There is one each for Fleur, Victor, Hermione, and Dumbledore. No need to deliver them now. Just wait until morning. Thanks, Dobby. The elf takes the letters, bows again, and pops away. Well, since you finished your room, you can help me and Buckbeak. Sirius laughs as he drags Harry and follows behind them. Lord Voldemort was not pleased. Not only had Harry Potter escaped him, but rumor is that he survived even his final curse. Dumbledore had instantly recognized his magical signature, and already the Order has begun reforming. The only good thing was that the hopeless fool that Malfoy has been keeping in office has his head up his ass and refuses to accept that he was back. But that was not what troubled him. It was that woman. Why had she been buried her, and how did she survive the killing curse? He'd long since researched every method of immortality. None could explain her surviving his killing curse with so much as flinching. Whoever she was more powerful than even he was. Could she have Horcrux? He thought. No, certainly not. She appears perfectly human. Her features were not disfigured as mine are. Whatever this method is, I must find it. Wormtail, he called into Malfoy Manor. The gutless rat appeared within seconds. Yes, master. He bows. Extend your arm. Voldemort sneers. Wormtail silently raises his left arm, and reveals the dark mark. Voldemort places a fingertip on the mark, ignoring Wormtail's screams. 2 minutes later, he is surrounded by his loyal Death Eaters, save Severus, who is unable risk leaving Hogwarts. He starts as they kneel. Now that I have this new body, we will begin enacting our plans. McNair, go to the giants. Convince them to our side. Yes, my lord, the executioner says quietly. Malfoy, see to it that the prophet doesn't change its mind. The rest of you will work to achieve 2 goals. He smiles evilly, placing his wand to his temple. I want the full prophecy. How you get it is not my concern. And, he says, removing the wand and the silver memory. With a slight wave, the memory floats through the air, expanding into a single image. I want her alive. The Death Eaters looked at the still image of Sarah's Victoria. Oh no, what could happen next? Good news. You won't have to wait long. Chapter 4 will be up in minutes. Letters. Nightwalker Chapter 4. Dumbledore smiles slightly as he prepares to go down to breakfast. As he reaches for the handle, something pops behind him. Professor Dumley. Dobby has a letter for you from Mr. Harry Potter, sir. The elf bows, extending the letter. Thank you, Dobby. How is he? Dumbledore says kindly. He seems quite all right, though he expressed some dislike for sleeping in S. coffin when he thought Dobby wasn't listening. Dobby smiles. Dumbledore laughs at this. I cannot say that I blame him. I personally would be quite unnerved if I ever found myself in a coffin. I was often been called a zombie in the morning during my youth. I have no desire to reawaken an old nickname. If Professor Dumley will excuse me, Master Potter entrusted me with 3 additional letters. He bows, and a moment later popped out of the office. Let us see what Mr. Potter has to say. Dumbledore chuckles, opening the letter. Professor Dumbledore, my apologies for the outburst last night. The muttering got to me, and Malfoy just made me lose control. If needed, feel free to send me the bill for the destroyed property. Things are going relatively smooth here, aside from the fact and no one told me I had to sleep in a coffin. Sirius mentioned that you were using this house as the headquarters for your anti-Voldemort group. Hopefully we'll have it somewhat livable by then. Feel free to leave a note with Dobby. Harry. Dumbledore smiles. You are growing into a fine young man, Harry. I lost track of the number of times your father destroyed a house table, and I have no intention of fining you for something so measly. The real question is, should I tell you? Hermione walks down to the empty common room from her dorm. While it was rather early, she usually woke up around this time, so why stop now? With the school year about to end, and having already finished her summer homework, she decides to head for breakfast. Normally, she would wait for Harry and Ron, but Harry was gone. And Ron's been insufferable since he left. Hopefully, she'd be able to finish and withdraw to the safety of the library before he woke up. At the bottom of the staircase, she heard the telltale pop of elf apparition. Since most elves kept out of sight, that could only mean, hello Dobby. She smiled as she turned around. Miss Grandg, I have a letter for you from Mr. Potter. He bows, handing her the letter. Thank you, Dobby. She smiles brightly, reaching into her pocket and handing him a canute. Consider this a tip. Dobby accepts the coin, and bows deeply, You are too kind. Would you like for me to return and pick up a reply? That would be lovely. She smiles, and the elf pops away. She rushes into the great hall, and like usual she was the first one there. As always, the food appears as soon as someone walks into the room. She takes her seat at the Gryffindor table and opens Harry's letter. Dear Hermione, just sending you a note saying that we arrived safely. The house is a mess, but we're making it work. Hopefully it'll be in somewhat live-able condition when you come visit. Hope you're both well, Harry. Hermione smiles. I'm glad that he's safe. She sighs as she places the short letter in her pocket and began eating her wonderful breakfast. Fleur steps out of the Beauxbatons carriage and begins a brisk walk around the grounds. Ever since she'd failed to save her sister, this has been her ritual. Though it hadn't helped her in the third task. As she rounds the corner by the Black Lake, she notices a pop behind her. 10 years of Vila instinct kick in, and she turns, fireball in hand, to find a shaking house elf. Gigi, good morning, Miss Delacour. The elf stutters, I have a letter for you from Mr. Potter. She calms down and the fire dissipates. Show me this letter, Monsieur Elf. Dobby Shaky Fly hands her the letter. I have one more delivery to make. If you wish to send a reply, ask for Dobby, he says and dissipates. That is one strange elf. She shrugs, opening the letter. Dear Fleur, though we have only known each other for a year, I truly consider you to be a friend. As Dumbledore said, now more than ever, those ties of friendship are more important than ever. If you ever need help, please feel free to ask. That goes for your family as well. Voldemort is back, and everyone is in danger. I hope that you are well, Harry. She didn't help but be impressed with this boy. She thought for sure that it was another cheesy love letter. She'd gotten nearly 100 since she came to Hogwarts, and many of them were from Harry Potter's friend, Ron Weasley. She thought for sure that he was the same as his friend, but after this letter, she was forced to change her opinion of him. He is a little boy no longer. No, he hadn't been he risked his life to save her sister. Fleur smiled happily, determined to help this man with his goal. You got one too? Victor asks, sitting beside her. Apparently. She shrugs. What did yours say? Most likely the same as yours. He answers, he was sorry he didn't get to say goodbye, and to let him know if I ever needed some help. And that the next time we met, he'd like to play Quidditch. Do you think that he's back? Fleur asks after a moment. Diggory didn't drop dead of his own accord, and I might not remember everything I did while I was controlled, but I know I didn't kill him. Crumb replies, besides, as I understand, he nearly died from a dark curse. I'm glad that he is all right. Fleur sighs. I agree. Crumb smirks, walking back up to the castle. Harry stepped into his room after a hard night of cleaning. They'd cleaned Sirius' room, and both bathrooms before Sirius decided that it was time for bed. Though part of him was rather apprehensive about sleeping in a coffin. But Sirius hasn't led him wrong yet, so he'll give it a shot. The coffin was black with an emerald green trim. Opening the lid, he climbs in and lies down. As usual, Sirius was right. The cushioning was really comfortable, even more than the beds at Hogwarts. There must have been some charms on it, as even though there were no blankets perfect. Within seconds, he had fallen into a deep sleep. Sirius chuckles as she peers into the room. It wasn't strictly necessary for him to sleep in a coffin since he was drinking blood, but it would help later. Besides, coffins are so much more comfortable than beds. Dumbledore had charmed it to always provide the perfect temperature for sleeping. How is he? Sirius asks, sleeping peacefully. She yawns, I'm going to take a light nap. Keep an eye on things. You know, I need to sleep too. He glares. Drink some coffee. She shrugs, and walks across from Harry's room to her own. Her own coffin sat in the center, changed greatly from the original one made by Walter. Pitch black, save the sapphire blue trim and blood red writing much like that found on Alucard's. Yawning, she closes her eyes and lay on her comfortable coffin. Much better than 50 years in the ground, she mutters as she falls asleep. That night, while Harry still sleeps, she wakes and walks downstairs, finding a great black dog curled up on the floor. "Some much for keeping watch, Sirius." She smirks as the dog jerks awake. He returns to human form. "You know I needed some sleep. Besides, it's night time, so I'm supposed to be asleep." "Yeah, well, if you can stay awake for 10 minutes. I'll let you get some sleep." She smiles, reaching for the door. "Where are you going?" he asks. "I'm hungry." She grins, fangs extended. Sirius gulps as she steps out. Oddly, there wasn't any problem with getting her blood. The healer she'd manipulated must have been a fairly high-ranking one, as they didn't question anything, handing her the 5 pouches. As she walks through the streets of London, something apparated behind her. She was overcome with a sudden desire to not resist. Obviously, she rejected that outright, and turned to face her adversary. "I remember you." She smirks. "You were in that graveyard. My lord has ordered me to capture you." The masked man stutters, wand drawn. "Do you really want to die?" She stares. "Your lord couldn't kill me." "What makes you think you could?" He clearly wasn't thinking, and answers with an overpowered stunner. She doesn't even bother moving, and summons her familiar. Pip intercepts the spell, and blasts the Death Eater's wand arm with a pistol. As the Death Eater screams in pain, she jumps forward, sinking her fangs into his neck. The screams fade and his body goes limp. "Idiot." She spits. "You never had a chance." With a wave of her arm, the familiar fades, and the body bursts into black fire. As she turns the corner, the flames die out, leaving only ash where Theodore Nott Sr.'s body once lay. "I'm back," she says as she opens the door. "How'd it do?" Sirius asks from the kitchen. "I got the blood, and one of those graveyard guys tried to capture me." She shrugs. Sirius stood up in shock. "How'd you get away?" "I didn't." She grins, a single drop of blood still on the tip of her fangs. "I just got a little snack on the way." Sirius gulps. "Any idea who?" "Theodore Nott." She answers, starting her first pack of blood. "I remember him." Sirius growls. "I fought him a few times during the last war. He killed Edgar and Allison Bones just after the end and got off on the imperious excuse." "I know." She smirks. "Too bad that nobody will find the body. Can you keep watch?" He yawns. "I'm still too tired." "No problem. Wake up Harry on your way up. We'll keep up his training," she says as she sits down. Sirius nods and goes up the stairs. Harry came down about 5 minutes later, and smiled. "Sirius said that we were training in a minute." She chuckles. "Let's eat first." Harry nods. "Dobby." The elf pops into the kitchen and bows. "Can you get me something to eat?" Dobby pops out, and returns less than 2 minutes later with a large tray of food and a pitcher of blood. "Can Dobby get you anything else?" "That's fine, thank you," Harry says as he pours himself a glass of the blood. Dobby pops away and Harry takes a sip. "It tastes different than it did last time." Harry shrugs. "Of course it does," Sarah says calmly. "Everyone's blood tastes different." "Makes sense." He shrugs, draining his cup. "So what am I learning today?" "Nothing." She chuckles. "I'm going to ask how you what powers you can expect after you've truly awakened." "Like what?" he asks, starting his steak. "Telekinesis, shadow controlling, soul manipulation, and familiar summoning." She lists, as well as further enhanced senses, healing, and resistance to silver, sunlight, and all those other things that could kill you. "Sweet." Harry smirks. After that, she grins. "We'll see how well you can use your new powers." "Why don't I like the sound of that?" Harry shivers. "Because your sixth sense knows that it won't be pretty." She laughs. Harry only groans as he finishes his meal. The next morning, Hermione, Ron, and Ginny leave the Great Hall, headed for the Hogsmeade station. Somehow, this year doesn't feel over, Ron says as they board the carriage. "You know who is back." Hermione sighs. "This is only the beginning." "I'm worried about Harry," Ginny admits. "I know, but he's with Sirius and that's Sarah's girl, so I'm sure he's fine." Ron shrugs. "But hopefully we'll be able to see him soon. Mom said that we'd be spending most of the summer at Sirius' house." "Do you think she'd mind if I came too?" Hermione asks. "I really would like to spend time with my parents, but with everything that's happened, Harry needs his friends. I don't that she'd mind." Ginny sighs. "You know Mom. The more the merrier. We'll ask at the platform." Thank you, Ginny. Hermione smiles. 10 minutes later, the three are chatting in the very last compartment on the Hogwarts Express. Hopefully my parents will understand. Hermione sighs. I was really hoping to spend some time with them, but Harry needs us. If you really need to, you could spend a couple days with them, and we could pick you up before we go to Sirius. Ginny replies, I don't think that we're going straight there from the station. I know. She sighs. I'm just so worried. Loosen up, Hermione. Ron smiles. He's Harry. He'll be fine. Ronald, she shouts, missing the door opening. Harry was almost killed and that's your attitude. Sorry. A voice says for the door, am I interrupting? Hermione stops glaring at Ron just long enough to turn to the door. Susan, how can we help you? We'll all the other compartments are full except for Malfoy's, so, she starts. You're welcome to join us. Hermione smiles. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Thank you. Susan sighs relieved. She sits next to Hermione, across from the Weasleys. I'm sorry about Cedric. Ginny says sadly, I noticed you two were pretty close. Thank you. She sniffles. He was helping me train so I could be Seeker next year. Ione places a comforting hand on her shoulder. You'll be okay. You just go out next year and get it for him. Susan nods, still sniffling. Yeah. Ron smirks. Maybe you'll be able to give Harry a challenge. Ron. All of them yells, horrified at what he just said. As Hermione starts beating Ron upside his head with her considerable book, Ginny leans next to the Hufflepuff. I'm sorry about him. Maybe he's right. She jokes. I'll beat Harry for Cedric. That's the spirit. Hermione cheers as she continues her assault. How is Harry? She asks kindly. He's all right. Hermione sighs. Think that getting Sirius back helped more than we could know. My auntie always thought that murder was out of character for Sirius Black. Susan smiles. I wouldn't go that far. Hermione smirks. Last year, Harry, Ron. And I barely managed to stop him from killing Pettigrew. Might have been better if he did. Ron mutters, then you know who wouldn't have killed Cedric. Susan stiffens at the woe. RDS and Hermione throws an angry glare at him. That wouldn't have made it better. Susan says, even if he knew what was going to happen, Cedric wasn't the kind of person that would let Sirius spend the rest of his life in Azkaban. Sounds like a nice guy. Hermione sighs. Susan nods, and then leans her head. Goes back to her book, and the Weasleys play a game of chess as the train moves silently across the countryside. Harry and Sarah's head down into the Black family dungeon to start. It is a massive chamber just off of the boiler room, reinforced to protect against the dark magic that was practiced there over the years. Sarah's walks to the opposite side of the room. All right. She starts, her voice echoing. Now, the powers I'm about to show you aren't something you'll be able to learn until you truly become a vampire. But nevertheless, you should see them. You keep talking about maturing. Harry notes, what exactly do you mean? Donated blood is all you need to drink to keep your powers strong. But it's not enough. She answers, until you drink blood of your own choice, and straight from someone's neck, you can't truly be called a vampire. Harry gulped, but nodded. She starts again. First off, telekinesis. With a wave of her hand, the countless chains and torture chairs began flying around the room. Not the best, but it has its moments. Wicked. Harry smirks. That's nothing. She chuckles. Next up, shadow manipulation. Harry nods and waits, looking around the room. After a moment, nothing in the room seems to have changed. He turns back to her questioningly, and gasps. Her arm had turned to a wing, seemingly made entirely out of shadows. I lost my real arm just before I awakened, so I have to make use of this one. She shrugs. I can make it any way I want. To demonstrate. She turns the wing into a bear claw, dragon's talons, and back to a human arm. That is so cool. Harry chuckles. Could you do that even if you hadn't lost your arm? Sorta. She nods. By layering the shadows over the chosen body part, you could achieve the same result. She proceeds to extend her other arm and transform it into a wolf arm and back. Sweet. He laughs. This is the last one. She says seriously, and this is also what separates us from everyone else. Harry nods and stares intently. The first thing he notices is that her shadow seems to be moving. He watches as a human form rises put if it. A man with dirty blonde hair and a hat, smoking a cigarette. At his waist, he was carrying a pistol, and Harry could tell just from looking at him that he knew how to use it. This is my familiar, Pip. She grins. What makes our line so strong is that we can command the souls of those we drink blood from. Alucard once summoned over 1 million soldiers to do battle with the Nazis using this same power. So he was alive, Harry asks, still as in a manner of speaking. And he maintains all the powers he had in life. That might not seem like much since he was a human. But it would be the same regardless of whether he was a muggle, a wizard, vampire, or any number of other creatures. So, if I were to drink the blood of say a dragon, I could summon it to fight for me. Harry grins evilly. In theory, but you would still need to drain the dragon, and I doubt even Alucard is that hungry. She nods. Still might be fun to try. Harry shrugs and Sarah's laughs. Yea if would, and if you could pull it off, you might be able to give Alucard a run for his money. You having fun? Sirius asks from the doorway. Come on up. Dumbledore's here. Well, that's that. Next time. Alucard makes his presence felt. No Life King. Chapter 5. I don't think that you'll be expecting the ending. Nightwalker Chapter 5. Harry and Sirius went back up the stairs. In the kitchen, Professor Dumbledore was sipping tea and chatting with Remus Lupin. Ah, Harry. He smiles. How are you? Good day, Harry says, accepting the cup from Remus. Night, Harry. Dumbledore laughs. It was certainly night when I arrived 10 minutes ago. I must say that I'm quite impressed with the entrance hall. It looks far better than I did when I was here several days ago. That was mostly serious. Harry shrugs. All I did was blow up a troll leg umbrella stand. I received your letter, Dumbledore says, while I'm sure that Mr. Malfoy will be quite unhappy, there will be no punishment. You'd had an incredibly stressful day, and I'm sure that Malfoy's taunting wasn't helping. Thank you, sir. Harry smiles. Though I believe that you may have set a new rumor in motion. Veer. Why few wizards could smash a magical enforced table the way you did. Dumbledore laughs. I believe your lovely date Miss Pottle has been assuring everyone that you've become a giant animagus. Harry groans as both the adults laugh. Should have shown her a better time. Sirius smirks. Believe me, if she's anything like the gossips me and James had to deal with, this will be on the profit in no time. Though it could be worse. Lupin laughs. After all, imagine what would happen if she said that you were a giant, just hiding behind a glamour. I expect Rita Skeeter will say just that. Dumbledore sighs. We shall deal with that when the time comes. The Weasleys and Miss Granger will be arriving in a few days, and we will begin having meeting in the days following. Great. Harry smiles. As awesome as Padfoot is. It'll be great to see them. Glad that you know me. Sirius says proudly. Yeah, you are awesome, Padfoot. Lupin grins. What happened at the top of the stairs? And what happened to that screaming picture of your mum? Our house guest didn't take too kindly to be yelled at. Sirius chuckles. I want to repair the wall, but I'm worried that enough of her survive that it might repair the painting. His face darkens and he turns to Dumbledore. Speaking of, Death Eaters attacked her last night. Dumbledore looks sharply. What happened? She went out for blood, and on her way back, they tried to capture her. Sirius says, obviously, she was vastly underestimated. How many were killed? Dumbledore sighs. 1. Theodore Nott. Remember that bastard who killed the Bones family? I remember him. Dumbledore says sadly. So many lives lost and still Malfoy bought the courts and he was released. I always feared that he might attempt to finish the job in Amelia and Susan. Not much chance of that. Lupin snorts. I dueled with Nott a few times last time. He wouldn't last 2 minutes against Amelia. None of the Death Eaters could. Dumbledore says, though now that Voldemort is back, even she would not be safe. Is anyone? Harry sighs. I am. Sarah says from the doorway. Remus looks murderous at the new arrival, but one look from Dumbledore stopped it from progressing any further. Are you sure? You were sealed by Grindelwald's forces. Grindelwald's elites outnumbered me 100 to 1, not even including the basic soldiers. She answers, B.A.S.E.D. solely on the limited experience I had, these Death Eaters fall far below Grindelwald's elites. They have no chance of sealing me. And Voldemort, Remus asks calmly. That depends. I unnerved him last time. But even an idiot could tell that he's intelligent. The fact that he wants to capture me, not kill me, might mean that he's figured out the truth. If he were to try and seal me, I doubt that he would fail, given enough time. Sarah's replies, not that I'd give him time. Perhaps you'd care to join us for the meeting in a few days. Dumbledore smiles. If we find his weakness, then you would be the only person strong enough to kill him. I'm just here to train Harry until he awakens. She shrugs. Sure, I'll help you, but don't think for a moment that I'm your friend. That will do for now. He smiles. Getting to his feet. Sirius, would you allow me to perform the Fidelius charm? Harry's outburst at the Great Hall will be reported to Voldemort, along with his departure with you. Narcissa Malfoy still knows of this place, and if Voldemort were to learn of it and attack during the day, Harry's chance of escape will be 0. Of course. Sirius nods. Dumbledore draws his wand and begins muttering endlessly. Harry watches as he forms intricate patterns in light, which scatters around the house. A moment later, Harry found himself in a strange kitchen. He remembered Sirius bringing him, and even everything that he's done, but could not remember where H says in his mind, see if you can break it. Harry nods and concentrates. Slowly, he starts remembering little tidbits of information. Number 12 Grimmauld Place. Harry thinks. Not bad. She smirks. Dumbledore hands them each a piece of parchment, though Sarah's hands hers back. Fidelius' charm is good, but it didn't work on me. Even Harry was able to break it. Dumbledore looks at him in astonishment, and Harry nods, only for a minute, though I forgot it as soon as I stopped concentrating. Still incredible. Dumbledore mutters. If Voldemort were to gain this power, he continues muttering as he walked out of the room. You can see through a Fidelius? Remus asks. Of course. She grins, for all intents and purposes. The spell creates an incredibly powerful illusion that affects all 5 senses. The secret keeper can then lift the enchantment on those who he wishes by telling them the secret. Illusions have no effect on me, and Harry can see through them if he tries. Impressive. Remus smiles. Well, it takes some practice, but eventually you figure it out. She shrugs. Come on, Harry. You couldn't throw it off completely. So we've got more training. 3 days later, the Weasley family gathered in outside the burrows. Everyone ready? Mrs. Weasley asks. Good, place your luggage in the pile. I'll send it along. Dumbledore got us a car, so we'll leave as soon as everything's sent. The kids nod and begin piling their trunks into a large pile next to the driveway. Molly waved her wand and the trunks disappeared. Everyone cluttered into the tiny car. Right then, Arthur smiled in the suspiciously large car. First, we're going to pick up Hermione, and then we'll go to see Harry. The family talked happily as the car drove swiftly through town, and within 10 minutes was parked outside the Granger residence. Hermione was already waiting, trunk beside her. Hello, Mr. Weasley. She smiles. Thank you for picking me up. Not a problem. He laughs, putting her trunk in the trunk of the car. Are your parents okay with only seeing you a few days? They weren't very happy, but when I explained to them why, they agreed. She sighs. Well, maybe I'll see about dropping you off again later this summer to see them. He smiles, or we could invite them over for dinner one night. That would be wonderful, Hermione says happily, climbing into the back seat next to Ginny. Mr. Weasley re-enters the driver's seat and passes a slip of paper. Memorize that. He tells them. Otherwise you won't be able to get into the headquarters. Hermione looks at the paper and quickly memorized. The headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix can be found at number 12 Grimmauld Place. What is it? She asks. Have you heard of the Fidelius charm? Mrs. Weasley replies, taking the paper after they'd memorized it. Hermione nods, remembering the conversation she'd overheard her 3rd year. The same charm was applied to the headquarters. You won't be able to get there unless the secret keeper tells you the location. Dumbledore wrote that himself. Mrs. Weasley smiles as the car stops. We're here, Mr. Weasley says, getting out of the car. Already? Hermione asks, but it's barely been 5 minutes. It should take an hour to go to London. Magic, dear. Mrs. Weasley laughs, ushering them in as Mr. Weasley gets her trunk. Mrs. Weasley knocks on the door and within seconds it's thrown open. Hermione could hardly believe her eyes. The grim, ragged man that she'd met the last year was gone. He looked a decade younger, his hair cut short, and his skeletal figure had fattened up. Sirius looked far closer to the picture that Harry had shown her of his parents' wedding. Hermione Weasley's. He grinned. Come on in. Thank you, Sirius. Mrs. Weasley says as the 5 kids race into the house. Harry's in the kitchen making some lunch. Sirius tells her, he was so excited about you guys that he couldn't get to sleep this morning, so he's been helping me with the housework. Oh, I'll go help him. She smiles, walking past the door and helping her husband with the trunk. Straight ahead, just through that door, Sirius tells her. The kids heard and all of them ran into the kitchen. Hey guys. Harry smiles as he keeps cooking, hungry. Course. Ron smirks, sitting at the table. His siblings sit as well. Harry dear, let me help. Mrs. Weasley says as she gives him a quick hug. Sure. He shrugs, I'll make the sandwiches, you cook the mac and cheese. She nods and whips out her wand. The pots fill with water and begin cooking on the stove that Sirius had bought to spite his parents. Harry meanwhile uses his years of practice getting Uncle Vernon a.s. sandwich to make hoagies at almost inhuman, well I am a vampire. He thinks as he cuts the rolls. Speed. Within minutes, each of the Weasley children and Hermione had custom-made sandwiches with a LF dozen left for the adults and for seconds. These are great. Hermione smiles as she takes a bite of her sandwich. The Weasley murmur in agreement. I've had practice. He shrugs, eating his with a cup of blood. He does make a damn good sandwich. Sirius says as he takes one. Language. Mrs. Weasley says sternly without turning around. Mr. Weasley takes one bite and nods. That is a damn good sandwich. Arthur. She roars. Lighten up, Molly. Sirius chuckles. The kids use much worse language when you aren't listening. Molly looked scandalized as she stated at the grinning kids. Ron, you're saying with the twins. Arthur tells him, Hermione, you're with Ginny. After lunch, I'll show you guys to your rooms. Sirius says as he takes another sandwich, any more of these? They'd be great for the meeting tonight. Harry laughs and begins making more. What's with the noise? A voice asks tiredly from the door. Oh, right. I forgot they were coming today. Without another word, she walks to the fridge and pulls out a pack of blood. Hello, Sarah's. Hermione asks as the Weasleys, save Ron, who was still stuffing his face, gap at the woman who just sunk her fangs into a pouch of blood. Who are you? Molly asks threateningly. Sarah's Victoria. She answers nonchalantly. She's the one that saved Harry's life. Hermione speaks up. His choice. She shrugs. I just drank his blood. You're a vampire. The twins say, looking from her to him, wicked. That would explain how you were able to destroy the Slytherin tables so easily. Ginny smiles. Harry can't be well, he just can't be. Molly says exasperatedly. I'm afraid so. Harry says, showing his fangs, that's the real reason I had to leave school. I could go to any of my classes without being subjected to sunlight. Which I've been told is fatal in my current condition. Then how will you continue your education? She asks, hyperventilating. Next year, I'll be setting up specialized wards that will block harmful effects of the sun on unawakened vampires. Sarah says calmly, throwing away the empty pack, Harry, you'd better go get some sleep. We've got a lot of training to do, and you don't want to be tried. Harry sighs but gets up. Sorry guys, but I've got to go to my coffin. I wanna see. Half of them say excitedly. Harry chuckles as he leads the twins, Ginny, and Hermione up the stairs to his bedroom. You are certain about this, Malfoy? Voldemort asks coldly. Yes, my lord. Not informed me that he'd found her, and was going to attempt to capture her, but I haven't heard from him since. It seems likely that he was killed. The blonde bows. I see. Voldemort says calmly. Any idea of the location of Harry Potter? My son, Draco, informs me that Potter left school early with the blood traitor Black. I assume that they are living together, or at least that he would know where he is. Malfoy answers, not looking up. Bring me your wife. He orders and Lucius practically runs from the room. 2 minutes later, he returns with Narcissa Malfoy, who promptly bows. How may I be of assistance? You were born a Black, correct? He asks, silently probing her for any sign of falsehood. Yes, I was born Narcissa Black. Quote, where will Sirius go if he were to protect Harry Potter? He smiles, still searching for some sign. Narcissa opens her mouth to speak, but closes it. A moment later, she answers, I do not know. My lord, Crucio. He laughs as the woman screams in agony before him, do not lie to me. You have one more chance to speak the truth, or dear Draco will lose his mother. As he lifts the curse, she struggles to regain her voice. The Black family home. She pants, that's where he's go. Our answers placed every protective spell they could. The wards are nearly as strong as Hogwarts. Where? He asks, eyes narrowed. I cannot say. She says, terrified, and another round of pain jolt through her body. Care to try again? Voldemort asks as Lucius' face pales at the sight of his wife. They must have cast the Fidelius charm. She says through the pain, I cannot speak the address. Immediately the pain is lifted and she collapses to the ground. What can you remember? He glares. Grimmauld Place. Between numbers 11 and 13. She pants, her muscles still ablaze from the curse. Leave me, woman. He snarls and she struggles to get to her feet, her husband attempting to help her. Don't, Lucius. Let her suffer for defying me. Lucius gulps, but backs off as she limps forward. Just as she reaches the door, Voldemort screams, Crucio. Again she topples and screams. Her husband simply watching. After almost 10 minutes, the curse ends and Voldemort strides over to her. With a wave of his wand, she is dragged to her feet by her next, unable to breathe as he smiles, remember. If you ever lie to me again, you will suffer far worse than you have today, and you will die. So I make myself clear. Yes, master, she cries as she begins to pass out. With a wave, she's thrown from the room, smashing into the wall and shattering her arm. Lucius, your arm? He asks. The man bows and presents his arm, dark mark clearly visible. The Dark Lord places the tip of his wand on the mark. As they wait, he instructs Lucius, do not attempt to help her. Let this pain serve as a reminder not to cross me. Yes, my lord, he says quietly. 5 Death Eat. RS walk into the room and now before him. Crabbe, Goyle, go to Grimmauld Place in London. Anyone you recognize from the list of Potter's friends is to be detained. Concentrate on the area between 11 and 13. Yes, my lord, they mutter together. Lucius, go and investigate the ministry. Ensure that Fudge is not swayed. The rest of you, prepare for the assault on Azkaban. He smiles. Everio. Nay mutters in agreement and leaves without a word. Harry rises from his coffin after a good afternoon's sleep. He could hear the twins attempting to prefect one of their joke products. Hermione was muttering the contents of a book, mostly likely about vampire, and Ron was asleep. He walks out of his bedroom and up the stairs. The first door on the left, he knocks. It opens and he was tackled by the bushy-haired witch. How are you? She smiles. Fine. He smirks. You know, I wasn't top keen on the coffin at first, but it's actually really comfortable. I'm glad. You looked really peaceful earlier. She says with a slight blush. Where are Ginny and the others? I know the twins and Ron are still around, but that's it. Harry asks as Hermione hands him a cup of tea. The adults are having a secret meeting that we can't be a part of, and Mrs. Weasley sent Ginny to get more milk to make dinner. Hermione answers. Dobby. The hyper-elf pops in with a bow. Hermione hands him a sickle and asks, can you bring Hughes some tea cakes? Of course, Miss Grangie. He bows and disappears, reappearing the next second with a tray of tea cakes and a goblet. He hands the goblet to Harry, puts the tray on the table, and disappears. So, when did Ginny leave? Harry asks worriedly. About 10 minutes ago. Why? She asks, taking a cake. I don't know. I've just got a bad feeling. Harry says, draining the goblet and taking a cake. I'm sure it's nothing. Ginny and Hermione were sitting around the table, talking wildly when Mrs. Weasley poked her head in. I'm sorry dears, but the order meeting is now. So you won't be allowed in the kitchen. All right. They say disappointedly. Ginny, could you please go to the Muggle store up the road and get some more milk? Sirius forgot to stock up, and I didn't notice until just now. Fine. She sighed, putting her shoes on and accepting the silver coins from her mother. Muggle stores won't accept sickles. Hermione says, handing her a 10-pound note. This should be plenty. Thanks, Hermione, Ginny says, giving her a hug before running down the stairs. Just knock on the kitchen door when you get back, Molly called after her. Thank you, dear. No problem. Hermione smiles. Ginny breathes deeply of the outside air. While the house seemed relatively clean, the air still seemed foul. Something reminded her of that diary. Shaking off those thoughts, she walked on the sidewalk towards the market at the end of the street. It wasn't a bad walk. The night was gorgeous, but something seemed off. As she started the return trek, the feeling of unease only seemed to grow. Before she knew it, she was sprinting back down the street. Running from something she didn't even know about. Unfortunately, it knew about her. That's far enough, a rough voice said from the side street just ahead of her. A single man in a black cloak, wearing a white mask. You're coming with us, a similar voice said from behind her. She gulped as she looked over her shoulder and saw a second Death Eater with his wand drawn. Come quietly, and you might not be hurt too badly. The first one smirks, drawing his wand. She runs towards him, dodging a red jet from in front of her as a second jet narrowly missed her from behind. As the front Death Eater tries to block her path, she lifts the bag of milk and swings it down on his head. The gallon jug explodes, dead on impact, and dazed him as she kept running, dodging more stunners. Terror sets in as she sees someone walk towards her just ahead of her. A man in a red coat and a red hat. Her heart basically stops beating as he walks past her. Beautiful night, isn't it? He asks calmly, seemingly unconcerned with the red lightning shooting towards him. Get out of here, Muggle. The first Death Eater screeches, still clutching his head. I might just let you live. Oh, he smiles, sounds entertaining. Avada Kedavra. The second shouts, and the green blast sends him crashing to the ground. Now, let's go, or you'll get the same. The first laughs. That wasn't anything to write home about, the man said, getting to his feet as if he'd just woken up from a nap. The Death Eater's pale and the first dissipates. The second, however, slashes his wand. A stream of purple fire roars out of the tip. The red-coated man smiles as he sidesteps the spell. Not bad. That's pretty nasty. He smirks. Gin. Y watches in horror as the purple flames hit her square in the chest. Every blood vessel in her body feels like it's on fire, and breathing becomes nearly impossible. She collapses to her knee as the two men have words with each other. After a couple of seconds, the Death Eater dissipates. The red-coated man walks back towards her, kneeling beside her. Sorry about that. I'd completely forgotten you were there. You've only got a couple of minutes to live, so listen carefully. Do you want to live as a monster or die a human? Each breath becomes harder and harder, but she manages to breath out. I want to live. The man grins as she passes out. She's been gone too long. Harry says as he runs down the stairs, I'm going out looking for her. He opens the door and is about to step out when he notices Ginny lying on the doormat. Unconscious. He picks her up and carries her into the house. Hermione, get down here. He calls up the stairs. Placing her at the foot of the stairs, he runs to the kid hen door, which is locked. Not willing to wait, he grips the knob and pulls with all of his strength. The door flies off its hinges, smashing to pieces on the wall behind him. Harry, Dumbledore asks as he looketh is the matter. Ginny's been attacked, he yells, getting everyone's attention. The Weasleys gasps and rush out the door, followed closely by everyone else. Hermione is Ulraya. Di cries softly above her when they get there. Dumbledore kneels beside her and begins muttering, a pale blue light issuing from the tip of his wand. Sarah's likewise kneels and places one hand on her forehead. This shouldn't be possible, she says quietly, though everyone heard it. What's wrong? Molly sobs. Will she live? I sensed that she was different, but her blood is shockingly similar to my own. Sarah's tells her. What does this mean? Dumbledore asks as she stands. Sarah's walks quickly to the door and steps outside, closing the door behind everyone. Harry just notices letters written in blood on the door. The bird of Hermes is my name, eating my wings makes me tame. It means that I have a sister. Sarah's answers. On a rooftop across from the headquarters, Alucard watches as his previous daughter meets his new one. Deciding to reveal himself more than he already has, he reaches into her mind. Watch over her, Sarah's. In time, I may rejoin you. Yes, Master, she answers. So, that's vamp number 2. How many will there be in the end? Who knows? You'll have to read and find out. Level 0. Last chapter for now. Enjoy. A quick warning, if you haven't seen Hellsing Ultimate, read the manga, beware of spoilers. Nightwalker Chapter 6. All of the Order was crowded around the kitchen table, waiting for news of Ginny's condition. Sarah's had taken her upstairs as soon as they found the message, and hadn't come down since. The Weasley children were all pale, and Hermione looked on the verge of tears. Sarah stepped into the room and turned her attention to the family. She's alive. All of them breathed a sigh of relief. Dumbledore wiped a tear from his eye and asked, "Do you know what happened?" "Bits and pieces." She shrugs. She was attacked on her way back. Normally she probably wouldn't have made it. But my master was taking a stroll nearby. There was a slight struggle and she was hit with the unholy fire curse. By some miracle the one casting it was an amateur or she would have been beyond aid. After that, I can't say for sure, but obviously Master presented her with the same choice I offered Harry and she accepted. So, she a VA vampire. Molly struggles through the years. Yes, to be more accurate, she's my sister. Sarah's grins. Kingsley Shacklebolt stood and spoke in a low, soothing voice. You are aware that it is illegal to turn a human with ministry approval. The room stiffens at his words. It was well known that the penalty is the death of both the turned and the turner. If you think you can, try and kill me. Voldemort didn't manage it, so I'm not worried. She replies without fear. And I hope you won't be stupid enough to go after my master. He could destroy this entire country. Kingsley stated into her eyes, as if trying to discern a bluff, but to his surprise, she wasn't bluffing. I believe that Madame Bones doesn't need to concern herself with something so trivial. He says calmly, what about you, or Tonks? Master or Moody? My lips are sealed. Tonks smirked, turning her mouth into a zipper. Compared to Voldemort, that's a minor charge. Moody shrugs, besides which, anyone with half a brain can see that she could kill us all before we drew another breath. They all stared in disbelief at the grinning girl. Dumbledore clears his throat to recall the attention of the room. Yes, well, thank you again for your help, Miss Victoria. What will happen now? Her internal injuries are all but healed from her transformation. All that's left is for her body to finish and regain its lost energy. She'll be awake in about 10 hours. Sarah says as she grabs 2 packs of blood. You want one? She asks, offering it to Harry, who accepts it. What about her education? Molly shouts. What about her future? How could he do this without consulting us? I already told you that I'm setting up wards next year to allow Harry to attend school. They'll do the same for her. As for her future, if he hadn't, her future would have been a funeral. She glares at the Weasley matriarch. In time, after she's completely adapted to her powers, she would be able to live a normal, eternal life. Wicked. The twins grin. This is no laughing matter. Remus barks. Take it from me, with the ministry the way it is, she'll never have anything close to a normal life. To them, hard humans are even lower than trash. If they do, well, Elle let slip that she was turned by Dracula. Sarah's responds coolly as the Order members gasp. Even Lupin paled at this news. No matter how corrupt they may have become, the House of Teps is still worthy of respect. Dracula died centuries ago. Hestia bellows. Don't believe everything you read. He's far too powerful. Sarah's laughs. Calling him a vampire is like calling Merlin a wizard. It's accurate, but he is far greater than any of the vermin who call themselves vampire. Prove it. Mundungus smirks in the corner, smoking a cigar. Sarah's turns to face him, and with a flick of her finger, the cigar blew up in his face. You shouldn't be smoking indoors. Aside from making everything smell, it's rude since this isn't your house. The only way I could prove it would be to show you the memory of Alucard's restriction level 0. Quote, Harry stared at her, waiting for her to pull out a wand to remove the memory, but it never came. His eyes were drawn a moment later to something moving on the floor. Sarah's shadow had spread across the room, covering the floors and began seeping up the wall. Relax, I'm going to show you the memory of April 22, 1945, when a three-way battle was waged. Sarah's grins evilly. The German SS leading an army of 1,000 vampires, the Catholic crusade of 3,000 exorcists, and the final group. The Hellsing organization, which consisted of Sir Integra, Alucard, and myself. As she spoke, the shadows had covered the entire room, leaving everything dark. Even Harry was unable to see more than a few inches in front of him. Suddenly, the world grew bright. They were standing in the midst of a ruined city. People were screaming in all directions. Blood flowed along the streets. In the air, dozens of helicopters flew, firing indiscriminately in the city. Ahead of them, a single woman stood surrounded by black-robed priests, all aiming guns towards her. "What is this?" Snape gasped in horror. "This is the final result of 100 years of work. An army of vampires strong enough to level an entire country." Sarah smiles. In the sky above them, a red bolt cuts ahead of the approaching priests, standing between them and the woman. Though most if the Order was unable to hear the conversation, Harry heard every word. "There's Sir Integra and me," Sarah says as the oldest of the priests stops the rest from attacking. As they watched the scene play out, an eerie fog rolled in. "Here he comes." Harry gulps. He doesn't even know how he knows, but he did. The Order turned its attention to the harbor. A massive shape was rolling in. As it came closer, its shape became far more visible. A battleship with a plane crashed upon it like a burning cross. A black shape flew from the ship as it crashed into the shore. The leader of the priest ran from the other, and along the rooftops, another gray-robed man moved in tandem with him. All three men reached the center of the road just ahead of them at the same time. A voice echoed over the screams that still filled the city. "What are my orders, my master?" The past Sarahs had grabbed the woman and taken her to the tallest building still standing. From there, her voice was clear to them all. "Kill them all. Do not allow a single enemy to leave this island." The voice laughed as the Order moved closer to the three-way stalemate between generals. "I understand, my master. Control Art Restriction System to level 0. Integra shouted, "Declare yourself." Alucard's voice grew soft, but perfectly audible to all of them. "The Bird of Hermes as Minar as he got before the stalemate was broken." Both the other men had attacked, along with the considerable force amassed at either side. Even if it were only a memory, Harry and the others could tell why. Fear had gripped them all. None of them doubted the terror that would be unleashed if he were to finish. But finish he did as he reformed from the brutal attack. "Eating my wings makes me tame." The Grey Army released wave after wave of explosives, sending his blood flying in all directions. From that blood, millions of eyes appeared, and seemed to grow out of the ground. Millions of humans rose, ripping the invading enemies apart. In mere moments over 300 soldiers were killed. At the center, where Alucard once stood, there was a single man. Tall and proud, his armor tarnished from the blood that surrounded him. In his hand, a single sword rested, point turned down. His cape billowed in the morning wind. "Harry, listen to Sir Integra." Sarah's urged him, and he focused on the two figures still on the rooftop. "Blood is the currency of the soul. To drink blood is to make an entire existence one's own. As you are now, you probably understand that, Sarah's," Integra said as she watched the carnage. Sarah's nodded in affirmative as she too looked into the city of blood. "I think we've seen enough," Dumbledore said, shaking. All around him, the Order nodded in agreement. Sarah's closes her eyes and the vision disappeared. With them all safely back in the present, all of them breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Sarah's turns to Kingsley. "Do you still intend to try and kill him? Are you out of your mind?" He gasped. "What the hell is he?" "He is Dracula, the ultimate undead," Sarah says confidently. "Even the Ministry would be forced to acknowledge it as an unwinnable battle." The Order nods in agreement, most of them looking sick to their stomach. Harry wasn't feeling too good himself. Hermione and Ron had thrown up beside him. "How will she learn?" Moody asks following the silence. "I've fought a fair few vampires in my day, and I know that she'll inherit more than a little power from him. That power needs control. He left her to me." She says to the aged warrior, "I went through the same things as she will. I'll teach her." "Well, that's one question solved." Dumbledore smiles. "No, it is not," Molly shouts. "My daughter will have no part of this." "You're welcome to try." Sarah shrugs, "but without help, she'll die." I'll help her, she says defiantly. Then you'll die too. Sarah glares angrily. You don't seem to get it. She isn't the perfect little girl she used to be. This isn't a debate, it's a fact. She is a vampire. At some point, she won't be able to control her hunger, and one of your family will die. This shut Molly up viciously. Her entire argument exploded with that one statement. Arthur placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Regardless of what the ministry says, she's still our daughter. He says calmly, we won't allow you to take her away from us. That was never my intention. Sarah chuckles, I will teach her to use her powers. What she does with them after that is none of my concern. Arthur nods and sits in his seat, pulling Molly down with him. The room was silently waiting for the argument to continue, but it never did. Given the situation, tonight's meeting is cancelled. Dumbledore says to end the silence, we will reconvene tomorrow night where we will hopefully be able to update you all on Miss Weasley's condition. With a wave of his wand, the food that Mrs. Weasley had earlier flew from the fridge and landed on the table. Another wave and it was heated. Most of the order began muttering as they left the room, but some pulled up a chair as Mrs. Weasley started dishing up food. Most of them had Muggle soda or butterbeer. But Harry and Sarah's had a goblet full of blood. The food was wonderful, as always, but none of them were particularly hungry that night. Given what she'd shown them, it was hardly surprising that none of them knew if they could keep it down. Following the silent meal, the order members left via apparition while the visitors went upstairs. Harry, Sarah said from behind him, I need to talk to you for a second. He nods and follows her into the living room. After 2 days of hard work, it almost looked like a whole new room. The dusty furniture that had been eaten away by doxies was gone, replaced by more modern, and to Harry's surprise, only slightly magical, furniture. The chairs were charmed to always be comfortable, and became recliners with the tap of a wand. The curtains had been destroyed, burning the doxies along with them. The most surprising change was Sirius had installed a flat-screen TV, complete with cable. Sarah looked at him and asked, did you understand what Sir Integra said? Harry shakes his head, and Sarah smiles, good. I'd have been shocked if you did. Keep thinking about it. Let me know what you find out. With that, she walks up the stairs. Harry shrugs and follows behind her. Voldemort is deep in thought, trying to determine what could be the source of that woman's power. Whether it came from Horcrux or elixir, immortality such as that should not exist. To throw off his curse without so much as flinching. Impossible. Some sort of shield against the curse. No, certainly not. The ministry would not keep such a thing quiet. If they did, Lucius would have known. Carefully, he extracts the memory of his revival, cursing his own incompetence at allowing Potter to escape. He examined every moment, trying to find some answer. He found it at the very beginning. Blood. A corpse that moves simply from receiving no more than a drop of blood. Clearly she isn't an Inferis. No necromancy exists with the strength to create one so lifelike. His thought is interrupted as Goyle bursts into the room panting, his face pale. Voldemort's glare made it worse, and the curse he used as punishment for the interference didn't help. For what reason have you disturbed me, Goyle? He quietly asks, Nagini hissing from his shoulder, you had better have one of Potter's friends. My lord, we had the Weasley girl cornered. He exclaims, but this man showed up. He was like the woman. We couldn't kill him. With a roar, Voldemort tore into his mind. He watched with abstract amusement as Crabbe and Goyle began chasing the red-haired girl. Despite the circumstances, he greatly enjoyed watching her hit Goyle on the head with a gallon of milk. Clearly she had grown since he knew her before. His memories may have been foggy, but he still remembers her. The girl who opened the Chamber of Secrets, Ginny Weasley. He had wondered why he had these memories until Lucius informed him of the destruction of the diary. He'd been angry, yes. But in the grand scheme of things, the real loss was the basilisk. He could easily create another diary, but without the basilisk it would be futile. Then he saw the man. He was as tall as himself, wearing a red trench coat and a red hat. Concealed at his waist, he had 2 Muggle firearms. One silver, another black. His confidence was rather amusing until he was struck by the curse and fell to the ground. Within moments, as they approached the quaking girl, he rose without injury. At this point, Goyle dissipates and the memory ends. Crucio. Voldemort screeches and the large man rolled on the ground in agony. Why did you flee? You should have captured him. My lord. There was nothing I could do. He was too strong. Goyle wails, still writhing in the curse. What of Crabbe? He asks, eyes narrowed. He was going to fight. Goyle mutters and another bout of pain shot through him. Then you had best go find him. Voldemort sneers and Goyle bolts from the room as quickly as his weak legs will carry him. Less than a minute later, he returns with an equally pale and unharmed Crabbe. What happened? He asks the braver of the two men. I attempted to curse him, but he dodged. I hit the Weasley girl. But he didn't give me enough time to try again. He simply stared at me and told me to leave because I wasn't worth killing. Voldemort glared into his MN counter. It was just as he'd said, except for what the man told him. Get out of here. He laughed, a human like isn't even worth killing. For the briefest second, he saw two fangs extending past his lips as Crabbe dissipates. Withdrawing, he smiled. You did well, Crabbe. Because of your bravery, I have learned what I sought. Color returned to his face as Crabbe answered, I am most honored to have been of service. Goyle, your friend's act has granted you a reprieve. He says to the deeply bowing man, leave now. For the time being, your life is spared. Both men howl and leave the room. Voldemort couldn't suppress the laugh. This was it. The final piece. They were old ones. Vampires of such power that they should have been eliminated decades ago. To think that one survived the purge at the end of World War II. Regardless, he knew what he needed to do. He would become one of them. Luckily he has never seen the point in sex, so he remains a virgin. Now all that was left was capturing the woman. Ginny yawns like she always does in the morning. Though she could not for the life of her remember going to bed. The last thing she remembered was. She quickly grabbed her wand and looked around, expecting Death Eaters to swarm around her as soon as she woke. But there was nothing. She was in the bedroom that Sirius had given her and Hermione at Grimmauld Place. All of her things were still strewn across her side of the room as Shed left them. What happened? She mutters, shakily getting to her feet. She winced slightly as she felt a sudden pain in her chest. It was painful but not unbearable. She carefully made her way downstairs, not even realizing that despite the age of the steps, they didn't creak in the slightest from her weight. The usual chatter of breakfast was heard as she reached the bottom of the stairs. Smiling, she walked in. What's for breakfast? Whatever she expected, it wasn't for all of them to jump in surprise. Before she could ask what was wrong, her mom and Hermione had her in a backbreaking hug. We were so worried about you. Hermione cries. I'm fine. She mutters, hugging them back, can someone tell me what happened? Well, here's the last chapter for now. I've still got a few or in reserve for some time over the next couple of days. As always, I look forward to reading your reviews. Ginny the Vampire, and Dan Demented. So, today I'll be uploading the last 3 chapters before I'm up to date with Nightwalker. After that, I'll be working on getting the rest of my stories up. For those of you that haven't voted, the poll will be up until all of my stories are up to date, so vote while you can. I am not nearly awesome enough to own HP or Hellsing. Nightwalker 7. None of them answered her. She looked from one person to another. What's wrong? Hermione is the first to speak. Slowly, she asks, what do you remember from last night? Ginny thinks hard and starts, well, me and you were talking, and then Mom asked me to go get some milk. Then, she stops as she remembers the Death Eaters. I was attacked. Hermione nods. That's what we know. You were apparently fatally wounded by a curse. Ginny winces slightly as she remembers the pain. Yeah, I know. And that guy asked me if I wanted to live and I said yes. Well, basically you were in the same position as Harry, and you made the same choice. Hermione sighs. Ginny, you're a vampire. It takes a moment for the news to sink in. You mean a drink blood, sleep in coffin, unable to go outside vampire? She asks worriedly. Hermione nods, and Ginny collapses into a chair. Well, what the hell am I going to do now? Language. Molly scolds. Sirius places a comforting hand on her shoulder. Molly, given the situation, it says that is the proper response. Molly glares at him, but turns back to Ginny, face full of concern. I don't know. I was hoping that our resident expert would be awake, but apparently not. She says, shouting the last two words. No need to be so loud. A voice yawns from the living room. Stepping into the room, I can hear you just fine without it. Ginny turns to the blonde, Sarah's. Good morning. She smiles, fangs visible. We've got a lot to talk about, so let's eat first. Ginny nods and turns back to the table. Dishing up her favorites, she digs into her mom's delicious cooking. Oddly, she doesn't feel full, no matter how much she eats. Reaching for her drink, she sees that instead of water like the others, she had what she first thought was juice. It sent a shiver up her spine as she realizes that it's blood. She turns a tentative glance at Sarah's, who says, "You don't have to drink it if you don't want to, but your powers will weaken and you'll stay hungry. Believe me, it's easier this way." Ginny finds the very idea repulsive and pushes the glass away. The liquid turns clear as it's magical, replaced with water with a wave of Molly's wand. Sarah sighs in disappointment. Suit yourself, but you'll drink it eventually. Ginny sighs as she eats the wonderful, but unfulfilling meal. Sarah drinks another pack of blood, and everything seems normal enough. Until after dinner, Sarah looks her in the eye. If you're refusing to drink, we might as well get started with the training. Training? Ginny and Molly ask at the same time. Right. She nods easily. It won't be too difficult, but without it, she's liable to kill someone or bring the house down by accident. What do you mean? Molly asks in concern, looking at her daughter. How could she? In response, Sarah extends her pinky, and brings it down lightly on the table. The legs strain, and shatter from the force applied by the digit. They gawk as she shrugs. That was what happens when I stop restraining my powers just a bit. While hers won't be as pronounced, if she inadvertently used her full power to say, kill a fly, there would be at least a hole in the wall. At most, a pile of rubble with a couple of bodies buried under it. They look at her in stunned silence for a moment. Before Sirius has the sense to repair the table, Sarah looks pleasantly at Molly and asks, "So, do you see the need for training, or will you insist that she's perfectly normal and die when this place collapses?" Molly's inevitable retort was cut off by Ginny speaking for the first time since the beginning of the conversation. "Mom, it's okay," she says calmly, getting out of her chair. "Let's go. Before I change my mind." "Well said," she says, standing, to the basement. "Sirius, send Harry when he gets up." The pad-footed marauder nods and the two girls leave the Weasleys and Hermione to their thoughts. Stretching, Harry rises like some movie vampire, seriously scaring Hermione, who'd come in to check on him. "Don't do that," she hisses, clutching her chest. "Really too realistic." Exposing his fangs, Harry replies, "You sure? I thought it was funny." Hermione swats his arm. "Sarah's wanted you in the basement whenever you got up." "Great. Got anything to eat?" "I'm starving." Harry grins, clutching her neck in mock horror. "Go find it somewhere else." And she runs from the room as Harry laughs, pulling on a clean robe and walking down the stairs. In the kitchen, Hermione's laughing with Sirius, likely relating the tale to him. This is confirmed when Sirius smirks. "I'm sorry, Dracula, but this maiden has escaped your clutches. Perhaps tomorrow." Sighing deeply, he took a pack of blood from the fridge. "I'll have to be quicker next time. Maybe set a trap." The three laughed as he drank the blood. "You know, I was thinking I might go for a walk tonight." "What do you think?" Sirius looked seriously at him. "I don't know. Ginny was just attacked." "You sure?" "I'll be fine. If they show up, I'll give them a piece of my mind." He grins evilly with blood dripping from his fangs. The sight was chilling, but they knew he was right. If Sarah's had taught them anything, it's that Harry would be able to kill any Death Eaters stupid enough to attack him, and escape from Voldemort without much effort. "Well, give him some from me." Sirius shrugs. "Dumbledore's having another meeting. Tonic does show up, we'll be able to ambush him." Nodding, Harry picked up the prophet off the table. Fudge has made his opinion quite clear over the last weeks. In the true style of a politician, people don't want Voldemort back, therefore he cannot be back. Not to mention Malfoy passing go. LD like candy to anyone willing to believe him that Voldemort's gone. However, just looking at the front page, it's become obvious that he's decided to go a different route. It was completely devoid of any mention of Voldemort, or the third task. Flipping through, he noticed a small picture of him on the second page. Following the third task of the Tri-Wizard Tournament, Harry Potter, age 14, who had already entered the strictly adult tournament despite his age, emerged from the maze clutching the body of fellow champion and known rival, Cedric Diggory, age 17. Was this an accident? Perhaps the task was too difficult. Not according to the Mr. Potter, who alleges to have been taken off the Hogwarts grounds, witnessed the revival of the confirmed deceased he who must not be named, and escaped with his life. Not only was there no evidence to support this claim, but a ministry spokeswizard has assured us that he is lying. This is not the first time that Mr. Potter is claimed to have fought the Dark Lord. The ministry spokeswizard informs us, according to Mr. Potter, he has fought the Dark Lord on 2 additional occasions, not including Godric's Hollow 13 years ago. Even more ludicrous, these events allegedly happened during his first 2 years of school. Clearly, such a feat would be impossible, but he proclaims it nonetheless. A schoolmate of his reveals a potentially shocking angle of these events. As reported last year, Potter is a known Parselmouth, the sign of a dark wizard, and there have been a number of strange occurrences over the years, not including the incident during the task. Draco Malfoy, son of the esteemed Lucius Malfoy, gave us an exclusive story involving Mr. Potter during the end of this past year at Hogwarts. Before he left early, he assaulted me in the Great Hall. Draco tells us, then he broke the magically reinforced table with his bare hands. I don't claim to be an expert, but that kind of strength is almost always the result of some dark ritual. Potter's always been overly competitive. I'd bet he thought it would make it easier to win the tournament with that kind of strength. A chilling interpretation of events. As young Malfoy said, all known cases of such strength have been the result of incredible dark rituals, all requiring a human sacrifice. Perhaps Cedric Diggory was nothing more than a convenient tool for this monster to be. Looks like Fudge is shutting down the Prophet, Harry says angrily. Sirius nods understandingly. You should have seen the shit they printed about me the other day. Apparently, despite having been on the run following over 10 years in Azkaban, I have the magical strength needed to cast the Imperious Curse on a witch as powerful as Amelia Bones, who, in case you weren't aware, is apparently the strongest fighter in the entire ministry. In fact, I can also conceal it well enough that the curse is completely undetectable. Hermione nods in agreement. I'm assuming that no reporters have ever asked you for an interview. Quote, why would they? Sirius snorts. After all, without my side of the story, they could claim that I'm the one responsible for any of Voldemort's actions. And if I did try to give an interview, Fudge would find some way to arrest me on trumped-up treason charges and get me kissed. I doubt I'd get a fair trial any more now than I did 13 years ago. Sighing, Harry chucked the paper into the fire, watching with no small amount of amusement as the black and white picture of Fudge burned, and turned. I'll see what's up with the others. Nodding, both turn to their conversation as Harry opens the door leading to the basement. Opening the door at the bottom of the staircase, he smiles as he sees Ginny, clearly exhausted, but otherwise just fine, standing in the middle of the dark, empty room. Noticing the apparent absence of their favorite blonde vampire, he looks more carefully like she taught him. Standing in the corner, she waves playfully at him, shushing him quietly. Harry nods. Standing in the doorway is Ginny. Pants, looking desperately around the room. 5 minutes after he walked in, Ginny finally moves, charging at the same corner where Sarah's was quietly waiting. She stops the punch with one hand. Took you long enough, she smirks. Shut up. Ginny pants, leaning up against the wall. Why is this so exhausting? Because you're doing it on an empty stomach. Sarah says calmly, taking another pouch of blood for lunch. You'd be much better off if you just gave in. You're not hurting anyone but yourself like this. She lazily tosses a second pack at her. She's right, Harry says, crouching next to her. She jumps suddenly, apparently not even noticing him before. When did you get here? She manages to stutter out, face flush with embarrassment. 5 minutes, give or take. He shrugs. So what wrong? It just doesn't feel right. She mutters, struggling to stand again. I know I'm being stupid, but I just can't do it. At least you can admit it. Sarah sighs. Listen, The sooner you get over this, the better it'll be for everyone. I know, Ginny says sadly, I just need some time to adjust. Take whatever time you need, she says after a minute. But don't expect me to treat you any different than I did Harry. Nodding, Ginny stood up and Sarah's disappeared again. Harry, if she starts struggling, give her a hand, but don't tell her exactly where. Sarah's voice echoed in the dark room. Following a few hours of training, mostly reviewing what he'd already learned to help Ginny, aside from his own training while she was resting, the vampires rejoined the living for dinner. The order meeting ran long, so Molly simply conjured a table for them in the living room. Harry and Sarah's drank a pouch each, while Ginny tried, but still couldn't stomach the idea. The Weasleys, having already been used to it, hardly flinched at the bloodsuckers and had no problem integrating them into the conversation, for which Harry was grateful. He really didn't want to make them uncomfortable. After Molly had rejoined the meeting, Harry got up and stretched. I'm going for a walk. Anyone want to come with? The Weasleys looked at him like he'd lost his mind, none more so than Ginny. Hermione, having been present for the conversation with Sirius, didn't even look up from the standard book of spells grade 5, no thanks. Enjoy yourself, Fred and George both asked, at the same time of course. Mate, you realize that there was a Death Eater attack just last night, right? Of course. Harry grins evilly, showing his fangs. I hope they try again. I wouldn't mind a little revenge for Ginny, not to mention Cedric. Gulping, the twins smile. Well, we aren't at your level, oh grade 1, so we'll stay here. If you see any Death Eaters, take a bite for us. Will do, he nods, opening the door and stepping outside. Feeling the air on his face for the first time since he arrived was a wonderful feeling. For THE first time since the aftermath of the third task, he missed being able to walk in the sunlight. Hopefully it was just a temporary condition, as Sarah's was quite clear about him being able to stand sunlight after he'd fully awakened. Briskly, he walked around the block, taking in the boring sights of downtown London. Despite it not being any different from what he remembered during his rare drive with the Dursley family, something about seeing it through the eyes of a vampire made everything clearer. The bustling city became far more peaceful at night. After a nice short walk, he returned to the house, where, of course, several members of the order were looking at him disapprovingly. Where have you been? Molly asked loudly. I already told you. Sirius sighs. He went out for a walk. Nt forget that he's been cooped up in this dusty old house since the end of school. Little stir crazy. Ginny was just attacked yesterday, and you decide to go for a walk now. She roars, making the other children wince. Harry returned her glare and said, I can handle myself just fine. After the training I've had, any Death Eater stupid enough to attack me won't live to regret it. Dumbledore nods thoughtfully. Molly, he is correct. You've seen the difference in power between him and the others. At this time, even I might not be his equal. Provided he takes precautions, I see no reason to forbid him from leaving. But, Albus, no buts. The headmaster says sternly, you need to understand that the weak little boy you knew perished after the third task. Molly opened and closed her mouth, struggling to find a counter. Coming up empty, she throws her arms up in protest and stomps up the stairs. The other Weasleys were staring at the headmaster in disbelief, but nodded anyway. Naturally, it was the twins to actually ask. So, how many Death Eaters did you get? Shrugging, he sighs, none. They didn't show up. A bit disappointing really. I could have used a walk out. Grinning, Sirius chuckles. Maybe I'll come with you next time. I've been a bit out of shape since Azkaban, so might as well try to regain the godly figure I had before. All right, Harry grins back. I guess no muggles would think it weird to be walking my dog at 10 o'clock at night. Exactly. The dogfather cheered, and the other laughed. July flew by, and while he hadn't practiced much of his more advanced powers, helping Ginny did wonders for his skill. Between helping her and his own practice, controlling it was practically second nature. Even Sarah's was surprised at the progress he was making. Meanwhile, he continued his late-night walks, despite constant protests from Molly. Aside from a few glimpses, he'd never seen a Death Eater. Every time he found one, they'd apparate away before he ever got close. He'd expected them to return with Voldemort after the first time, but nobody ever showed up. Maybe they angered him when they attacked Ginny, so they aren't taking any chances. Regardless, following a simple birthday, Harry retreated back to the basement to continue training with Ginny and Sarah's. Ginny's skills were progressing slowly, as she still hadn't drunken blood, though at least she was sleeping in the coffin Sarah's got for her. Her reaction was almost the same as his. Those coffins were damn comfortable. With her basic powers under control, for the most part, Sarah's demonstrated the others again. Along with a new one. You ready? She asks him. This one is the first you'll learn. It's easier to master than the others, but at the same time, more useful in the current situations. Harry and Ginny watched eagerly as she lifted her hand. A moment later, a massive gun appeared in her hand from nowhere. They watched in amazement as she easily wields the weapon with nay hand, despite it probably weighing more than the three of them put together. If you practice this enough, you'll be able to perfectly conceal whatever you like without worry. Personally, I find it most useful for weapons, as your opponent will think you are unarmed until he's got a gun in his face, but I guess you could use it to carry your schoolbooks. She grins, or maybe an emergency portkey. Never know when you might get captured again. Nodding, both of them make up their minds to practice it. Sarah's looks at both and tosses them each a small dagger. We'll practice with these. Focus your strength into that hand. After that, imagine the knife disappearing. Doing as instructed, they both close their eyes in concentration, but neither achieves it for several minutes. Finally, Harry felt the cold metal disappear from his hand. Good. Now, we just wait for Ginny. Sarah's nods and they turn to the redhead. It took another few minutes, but her knife vanishes as well. All right, now, why? Oh, you need to remember exactly how it felt to hold that knife, then try and call it back. This proved infinitely more difficult. So much so that neither of them came close to succeeding for the rest of the night. Sarah's didn't seem too concerned, as she simply sent them to bed and told them to try again tomorrow. It had taken over a week before they made any progress. Finally, the night of the 8th, Harry succeeded in recreating the same knife as before. Sarah's nods approvingly. Not bad. It took me 2 weeks to figure it out when I created this technique. Ginny, you can try again tomorrow. For now, get some rest. Nodding in exhaustion, Ginny stumbles back up the stairs. Harry and Sarah's follow soon after, and at the top of the stairs, Harry gets attacked by a bushy-haired witch. Harry, my parents are coming tomorrow. Hermione says happily. Dumbledore said he was going to go pick them up so they can spend the rest of the summer. That's great. Harry smiled brightly as his best friend. I'm glad you'll get to spend some time with them this year. Plus, you'll be able to show them all the magic you've learned. Hermione looked him disapprovingly for his suggestion that she illegally use magic. But she couldn't keep it straight before she started laughing. Harry quickly joined in, and the two of them went upstairs to be well rested for an eventful day tomorrow. Lord Voldemort sat upon his throne as a group of Death Eaters entered and stood along the walls. These men were responsible for watching the boys' hiding place. Report, Selwyn, Voldemort says calmly, and the old man steps forward. My lord, something seems to have changed about Potter. He began. He appears to be able to see through our disillusionment charms, and rather than running, he seems eager to engage us. He carries such an air of power. Several of our men fear he may simply be Dumbledore using Polyjuice Potion, so they have fled rather than fight. Interesting. The Dark Lord says quietly. It still surprises me that he is so well recovered after so short a time. Perhaps the idea isn't impossible. Have we determined what happened to the Weasley's girl? No, my lord. Crabbe says from the side of the room. There has been no sign of her. It's possible she didn't survive my curse. Perhaps, but this girl endured my power for the better part of a year while retaining her will. I find it hard to believe she would be killed so easily. Voldemort musses aloud. Keep up the surveillance. Do not approach anyone, but if you see the girl, summon me at once. Yes, my lord, the group said at once, recognizing that they'd been dismissed, and filed out of the room. Hermione, the bushy-haired older woman cried as soon as she walked into the house. Hermione ran and embraced her mother, and her father quickly joined in. Dumbledore smiled fondly at the loving family as he turned towards Harry. "Harry, I don't suppose I could impose upon you to make some of those sandwiches I constantly hear the other raving about. Coming right up. Will you be staying for lunch?" Harry bowed like a house elf, much to the amusement of the others. "I believe I will. It is rather late for lunch, but I expect the order meeting will run long. So it might be for the best. I wouldn't expect dinner until 10 o'clock if Severus' report is to be believed." The old man says calmly. "I'm guessing I'm allowed at this meeting," Harry said hopefully, and the headmaster laughs. "It never hurts to check, but I'm sorry to say you will not be permitted to attend." "Damn," Harry sighs, "just as well though. I was planning on going for a run tonight anyway. Mind if I join you?" Hermione's father asked, walking towards him. Daniel Granger. Hermione said nothing but good things. "Mr. Potter. Just call me Harry." He sighed. "And are you sure? This isn't exactly the safest neighborhood anymore. We've got more than a few people out there who want to kill me." Daniel laughed heartedly. "Call me Dan. And yes, I'm sure. Besides, Hermione told me these people nearly killed her friend Ginny." Lifting up his shirt just enough for Harry to see he had a pistol concealed at his waist, he grinned. "I'm sure I wouldn't get in your way." Chuckling enough. 9 o'clock. Sounds great. Nothing like a nice walk at night to make sure your senses don't get dull. I've always said, constant vigilance. If you're not sure of your surroundings, the enemy's always one step ahead of you. Harry couldn't suppress chuckles. "Have you ever met a man named Moody?" The name doesn't ring a bell. He shrugs. "Why, because that speech was nearly identical to one he gave last year. I swear we never went through a single class without him screaming constant vigilance at least once." Harry smirked, and Hermione giggled. "I asked Professor Moody the same thing." She added, "I'm assuming this man's seen action." Dan says knowingly, "Any man who's been in combat could tell you the same." "I thought you were a dentist." Harry asked stupidly. "I am. Formerly a lieutenant in the Royal Marines during the Falklands War. Retired 10 years ago and joined my wife at her practice." He nods. "Still just as good with this as I ever was." He adds, patting his waist, "All right, then we leave at 9. Harry says, and the retired soldier nods and returns to his wife. Following an afternoon mostly spent getting to know the Granger and training. But who counting that? They were inevitably kicked out of the kitchen at 8 for the order meeting. Following a quick refresher with Sarah's, he waited in the foyer for Dan. Like a true soldier, he arrived exactly 15 minutes early, and at 9 o'clock, the two exited the house. Since the first time he'd gone for a walk, he'd gradually expanded his radius, and by no. W had already covered a mile around number 12. 20 minutes out, Dan revealed the true reason for his accompanying of the boy. "What are your intentions for my daughter?" he says as they round a corner. Harry stares at him for a moment, and he's about to answer when the man noticeably shivers, looking around the area. A second later, Harry feels a sickeningly familiar chill. "Get behind me," Harry says, drawing his wand. "We're getting back to the house." "What's going on?" he asks, removing the concealed weapon as soon as he sees Harry's wand. "Something that shouldn't be. Dementors," Harry says gravely, and He-Man's reactions told him Hermione already mentioned them at least once. "I can handle them if we run into them, but I'd much rather get back to the others before that." Walking around the previous corner, however, the world was engulfed in darkness. Dan had his gun pointed behind him, and the chill continued to worsen. "Here they come," Harry shouts as two glide into view. Sirius is free, Harry thought with all his might as he shouted, "Expecto Patronum." The stag blasted from his wand, the faint silver glow illuminating the darkness. A moment later, shots rang out, as the second wailed under a hail of gunfire before the stag ever reached it. "I have no clue what's going on, but I'm guessing I got it." Dan shouts as he switches his clip. "Good shooting, Harry CALLS," as the stag drives away the second Dementor. The darkness fades, but the chill doesn't, nor does the feeling of dread. What's going on? He wonders until the sound of metal hitting the pavement accompanied by a scream. Turning quickly, he saw a third Dementor forcing Dan up against the wall, Dan's gun lying on the ground. The monster's hood was down as it leaned towards his protesting mouth. The stag wouldn't make it in time, even moving as fast as it could. Harry calls on the full power he'd learned over the last month, and struck just before it could complete the kiss. The impact read the sidewalk beneath him and literally ripped the soul-sucking demon in half. The lower half turned to dust and floated away in the wind as its torso and head flew through the air. The silver stag quickly followed suit, driving the Dementor away. The chill lifted and Harry rushed to Dan's aid. His breathing was shallow, and he was shaking constantly, but he seemed to me all right. "Hang on," Harry said, picking him up. "I'll get you back to the house." With a weak nod of acknowledgement, Dan fainted as Harry carried him through the deserted streets. After 20 minutes, they arrived back at the house, and Harry put him on the new couch in the living room. "Hermione, Mrs. Granger, hurry," he called up the stairs as he knocked on the door to the meeting room, only slightly more in control than when Ginny was attacked. Kingsley opened the door, and stared at him. "What?" he asked in a low voice. "Dumbledore already told you. I was attacked by Dementors." Harry cut him off. "Get Dumbledore. Mr. Granger's in pretty bad shape." Eyes widen, Kingsley turned. "Headmaster. Harry was attacked." Dumbledore appeared beside him less than a second later, eyeing him calmly. "What happened?" "Mr. Granger and I were attacked. Dementors. He's in pretty bad shape, but I don't think he was kissed." Harry panted, exhaustion from a day of training and carrying Dan for over a mile finally getting to him. Rushing into the living room, they found both the Granger women looking worriedly at the pale form of Dan Granger. "Move aside please," Dumbledore said kindly, withdrawing his wand. "It will appear we were quite grateful that he went with Harry. I doubt any other young wizard could have survived." Casting a few charms, he nodded thankfully. "The good news is that he was not kissed. I'll take him to St. Mungo's before going to the ministry. Someone has to take care of this mess before Fudge jumps all over it." Hermione sighs happily, and begins comforting her mom. A moment later, an owl flies through an open window. Dumbledore sighs as he removes the letter from its leg and hands it to Harry. Opening it, it read, "Dear Mr. Potter, we have received intelligence that you performed the Patronus charm at 23 minutes past 9 this evening in a Muggle-inhabited area, and in the presence of a Muggle. The severity of this breach of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery has resulted in your expulsion from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Ministry representatives will be calling at your place of residence shortly to destroy your wand. As you have already received an official warning for a previous offense under Section 13 of the International Confederation of Wizards Statute of Secrecy, we regret to inform you that your present CE is required at a disciplinary hearing at the Ministry of Magic at 9 a.m. on August the 12th. Hoping you are well, yours sincerely, Mafalda Hopkirk." Harry paled considerably as he read the letter, handing it to Dumbledore, who quickly read through. "The Minster has greatly overstepped the bounds of his authority," he says angrily when he finished. "Sirius, you and I are going to the ministry. Alistair, make sure Mr. Granger is taken care of at St. Mungo's, and keep watch. I don't want anyone erasing his memories of tonight." "Got it, Albus." The old Auror nods. "I suppose that everyone else will be making sure they don't snap his wand. As if they could break a Fidelius charm in less than an hour." Dumbledore spits, and he and Sirius disapparates. Molly looks worriedly at him, then said calmly, "Everyone. We're having dinner, then you lot are going to bed. First of 3 chapters being uploaded today. Next time, the very beginning of the trail, and 2 unexpected people make their presence known. The Ministry of Magic. Part 2 of 3 for today. Enjoy." Nightwalker Chapter 8. Dumbledore and Sirius appear inside the atrium of the Ministry of Magic. Those few remaining wizards made no attempts to discover the reason for the 2 high-profile wizards' appearance, as they were far too busy getting out of their way. They split at the elevator. Dumbledore to the improper U.S.A. of Magic office and Sirius to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The clerk at the improper use of magic office had obviously been expecting him, as she paled considerably, but pointed him to one of the cubicles. The woman behind the desk looked shocked, but quickly schooled her features. "I am Mafalda Hopkirk. How may I assist you, Headmaster?" "Hello Mafalda." He smiles. "Could you Eind me aga punishment for breaking the reasonable restriction for underage sorcery. Well, first offense is a written warning issued by the department. A second offense is a verbal reprimand from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Any subsequent charges are filed and they must appear for a hearing to determine the action that should be taken. She says worriedly, "Why do you ask?" "Oh, I was simply inquiring as to whether there had been a change in policy since I left," he says politely, though with a clear touch of anger, handing her Harry's letter. "You see, Mr. Potter received this less than 15 minutes ago, and I know for a fact that he has only ever received a written warning. It seems quite harsh for a second offense to have your wand snapped, which I might remind you, is illegal unless charges are proven. Not to mention expulsion, which is vastly overstepping the bound of this office." She looked at the letter in disbelief, and then looked fearfully at him. "I swear, I didn't know what was going on. Minister Fudge came to see me about half an hour ago, and said that Harry Potter had broken the statute of secrecy and the reasonable restriction, and that he had been expelled. The snapped wand is standard procedure for breaking the statute of secrecy. Then I believe I will have to pay the minister a visit." He smiles. "Meanwhile, why don't you pen up a correction of your mistake to be sent as soon as Fudge sees reason?" She quickly removes a piece of parchment and starts writing as he steps from the room and walks back to the elevator. Sirius, meanwhile, was pounding on Madame Bones' office door. When it finally opens, all hell breaks loose. "What the hell is going on?" she roars at him, making most of her department jump. "My godson just got expelled ed for protecting himself from 3 rogue dementors, so you damn well better have an explanation for me." Sirius shouts, angrily. That got her attention. "Dementors. What are you talking about? My godson was going for a walk, which I know for a fact is not illegal, and he gets attacked by 3 Dementors. After driving them, which is something no 15-year-old should have to do, he helps his best friend's father back to safety and finds out he was expelled for his troubles. Now, I want to know what the hell was going on with those Dementors." Sirius says, yelling and attracting even more attention. "I don't know," she admits, "but I'm damn well going to find out. Let's go." The two race off to the elevators, and arrive at level 1 at the same time as Dumbledore. "Amelia, Sirius, the headmaster says kindly while he was pounding on Fudge's door. "Albus." The both nods while they help him. After almost 5 minutes, the door opens just a crack and a vile toad-like woman dressed entirely in pink pokes her head out. "Yes?" she asks sweetly. "Dolores, we need to see Minister Fudge." Dumbledore says ruthlessly. "The minister is not entertaining visitors," she says with such mock sadness. "You might actually think it's real, perhaps some other time. Then I'll have no choice but to open an investigation into Fudge's corruption." Amelia says evilly, "So, if he won't entertain visitors, he'll have to entertain the Dementors." Dolores looked like she'd just been slapped. Casting a livid glare at her, she puts on a fake smile. "Madame Bones, I had no idea you were here. Please, come in. The minister is always available for you." Rolling their eyes, the 3 follow the toad into the office where a very pale and frightened minister sat, staring nervously at them. Failing miserably to hide it, he smiles. "How may I be of assistance?" "Minister, are you aware that you have broken the law this evening?" Dumbledore smiles as calmly as if he were discussing the latest Quidditch match. How do you mean?" Fudge stutters. "I've done nothing wrong." "Really?" He smiles back. "I've just had a wonderful chat with Mrs. Hopkirk of the Improper Use of Magic office. You see, earlier this evening, Harry Potter performed magic. According to Mrs. Hopkirk, you instructed her to inform Mr. Potter he was expelled and his wand would be confiscated. The ministry has no authority to confiscate a wand until charges are proven. The fact that you chose to overlook that law is illegal itself, unless I'm mistaken, Madame Bones." Glaring, Madame Bones adjusts her monocle. "He is right. You overstepped, sir. While not illegal, you also have no power to expel a student without approval from the headmaster. The charges for deprivation of rights can be quite steep." Fudge paled slightly at this, glancing sideways at Dolores, who was glaring angrily at the threat. Dumbledore, however, diffused the situation quickly. I'm sure it was unintentional, Cornelius. Certainly in your haste to ensure that justice was upheld. It was simply a mistake. After all, it is your job to see that no one gets preferential treatment in matters such as this. Surely, one might be inclined to give the boy who lived the benefit of the doubt when he should be treated equally. Color flooded back into Fudge's face as Sirius-eyed Dumbledore critically out of the corner of his eye. Certainly, Dumbledore. I shall instruct Mafalda to notify Mr. Potter of the change. The matter of his expulsion will be determined at the hearing in 3 days' time. He may keep his wand until then. Will that be all? Of course. Dumbledore smiles as he and his companions rise. I would like to make you aware that I will be acting counsel for Mr. Potter during his hearing. Quote, a shadow of anger passed over Fudge's face, but he shook it off. I shall see you then. Harry paced nervously in the living room, waiting for some sign or news from Dumbledore. Almost an hour after the attack, the fireplace flashed green, and the aged headmaster stepped gracefully from it, Sirius right behind him. You should be receiving confirmation any minute now. He smiled, and sure enough, no sooner did he finish that sentence than an owl flew through the window. Quickly removing the letter, Harry read aloud. Dear Mr. Potter, further to our letter approximately 16 minutes ago, the Ministry of Magic has revised its decision to destroy your wand forthwith. You may retain your wand until your disciplinary hearing on the 12th of August, at which time an official decision will be taken. Following discussions with the Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the Ministry has agreed that the question of your expulsion will also be determined at that time. You should consider yourself suspended from school pending further inquiries. With best wishes, yours sincerely, Mafalda Hopkirk. Harry breathed a sigh of relief as he put letter down. Dumbledore nods thankfully. I was worried for a moment that Fudge wouldn't keep his word. Nevertheless, now we simply prepare for the hearing in 3 days. Good news is that hearings are with Madame Bones. Sirius smiles. She's probably the only non-corrupt person in any position of power within the Ministry. Thank Merlin for that. Dumbledore chuckles. We would certainly be in a real bind if she were as corrupt as Fudge. That bad? Harry grins. Only if you're a dark wizard. Sirius laughs. She's pretty well known for not letting up until she's got the answers, but unlike Fudge, at least she'll hear your side of the story and give it some thought. If she'd been in charge, I'd have never been sent to Azkaban. Indeed. Dumbledore smiles. She's likely the only person who would have a real chance of becoming minister once Fudge is removed. You say it like it a guarantee. Harry yawns. Despite being nighttime, he was still exhausted. Harry, Voldemort will come out into the open before long. When he does, Fudge will lose what credibility he does have, and will likely be sacked within 24 hours. When that happens, the people will want someone strong as minister, and Amelia is easily the most gifted witch in the Ministry. Dumbledore says calmly, but no need to concern yourself with politics now. Go and get some sleep. I'm sure you'd much rather sleep in that delightful coffin than listen to us how much we should restrict the sale of flying carpets. Harry nods, and feels slight prodding from either Prongs or Sarah's to mess with Dumbledore and Sirius, so he walked to the stairs, turned and smirked. At least you can admit that you're old, Professor. Think you can help Padfoot? And running before Sirius can find anything to throw, he left a thoroughly gobsmacked godfather and an amused headmaster. The next morning, everyone was nervously sitting around the table when he walked in. Apparently, as revenge for that old comment, Sirius took a dose of sleeping potion and told everyone to wait for him to wake up. Naturally, this left the women in a state of near hysterics and the men torn between guilty that they hadn't been there with him, and glad that it wasn't them. The first thing he saw when he entered the room was a mass of bushy brown hair that collided with him from 2 different directions, knocking him clean off his feet as both Hermione and Mrs. Granger, who now insisted on being called Emma, tackled him to the ground as they thanked him for saving Dan. Despite his assurances that everything was already taken care of, the only thing stopping Emma from going to the Ministry and ripping into them all with vocab that probably doesn't even exist anymore was the simple fact that a Muggle cannot enter the Ministry of Magic except by request, and no one would ever let her in if they knew what she was capable of. Needless to say that she was still planning a speech on the off chance she was let in. Harry sneaked a peek, but stopped after the first paragraph. More than half of it was words he'd never even heard of. But the few he did know made him feel depressed. Perhaps this was the key to defeating Voldemort. Let Emma lecture him until he cannot live with himself and ends it. As amusing as the thought was, he'd likely take offense to Emma pointing out his numerous flaws and kill her on principle before she finished the first really long sentence. Sarah's provided a great way to relax, as the training helped him to forget about the approaching trial for an afternoon. It didn't help any that at every opportunity Hermione began assuring him that they would win because the Ministry couldn't possibly convict him. While it was nice to know that his best friend believed in their legal system, Fudge's attitude left a lot to be desired, and he wouldn't put it past him to hit him into a conviction just to get the media off his back. The training wasn't improving by much, despite his newly incensed desire. He still had almost no more control over it than he did before. Though it didn't take him nearly as long to get the knife back. Ginny, somehow, was struggling even worse than him. Her lack of drinking blood was finally started to take its toll as she was weak constantly and getting incredibly irritable. Mrs. Weasley, meanwhile, seemed insistent on denying it. The last 2 days, she refused to allow her daughter anywhere near blood. At every meal, she would vanish it without waiting and asked that Sarah's and Harry drink in the other room, stating that it was making Ginny uncomfortable. While it was true that Ginny seemed uncomfortable, Sarah's had flat out refused. This led to quite the heated argument between the two that ended with Molly being restrained by her entire family. Sarah's had thankfully managed to remain in control, as it was unlikely that Molly would have survived otherwise. The morning of the hearing, Harry was woken early by Sirius. "You ready to go, pup?" he asked. "Molly's got some breakfast ready, then you'll be going in early with me. Dumbledore said he'd meet us there at the time of the hearing." Grumbling sleepily, Harry rose from his coffin. Might as well get this over with. The kitchen table was already set when he arrived. Mrs. Weasley was busy cooking, while Remus and Tonks were talking over coffee. Hermione and Ron were both awake, fidgeting nervously. "Hurry up and eat," Mrs. Weasley says somewhat coldly as she waves her wand. The food floating from her pan to the plates. "You've got a big day, and we'll be having a celebration when you get back." "That's right," Sirius grinned. "If you win, we'll celebrate the Ministry doing something right for the first time in a decade, and if you lose, we'll celebrate you successfully completing your education 3 years early." Remus and Tonks chuckled at his joke, while Molly looked scandalized. Still grinning, Sirius added, "Molly, if you're going to yell at me, let's move it into the living room so we don't disrupt this lot's breakfast," she continued, glaring as she followed Sirius out of the room. When the door shut, they all expected to hear the shouting as clearly as in the kitchen, but there was nothing. "Must have thrown up a silencing ward." Remus chuckled. "Either that, or he silenced Molly before she could get started." The door opened, and Sarah stepped in. "What happened? Those two seem awfully lively for 7 in the morning." "Apparently, Sirius already has plans for if I get expelled." He shrugs. "Did they wake you up?" "Nope, I haven't been to sleep," she answers. "Some of my training has to be done in secret." "Are you ready for today?" "As ready as I'll ever be." Harry sighs, drinking the blood from his goblet. "I'm leaving after breakfast. I might stop by after I replenish our blood supply." She smirks. "It seems that we've done a real number on it." Sirius walked back in like nothing happened, while Molly was simply panting, trying to catch her breath. "What did I miss?" "Oh, nothing much. Sarah's was just telling us about how she was going to get some fresh blood from St. Mungo's," Harry said nonchalantly. For her part, Sarah's did quite well, simply shrugging and licking her lips, fangs still dripping from the pouch she'd just finished. Sirius and Molly looked at her in horror as the others laughed. Following a mostly uneventful breakfast, Sirius and Harry got ready to go. Normally, I'd say that it would make a better impression to go through Muggle methods. But given the situation, let's not, Sirius says as he extends a bag of flow powder. Throwing in a pinch and stepping into the fireplace, he announced, "Ministry of Magic." The emerald flames swooshed him away, and Harry quickly followed his lead. His increased helped him to avoid falling on his ass, but he still stumbled somewhat. Obviously, someone had told Sirius about his skill with a flow as he gave an approving nod. "Come on. We'll be waiting up by Madame Bone's office. I heard she's got trials all morning, but if possible, I'd like to talk to her ahead of time. You never know when she might have 2 minutes to stop by her office for a cup of coffee before a hard case. Harry followed him through the large atrium and, after getting his wand checked, proceeded up the elevator to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Outside the door labeled Director Bones, there were a number of empty seats, and the two sat and waited. Luckily, there were AF.EU magazines to read that kept him from ripping his hair out in boredom. After an hour of waiting, a small man came running up to them, panting. "Sirius, thank God," he said through pants, Harry's hearing. "They've changed the time and venue. It's in courtroom 10 at 8. Sirius yells in disbelief. "That was 20 minutes ago. When did this happen?" "I don't know. I just heard it fro. M.A. court officer that Fudge is proceeding without Harry being present," the man says after a moment of catching his breath. "Harry, we've got to move now," Sirius says, dragging him quickly to the lift. What the hell kind of game is Fudge playing at? Is he that desperate to win that he'd resort to this? "What's going on?" Harry asked worriedly. "Harry, if you aren't there, Fudge can move that the evidence he has, namely that you performed magic in front of a muggle and are underage, and move for a verdict without ever having you defend yourself," Sirius says as he literally pushes 3 wizards out of the way. "Sorry, emergency," he shouts back, punching the button on the elevator with enough for to dent the steel behind it. As soon as Sirius pushed him in and pounded the button with the same force. Within seconds it was moving. Ignoring the angry looks from several witches outside, Sirius nervously started pacing until the voice announced the Department of Mysteries. Again, he dragged Harry to the left and began running, until they reached courtroom 10, which had been sealed. Being in no mood to deal with it, drew his wand and blasted the door off its hinges. In light of this evidence, Fudge started before the door to the courtroom blasted into the room. Aurors quickly attempt to restrain whoever was responsible, but they were stunned before they ever saw the perpetrator. "The accused is present," Sirius shouted at the top of his lungs, "and there had better be a damn good reason why you changed the time on the morning of the hearing without informing us." "That is not the fault of W.I. Zengomot," Fudge said loudly. "An owl was sent to your residence this morning." "Really?" an angry female voice said from behind them. "You send an owl on the morning of the hearing to inform someone that the trial has been moved up? I've never heard anything so ludicrous." Turning, Harry saw 4 people striding angrily into the court. In front, a single woman with long, ethly white hair and an angry scowl etched on her face. Behind her, a man with short white hair and pale gray eyes. Sarah's walking happily behind them. Bringing up the rear was, shockingly, Harry's friend and roommate at Hogwarts, Neville, with a wide smile plastered on his face. The court looked at the newcomer with a stony expression, except for an old woman in the second row with a vulture-topped hat, who looked on the edge of tears. "Who are you to disrupt this court?" Fudge bellowed, face turning purple in anger. "I'm his godmother," she snapped, "Alice Sienna Longbottom. So, she's back, and if that last part didn't make it clear enough, she is not in the least bit happy. Next chapter will explain how she regained her mind, and how she came to be at the hearing, as well as the hearing itself. Until then, R&R. The hearing. So, with this, I'm caught up on Nightwalker. If you want future chapters sooner, you'd better vote on my poll. Top 3 are guaranteed to be the next updates. Still don't own Harry Potter or Hellsing? Nightwalker Chapter 9. Sarah's walked quickly through the streets of London, moving swiftly between men and women walking to work. Sure, she could have flowed to the hospital. But it was such a nice day, and she's been able to enjoy precious few of those in quite a long time. Once she'd reached Purge and Dow's Limited, she leaned in close to the dummy behind the window. "I need my blood." The dummy gave a brief nod before it beckoned with its finger. She easily stepped through the window and waited until it was her turn in line. "Yes, I need to pick up my supply of blood." She smiled, giving the nurse a glimpse of her fangs. "Name?" she asked, eyes narrowed. "Sarah's Victoria." With a wave of the wand, a folder flew to the welcome witch. "All right. You'll need to talk to Healer Ulrich. He's on the 4th floor today." "Thank you." She smiled as she left the desk and climbed the stairs, following behind an old woman in plum-colored robes and a vulture-topped hat, and a boy who appeared to be roughly Harry's age. The two went into one of the closed wards and she asked at the reference desk, "I need to see Healer Ulrich." "He's in Ward 49. The witch says without looking up. And she nodded, leaving the desk and walking into the same door that the other two had gone into. The healer looked up from one of the beds and smiled, "Miss Victoria. I'm sorry to say that your supply isn't quite ready yet. If you'll give me just a minute to finish with this, I'll start right away." "No trouble. I'm not going anywhere," she shrugs as the healer begins casting charms on the woman with long, wispy white hair. Beside her, she saw the same boy she'd followed up from the lobby. Looking at his face, she recognized him. "You're Neville, right?" Neville turns and stares at her for a second. "You were the one that saved Harry," he says timidly. "Thank you." "No problem," she says, turning back to the woman. "Your parents?" He nods sadly, and she looked into the mother's empty eyes. "What happened to them?" "They were tortured," he whispered, "by Bellatrix Lestrange. Tortured until they lost their minds." "You don't say," she mutters, looking at her hand. "Miss Victoria, everything will be ready in 10 minutes. Healer Ulrich says as he leaves the ward. "Well, I suppose it couldn't hurt," she mutters, standing in the same spot where the healer had just a moment before. "Neville, I'm going to see if I can help them at all." His eyes widened in disbelief, and he frantically looked around, hoping someone else would say something. But there was no one around. Shakily, he nodded, and she placed her left hand on the woman's forehead. "I still can't believe it," she growls. "I go out of my way to avoid drinking your blood and you still get absorbed. But at least now, you might be able to do some good." Zoran Blitz. Runes spread from across her arm, flowing down until they covered the woman. Closing her eyes, she slips into Alice Longbottom's consciousness. All around her, memories were shattered, feeling destroyed. Bellatrix Lestrange must be a sadistic bitch if she could do this kind of damage. Sarah sighed, her words echoing throughout the broken mind. But with Zoran's power, maybe this will work. She starts tearing through the memories, separating everything and restoring what she could. The more recent the memory, the less like she would be able to salvage it. But memoirs from 13 years prior seemed relatively untouched, simply thrown outside of her conscious mind. With the memories fixed as best she could, she began the thoroughly annoying task of repairing her emotions. The final step was the hardest of all. All of these changes would do nothing if her mind was unable to process this information. It was tedious, but she accomplished what she could. Willing herself out, she withdrew from the woman's mind and saw her son looking terrified. "May I borrow your wand?" She smiled, and he shakily handed it to her. Evinarate. The slight yellow light touched her chest and her eyes fluttered open. "What's happening?" Alice said weakly. "Where am I?" Neville completely looked control as he dragged his mother into a hug, crying tears of joy on her shoulder. Smiling, Sarah poked her head out the door. "Healer, you might want to come in here." A witch in lime green robes rushed in and her jaw dropped as she the normally catatonic Alice Longbottom weakly conversing with her son. "What? How?" were the only things she could say. "I don't know," Neville cried happily, "but I can't thank you enough." Chuckling, Sarah's walked over and repeated the process on Frank. While he seemed more damaged, the end result was the same. The healer's eyes bulged as he also attempted to sit up, and Neville gave him a hug as well, still crying tears of joy. Healer Ulrich walked in carrying a large box, which he dropped as soon as he saw the Longbottoms. "What? How?" Picking up the box, Sarah's grinned. "I was never here," she said simply. The healer smiled brightly. "Miss Sarah's. So good of you to join us. As you can see, we've just witnessed quite the miracle, so my apologies for being unable to chat." "Naturally." She grinned. "Well, I've got to hurry. Harry's got a hearing at the ministry, and I think he could use some support." Gran said that his hearing was moved to the courtrooms downstairs. Neville supplied, and his mother's smile faded slightly. Harry Potter," she asks in disbelief. "What did he do?" "Underage magic to protect himself from Dementors." Sarah shrugs, and the Longbottom woman roared. "Healer," she shouts at the terrified wizard, "am I able to leave?" "I wouldn't recommend it." Ulrich stuttered, but shrunk back at the witch's gaze. "But we couldn't stop you." You're damn right you couldn't. She smirks. Frank, Neville. Neville helps both his parents to their feet, ANCK his wand, which he handed to his father. Here, Dad. Gran gave me this, and I've taken really good care of it. Wrapping his weak fingers around it, Frank smiled brightly. Thank you. Good healers, we shall return shortly, but this is a matter of family honor. Good day. And with a crack he separates the four of them to the ministry. Alice, for whatever reason, seemed stronger than her husband, as she was able to walk on her own, while Neville helped his father down the stairs. The elevators were both in use, and this matter was too important to wait. Sarah's easily kept pace with the sickly couple and ecstatic son, following them as they walked down the corridor to the courtroom. After the past courtroom 6, they heard a loud explosion at the end of the hall, and a voice echoed, "The accused is present. And there had better be a damn good reason why you changed the time on the morning of the hearing without informing us." As they increased their speed, they arrived outside courtroom 10 as Fudge answered, "That is not the fault of the Wizengamot. An owl was sent to your residence this morning." Anger boiled up inside her as she stepped forward. "Really? You send an owl on the morning of a hearing to tell someone that it's been moved up? I've never heard anything so ludicrous." After a moment, Fudge glared at her. "Who are you to disrupt this court?" With more than a little pride, she glared right back and snapped, "I'm his godmother." Alice Sienna Longbottom. Silence. Absolute silence. Not one member of the court keeps an impartial face. Fudge looked horrified. Umbridge was shocked. Madam Bones. Monocle fell out. Augusta was weeping openly, as if daring anyone to stop her. Others looked on in joy, while those who were more allied with the dark looked like they'd just been sucker-punched. To her surprise, the man who had betrayed the Potters was standing next to her. Eyes wide and a smile prominently displayed. Deciding to deal with that latter, she continued, "You know damn well that an owl sent from the ministry might not arrive until well after the trial has concluded. So, what is your justification for this, Minister?" she says, practically spitting the last word. Fudge's eyes were still wide as he attempted to continue the trial without answering. "Yes, well. With the accused being present, finally let us begin. Are you ready?" He called down the row. "Yes, sir," Ron's brother Percy said from the very end, quill in hand. Disciplinary hearing of the 12th of August. Into the offense committed under the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery and the International Statute of Secrecy by Harry James Potter, resident at number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Interrogators: Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic; Amelia Susan Bones, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement; Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary for the Minister. Court Scribe: Percy Ignatius Weasley. Counsel for the defense: Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, said a quiet voice from behind them. Every eye was on the wizard walking gracefully into the room. When his eyes caught sight of Alice and Frank, he broke out into a large smile, but said nothing, turning back to the court. Those in the courtroom were muttering amongst themselves as Fudge glared evilly. "Ah, Dumbledore. Yes, you got our message that the time and place of the hearing had been changed, then." Alice looked ready to kill as the headmaster cheerfully replied, "I must have missed it. However, due to a lucky mistake, I arrived at the ministry 3 hours early and was taking a quiet stroll through the dungeons when I came across you, so no harm done." "Yes, well, I suppose we'll need some more chairs. Weasley, could you?" "Not to worry." Dumbledore smiles, conjuring a number of comfy armchairs for all of them next to Harry. After another glare, as if he were angry at Dumbledore for not allowing him to give him an uncomfortable chair, Fudge continued, "Yes, well then, so, the charges, yes." Extracting a piece of paper, he took a deep breath and began. "The charges against the accused are as follows. He knowingly, and in full awareness of the illegality of his actions, following a written notice to that ECT 3 years prior for a similar charge, produce a Patronus charm in a Muggle-inhabited area, in the presence of a Muggle, on August the 9th, at 23 minutes past 9. This constitutes an offense under paragraph C of the Decree for the Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery, and also Section 13 of the ICW's Statute of Secrecy." Glaring over the parchment, he asks, "You are Harry James Potter, of number 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Yes, he answered truthfully. And you received an official warning from the Ministry for using illegal magic 3 years ago, did you not? Yes, but, and yet, you conjured a Patronus on the night of the 2nd of August. Fudge interrupted. Yes, but, knowing you were, Fudge started before he too was interrupted. He interrogator will allow the accused to answer the question fully before asking another. Alice sneers, go ahead, Harry. I never performed magic the summer after my first year. It was the house elf Dobby. He sighed, and Fudge chuckled. A house elf, in a muggle home. Surely you have a better excuse then. Fudge starts before being interrupted again. The elf in question is currently employed at Hogwarts, and I'm sure he would be quite open to testifying. Dumbledore smiles. Shall I? We don't have time for this, Dumbledore. Fudge roars. An elf using magic 3 years ago has no bearing on this trial. It's a hearing. Sirius glares, not a trial. And if the first warning was in error, then this would be the first piece of magic performed and therefore constitute a written warning, but a hearing. I'm afraid that is not quite accurate. Madam Bones. Voice boomed. That fact that he didn't perform the magic in question does not change the fact that he received the warning. Even if given in error. A warning is a warning. There. Fudge smiles triumphantly. Now, to continue. You are well aware that you were unable to perform magic outside of school under the age of 17. Yes, Harry says, and fully aware that you were in the presence of a muggle at the time of casting. Fudge smiles gleefully. Yes, but, Minister. Dumbledore interrupts. As to that, I move that the charge for breaking the statute of secrecy be withdrawn. On what grounds? Madam Bones asked. The muggle in question is Daniel Granger, the father of muggle-born witch Hermione Granger, and therefore classified under the statute as an aware muggle, alleviating the charge. He answered simply. Fudge looked down on him in disdain, but Madam Bones nods. The charge is withdrawn. Now, the charge is for a Patronus charm. Was it a full Patronus? Yes. Harry nodded. I learned during my 3rd year. At your age, she smiles. Impressive. It doesn't matter how impressive it is. Fudge hisses. Magic is magic regardless of whether it is Lumos or the Patronus charm. And cast it to protect us from the Dementors. Harry shouted, and those who were muttering in agreement with Fudge were silenced at once. I had heard that. Madam Bones nods. Care to explain for the court? Mr. Granger and I went for a walk and I see no reason to listen to a known liar. Fudge cuts him off. We're moving off topic. Let's stick to the facts. Dumbledore clears this throat and the crowd is again silenced. The Dementor's presence is on topic with this hearing, Minister. The Dementors pose a very real danger to wizards and muggles alike. If Dementors were present that night, any actions taken to defend from them would be justifiable under the reasonable restriction. So we're supposed to take a known liar at his word. Fudge sneered angrily. Cornelius, I do not know where you get your information from, but Mr. Potter has no history of lying. Dumbledore says coldly. Many of the Sioux. RT jumping in surprise at the usually jovial headmaster's anger, to say on it only on his good name, but that of Lily and James Potter. Quote, his tension in the air was palpable. Fudge's expression turned to rage as the other began talking again. Finally, he seemed to settle, and said, I shall withdraw the comment. But we cannot accept a Clause 7 defense without some corroboration. I never expected you to. Dumbledore smiles. Relieving the tension, I fully intended to have a witness testify to the events of the 9th of August. That got their attention. All of them cast an astonished glance at him. And Fudge practically growled, where is this person, Dumbledore? In St. Mungo's. He smiles, undergoing treatment for exposure to Dementors in a closed ward. And what would a convict have to say about this? Umbridge yells, standing at glaring at the 7. This person has never been convicted of a crime, Dumbledore. Perpetual smiles continues, despite the less than courteous Toad's question. He is the muggle I spoke of earlier, Daniel Granger. We do not have time for a filthy muggle to testify. One of the men in the top row shouted. The accused has the right to present whatever witnesses he wishes. Dumbledore says calmly, though that promptly disappears, replaced with anger. Lord Davis, your personal feelings on this matter have no place in this court. This court must remain impartial. And if you cannot look past something as base as blood purity, I shall have you removed. Lord Davis's sneer was replaced with a frown as he sat and Fudge stood up. If you can. OT, bring your witness within 30 minutes, we will continue without him. Dumbledore meekly nodded, and withdrew his wand, expecto patronum. The silver phoenix launched itself from the wand. He shall arrive within 15 minutes. Shall we allow Harry to finish his statement? Fudge grudgingly allowed Harry to continue. On the 9th, Mr. Granger asked to accompany me on my nightly walk. While we are out, it suddenly got cold, and I tried to rush us back to the house. We ran into 2 of them on the way, and I drove them off with my Patronus. What memory did you use? Madam Bones boomed, to cast this Patronus. The memory of seeing that my godfather was finally free. Harry answered. The stag drove off the first, and Mr. Granger managed to guess where the second Dementors was and shot it. Shot it with what? A woman in the 3rd row asked. I was under the impression he was a Muggle. Mr. Granger is a retired Muggle soldier and well trained with a Muggle firearm. Dumbledore responded blandly. And how could he if he couldn't see them? Fudge asked triumphantly. You're underestimating a trained soldier, Minister. Moody's voice said from behind him, but he was not accompanied by Mr. Granger. The man's good. His instincts are better than mine. It's not surprising he could make an educated guess as to where it was. And where is this person? Umbridge sneered at the old Auror. Your goon at the front desk is refusing to allow him past. Moody glared back as best he could with his magical eye wising around the room. Face red, Fudge slowly writes a memo and sends it flying, very slowly. There. He growls, will that satisfy you? Grabbing the paper airplane out of the air, Moody smiles, of course, but I would appreciate it if you would actually make Sir. It got to him before the time limit expired. Moody limped out of the courtroom and Harry resumed his story. After I drove off those 2, we could still feel a 3rd, but we couldn't tell where it was. When we got ready to return to the house, I heard Mr. Granger's gun drop, and turned to see the Dementor about to administer the kiss. What happened next? Umbridge asked sweetly. I broke it in half with a punch and sent it flying back to Azkaban with a Patronus. Harry answers viciously. See, Dumbledore. Fudge says over the uproar, that's impossible. Surely you don't buy that. Dumbledore, serious. And Alice began arguing with everyone at the same time, and Sarah's finally had it, enough. She shouts, and the sheer anger in her voice shut them up. Fudge, you can believe what you want, but what Harry said is the truth. Prove it, a man at the top left asked. Punch the ground with all your strength. Sarah's told Harry inside his mind. Looking at her in confusion, he stood up. Focusing all of his strength into his left hand, he swung down. The ground beneath him exploded to all sides, rock fragments shattering against the high walls as those watch stared in horror. Fudge's face was purple with rage as the man in the top left was shocked to say the left. Now do you believe me? Harry glared at them, and stood his chair back up and waiting. Dumbledore repaired the crater. That was created with a wave of his wand, and reconjured the very destroyed armchairs before sitting and waiting as well. How did you come by this power? Umbridge asks, breaking the silence that followed. At a nod from Dumbledore, Harry answered, I'm a vampire. Have been since the night of the 3rd task. The Longbottoms were shocked at this revelation, as were the judges, except for Fudge and Umbridge, both wearing identical grins. You realize that is illegal, right? Fudge says loudly over the raised voices, under the Vampire Rights Act, the transformation of a Muggle or wizard into a vampire must be approved by the Ministry. The penalty is death. With that proclamation, Alice looked dumbfounded at Fudge, but the most unlikely thing happened. Sarah's laughed. You are completely right, Minister. Harry wasn't turned with Ministry approval. It doesn't even matter. You claim the boy is above the law. Fudge asked threateningly, and for the first time that morning, Amelia looked like she might actually be on his side. Only that law, she replies happily. My name is Sarah's Victoria. I'm a vampire and I turned Harry Potter following his battle with Voldemort after the 3rd task. Get on with it, creature. Umbridge growled, though the growl turned to a whimper when Sarah's jumped right in front of her, a clamped a hand over her mouth. You have no right to call anyone a creature. I've seen Dementors more human than you. She growled, and as for my point, I am a scion of Dracula himself. Some of them stifled a scream at this, but she continued regardless, as a member of the House of Teps. "We are exempt from your bigoted laws." "You lie." Fudge whines, attempting to distance himself from the vampire who looked about a moment from breaking his undersecretary in half. "Dracula was killed centuries ago. I'm sure that the goblins could tell you the truth." She shrugged, releasing Umbridge. "Until then, can we get on with it?" Leaping down, she grins at the horror of some of the court. "What happened here?" Moody asks, leading Dan into the courtroom. Fudge pissed off the little lady. Sirius grins. "Bloody idiot." Moody laughs. "A 2-year-old could tell what would happen." "I want her arrested," Umbridge cried. "Aurors." The 2 Aurors that Sirius had revived after he'd stunned them drew their wands on Sarah's, who didn't even bother looking at them. "Professor Dumbledore, remind me again what the punishment is for offending the scion of an esteemed house." The offended party may demand a duel. He answers truthfully. "I for one, was quite offended when Umbridge called me a creature." She grins and Umbridge's eyes bulged out of her skull. "Now, I can knock you both out and kill her for slander, or you can back the fuck off." The Auror slowly crept back as Sarah's took her seat again. "You may continue, Madam Bones." She smiles, and the hearing proceeds. Fudge's expression grows worse as Dan proceeds to tell nearly the same story as Harry from his perspective. He was practically foaming at the mouth when Dan finally finishes. "Then the next thing I knew, I was in a strange hospital and Mr. Moody was guarding me." Dan finishes. "Seems a bit too accurate." Fudge sneers. How could he and the boy possibly tell nearly the same story? "Maybe it's the truth, Fudge." Sirius grins. "Of course, if you want to confirm all this, I'm sure that Nate her of them would object to taking Veritaserum on a measly little boy. It's far too valuable," Umbridge says angrily. "Is that all?" Frank Longbottom asks, speaking for the first time all morning. "I can say with 100% certainty that any of the 4 families here would be more than happy to pay for it. It cost, what, 150 galleons? I'd pay for it now if I still had my draft book. But, of course, why would you want him to take Veritaserum? After all, why not take 12 years of his life too?" Sirius shouts angrily, and the court winces. "That was a terrible mistake, Mr. Black," Fudge started calmly. "And if you make the same mistake for my godson, none of you are leaving this courtroom alive." He roars. "That will do, Mr. Black." Madam Bones smiles. "Master Auror Moody. 2 vials of Veritaserum please." "Aye, Madam Bones." He nods, and leaves the room in an uncomfortable silence until his return 2 minutes later, handing Madam Bones 2 vials of clear liquid. 15 minutes later, after both Harry and Dan had taken the serum and been questioned, and received the antidote, Fudge looked terrible. "Have you anything to say about this, Minister?" Alice smirked, leaning back in her chair. "This cannot be true," he shouts, flustered. "The Dementors are doing exactly as we tell them. They weren't in London. Then we must ask ourselves what 3 Dementors were doing so very far from Azkaban and why they attacked without authorization." Several members of the court were muttering and nodding along with him as Fudge glared at him again. Umbridge stood and waited. Fudge glanced at her, and said, "The chair recognizes Dolores Jane Umbridge." "I'm sure I must have misheard you, Professor Dumbledore." She says in a sickening girl voice, "It's so wounded for a teensy moment like you are suggesting that the Ministry ordered the attack on this boy. It is a reasonable conclusion." He nods. "We've just proved that Dementors did attack Mr. Potter and Mr. Granger on the night of August the 9th, and if the Minister is to be believed, the Dementors are still in Ministry control. Therefore, one can only assume that if both are true, the Ministry ordered the attack." He then politely adds, "Of course, these Dementors could have been outside Ministry control. There are no Dementors outside Ministry control." Fudge snapped his face brick red. "Then undoubtedly the Ministry will be making a full inquiry into the actions of these Dementors. It is not your place to say what the Ministry will or will not do." Fudge roared, spittle flying in all directions. "Of course not," Dumbledore say nonchalantly. "I'm simply expressing my confidence that our esteemed minister will not allow this matter to go unchecked." Despite his words, his eyes were trained solely on Madam Bones, who gave him the slightest of nods, though still frowning slightly. "Is there anything else?" Madam Bones asked, addressing the court. When no one answered, she nodded. Those in favor of clearing the accused of all charges. 3/4 of the members raised their wands and Harry's heart started beating out of his chest as she continued, and those in favor of conviction. The remaining wizards, namely Fudge and Umbridge, raised their wands. The accused is cleared of all charge. Fudge snarls, banging the gavel. Several witch and wizards began packing tea, air papers while many others raced to the front of the room. None moved faster than Augusta Longbottom, who showed speed that should never be possible for a woman her age, and she dragged both her son and daughter-in-law into a hug that made Hermione's look tame. Both of them winced from the pain, but still returned it. At some point during the confusion, Dumbledore had disappeared, leaving only a small piece of parchment in Sirius' hand. Frank, Alice, Augusta, and boy from Harry's year that I had Crookshanks steal the passwords from. Sirius smirks as the Longbottoms turn to him, while I'm sure everyone has questions for everyone. What say we get out of here before the reporters for the trial show up demanding exclusives? Where? Alice says weakly as her husband helped her to her feet. Silently, he passed them the parchment, which they all memorized, and Sirius incinerated it before anyone else could read it. Harry, grab someone. Sirius smirks, and quickly took Neville's arm. A mass of reporters arrived just in time to see the seven disappear. With a crack. Well, that's that. Again, vote if you want more chapters. I'll continue regardless, but they'll be up a lot faster. I know people actually want to read them. The End of the Summer. Nightwalker 10. Here's the next chapter, and the final chapter before school starts again. Enjoy. I don't own Harry Potter or Hellsing. Harry stumbled momentarily as his feet hit the ground inside of number 12 Grimmauld Place. It seemed he was the only one to do so, as the others were chuckling slightly at him. Sirius, meanwhile, had run into the kitchen. Molly, we've got something new to celebrate, and then called up the stairs. Remus, get down here. Well, can someone tell me how exactly why Sirius Black was defending you? Alice asked weakly as she fell into an armchair. Last I heard, he was sentenced to life in Azkaban for betraying James and Lily, and killing Peter. I was never the secret keeper, Sirius said as footsteps echoed upstairs. I convinced James to switch it without telling anyone at the last minute, so Voldemort would go after me instead of him, and then even if I did get captured, he could never force me to give it up. After they died, I knew what he'd done, and I went after him. And killed 12 muggles to do it. She glares as both Molly and Remus stepped into the living room. Peter cast the curse, not me. He shrugs. Molly, Remus, good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? I think we can tell what the good news is. Remus smiled brightly at Frank and Alice, but does that mean that Harry? Nodding sadly, Sirius said, that right. Harry has to continue his education. Remus clearly expected this, as he promptly collapsed overdramatically. No. Everyone but Molly laughed wildly at the exchange. But even she could only glare at them for a few seconds before smiling. That's wonderful, Harry. Frank, Alice, how in the world is this possible? Not sure. Frank chuckles, looking at Sarah's. I can't thank you enough. But if you don't mind, how did you do this? I wasn't lying when I told Fudge that I was turned by Dracula. She answers, those in Dracula's family are always far more powerful than others, and one of those powers allowed me to restore your minds. Whatever memories you made since you were tortured couldn't be salvaged, but since you probably spent the whole time in a hospital room, you probably didn't make that many. Wow. Ginny grins from behind her mom. Could I do that? No. Molly glares. Possible. Sarah smirks, disregarding Molly's glare. So, how exactly did this happen? Remus smiles as he sits across from Frank and Alice. As it so happens, their healer was also the one I needed to talk to get my blood. When he left to get it, I talked with Neville, and decided to see if I could help. And we are very grateful for that. Alice smiles brightly. You should have seen her, Remus. Sirius laughs. Must have been channeling Lily. She just walked into the room and started tearing into Fudge like there was no tomorrow. Lily made me his godmother, and I'm not about to let him get away with that. She growls. I can't believe that little prick is actually the minister. Language. Molly scalds before remembering that she wasn't one of her kids, and blushing slightly in embarrassment. While the others laugh, Frank clears his throat. I believe that Alice and I are still needed back at St. Mungo's. They weren't too keen on letting us leave, but they learned what I learned long ago. Never get in Alice's way. And don't you forget it. Alice smiles, kissing him on the cheek and grabbing his arm. If it's all right with you, Sirius, we'll be back after he clears to leave, or Harry gets in trouble again. Whichever'll be waiting. Sirius nods. And you'd better believe that we're still going to have that party once you get back. Fine, but I want someone besides you to plan it. Alice grins. Frank's bachelor party was terrible. Sirius and Frank gap, terror in their eyes. You weren't supposed to know about that. Sirius squeaked. Then you shouldn't have hired Andy to be the stripper. You should have known better. She smirks as her mother-in-law and her son grab her arm and then disapparates back to St. Mungo's. I think I might be in trouble, Remus. Sirius says after a moment of silence. I am just glad that Lily never found out about James's, or I wouldn't be sitting here today. Remus places a comforting hand on his best friend's shoulder. Don't you worry about a thing. I'll give a very moving eulogy. With a whimper, Sirius ran upstairs to barricade himself in Buckbeak's room, praying that the hippogriff might take the brunt of Alice's anger. Sure, it was cold, but he had to worry about himself. And as great a friend as Buckbeak has been for the last year, he is not worth dying for. The next morning, there were two stories that took up almost half of the Daily Prophet themselves. First was announcing the triumphant return of Frank and Alice Longbottom, who by some magical miracle, have had their minds restored. The end result being, that according to Neville, he came by that afternoon. He was bombarded on his way to Ollivander's for a new wand. It took an hour just to get through the leaky cauldron. Neville sighs, would have been longer, but Gran came looking for me. Scared them all away, she did. Now you know how I feel. Harry grins. It was the same way during my first trip to Diagon Alley. I had to literally shake every hand in the cauldron before I could get out, and that was with Hagrid running. Interference. Speaking of you, what are you going to do now? Neville asks, pulling out a copy of the Prophet. Everybody knows that you are a vampire now. So they had, naturally. Despite the more important news, namely the Longbottoms, Harry stole the entire front page, with a completely fictional rendition of the trial. The only truth in it was that he was a vampire. The rest urges the Ministry to investigate which members of the Wizengamot had children being threatened by Harry, the new Dark Lord of the Vampires. Let them say what they like. He shrugs. The fact that I'm still here proves that they can't do anything, thus proving that they know that Sarah's wasn't lying. They've backed themselves into a corner. They either have to acknowledge that they approved of the boy who lived, becoming a vampire, thereby creating the so-called Dark Lord of the Vampires, or announce that Dracula is still alive, potentially causing mass hysteria. What about Hogwarts? Neville asks. People won't want to send their kids to school with a vampire. I'm going, and there is nothing the Ministry can do to stop me. He replies, sinking his fangs into a pack of blood. Sarah's explained everything to me last night. As a member of the House of Teps, which predates the Ministry itself, and helped found it, no laws can be passed restricting our rights. Why may restrict the rights of other vampires, but the fact is that they cannot stop me from going to school, nor can they stop Sarah's from turning others. But they could try to kill you. Or me if they find out, Ginny says worriedly. And Neville gasps. You mean you're a... He gulps as Ginny nods. Wow. Vampires are taking over Gryffindor. I like. Ginny, we'll be fine. Harry smiles. You didn't see the memory that Sarah showed us. So you didn't see what he was capable of. Who? Neville asks. This doesn't leave the room. Harry nods, and Neville returns it. Ginny was turned by Dracula himself, making her Sarah's younger sister. Quote, wait, so you're telling me that Ginny was turned into a vampire by the greatest vampire in history? Nod, the vampire that single-handedly crushed the Ottoman Empire. Again, nod, and was supposedly killed 5 centuries ago. That about sum it up. Harry smirks, but Sarah's is no slouch either. She destroyed Grindelwald's entire wizarding army while Dumbledore fought Grindelwald himself. You guys are monsters. Neville laughs, smiling brightly at his friends. So, if Malfoy tries mouthing off this year. Bluck. Harry shudders. I don't ever want to taste that. Damn. He sighs. But you could destroy the Slytherin table again, right? Sure. Hell, I might do that anyway. Harry shrugs. How are your parents doing? Great. They'll be allowed to leave sometime next week. After they finish the potion regime to restore their muscles. After that, Dad's going to be working his strength back up until he's ready to rejoin the Aurors. Has Yon discovered the cause of this miracle? Harry grins. Sadly, no. Neville sighs with a grin. The truth continues to elude them. Though did you read the Prophet's theory? Yeah, let me see, he says turning through the paper. Here it is. Frank and Alice Longbottom, along with their son Neville, were briefly left unattended with the vampire Ceres Victoria, who was responsible for turning Harry Potter. It is possible that this evil creature killed the elder Longbottoms, turning them into ghouls, and turned the boy into a vampire under her command. Blimey, Neville, why didn't you tell me? Well, I thought it might be a good idea to keep it a secret. He smiles, showing off his non-existent fangs. Boys. Ginny sighs, showing off her very real fangs. Neville, if you like, I could help with that. While Neville pales slightly, Harry grins. You know that your mom won't like that. Ah, that's her problem. Ginny growls. I'm sick and tired of her trying to control me. I'm hungry as hell, and if I don't get something. Language. Harry says in a passable imitation of Mrs. Weasley. Don't do that. Ginny huffs while Harry and Neville laugh. Inside of Diagon Alley, another vampire. Happily strode through the shopping district, smiling brightly at the headline for today's newspaper. Harry Potter. Well now. So that's Sarah's little brat. One of these days, I'll have to pay him a visit. Pushing the thought out of his mind, he walks to the very back of the alley and up the stone steps to Gringotts. It has been a long time. He says to himself as he pushes the door open. Ignoring the other patrons of the bank, he strides confidently to the front, looking into the eyes of the teller. Who are you? The teller glares at the man who just pushed aside Lord Malfoy. Vlad Dracul. He grins, making the goblin's eyes bugle. Luckily, in the crowded bank, no one heard his name, or there would likely be a panic. Forgive me, my lord. The goblin bows. Please, right this way. What about me, you swine? Lucius Malfoy growls, grabbing Alucard's arm. Lord Malfoy, please be calm. The teller urges. No need. Alucard smirks, grabbing Malfoy's hands and breaking every finger without even trying. After all, he's going to be leaving, isn't that right? You don't know who you're messing with. Malfoy growls as Alucard turns away. You have no idea what you've done. I'll kill you. Alucard actually smiles at this. I do hope that you'll try. After all, those other two you sent after me weren't even worth the effort. Lucius Malfoy simply glared as Alucard followed the teller into the bank. The next school year looked so much closer on the other side of the hearing. The adults were getting rather nervous when the letters didn't arrive until the last week of summer. Sirius and Molly took care of the shopping, since Harry and Ginny couldn't exactly do it themselves. On the upside, it gave Harry some time to discuss proper funding for quite the interesting enterprise by resident prank masters. So you're really going to do it then? Harry asks the twins after Molly leaves. You're going to start your shop in Diagon Alley. Course we are. Fred shrugs. It's been our dream since before we started school. And thanks to a certain mysterious benefactor who would like to remain anonymous, we've got the money for supplies. Andy, at this point the only reason we're going back to school is to shut Mom up. Mysterious benefactor. Huh. Harry smirks. Well, tell him that I said that Weasley's Wizard Wheezes is a brilliant idea, and that it would be in his best interest to supply additional funding. Quote, you got it, George says as Harry walks away. Harry, Fred calls out, Harry told us to tell you that you should give us money. Chuckling, Harry steps into the kitchen to prepare for the party. It was a threefold party. First, Hermione and Ron had been named Gryffindor prefects. Second, Frank and Alice were released with a clean bill of health the day before, and finally, with the arrival of the letters, it was confirmed that Hogwarts had not forgotten them this time, according to Mr. Weasley. It happened during Charlie's first year, making them suspect that he was a squib. Mrs. Weasley had left a few pots stirring themselves on the stove before she left, along with a detailed list of things that she still had to make. Naturally, with nothing else to do. Harry made some lunch for everyone. Some macaroni salad, a pitcher of cold blood for him and Ginny, she'd taken to drinking whenever Molly left the house, and a platter of, as the twins called them, his inhumanly good sandwiches. Finally, Ginny says, pouring herself a glass, "Mom's really starting to get on my nerves." "Well, good news is that once we get back to Hogwarts, you'll be fine." Harry shrugs before calling the rest to lunch. "Dumbledore at least understands that you haven't got a choice." "That'll be nice." Ginny nods, looking forward to the new year. "Yeah, I am," he answers, taking a sandwich. "As great as Sirius is, it'll be nice to be back at school." "Are you going to try out for the team this year, Ginny?" Hermione asks, sitting next to her. "I know that you were always talking about it." "I don't know," she answers truthfully. "I know what you mean." Harry nods. "I don't think I'll be on the team this time." "Why not, Harry?" Ron gasps, looking blasphemies. "It would be too easy." He answers, "With all the training I've done with Sarah's, I could track the snitch with my eyes closed. And with the firebolt, it would be simple to catch it. It wouldn't be fair to the other teams. Maybe for the match against Slytherin, if only to show Malfoy up, but not the rest of the matches." "Figures," Ron mutters, "the one time that we're guaranteed to win the cup." "What can I say? I'm a noble Gryffindor." Harry shrugs. "Now eat up. I've got a lot of cooking to do." "You've got that right," Fred says, taking a bite out of his sandwich. "We'll need at least 20 of these per person. Also, if you could make some for the train ride, that would be nice." George adds, "And a platter to sell. You could make a business out of these, you know." "I'm not a businessman." Harry shrugs. "But I might be able to make some for you two to sell out of you joke shop." "And what would be the joke?" Fred asks, looking at the sandwich in fear. "That might not be ketchup," Harry answers, turning his back on the twins and setting about making the dinner feast. Sarah's opens her eyes as the barrier takes hold around Hogwarts. Behind her, Dumbledore was waiting for her to update him. "It's done," she answers. "They'll be fine assuming that we can get them into the school without exposing them to sunlight." "Would it be possible to apply the same barrier to the train?" he asks. "No, I was only able to create this barrier because the school wouldn't move. It's easier to attach the barrier to the earth than an object. Recreating it around a train would take power that, quite frankly, is beyond me." She sighs. "Maybe a portkey or apparition. I would rather not appear to give them preferential treatment, but perhaps the flow network." He suggests. It's not unheard of for students to flow rather than take the train, and it would get him well inside the wards. "It's the girl I'm worried about." "What about?" she asks as the two walk back towards the school. Harry has been in the spotlight his entire life. Last year, he was ridiculed almost non-stop by the entire world. Dumbledore answers, "After all of that, being criticized for what you were is seemingly unimportant. And wouldn't bother him in the least. She isn't so strong-willed. I'm worried that, if the truth came out, she would be unable to cope with the stress. Forgive me for saying this, but I have dealt with those of the elder before, and in times of great stress, you are driven to feed." "Very true," she answers plainly. "However, in her current state, I don't feel that will be a problem. She's grown stronger since she started stealing some blood behind her mother's back, but she's not at full strength. If she got out of hand, it would be a simple task for Harry to restrain her." "Harry," a sweet voice says from behind them, "Harry Potter." Biting back a curse, Sarah turns to face Dolores Umbridge. "That's right. Surely you aren't letting one such as him into our fine school?" She asks Dumbledore with a tone of manipulation. "You must think of the student's safety, first and foremost. It would be dangerous to have such a beast in class. There is no telling when he might snap. And who is this, her of which you speak? Then clearly you don't know anything about Harry Potter." Dumbledore says calmly, "Nor do you understand anything about his condition. Harry's powers are completely under control, and he will not pose a danger to anyone. And as for the other, I'm afraid I would be violating her rights to reveal her identity." Quote, "Need I remind you," she says loudly, drawing the attention of several other teachers, "that vampires are classified, by the Ministry, as Class 4 dangers. It's bad enough that you wish to allow a part human to teach care of magical creatures. But now you would put innocent lives in danger. Sarah's couldn't help herself and laughs. Class 4. You've got to be joking. Now she looks at the Toad women angrily. Don't insult us with your mediocre assessments. Harry will be fine, and no students will be harmed. However, if you continue to spout this bigoted nonsense, the same cannot be said about you. How dare you? Umbridge shrieks. I am senior undersecretary to the Minister for Magic himself. I will not be disrespected by a creature such as you. I am Sarah's Victoria, she roars in response, heiress of Dracula, ace of Helsing. Don't presume to place yourself higher than me, or else you'll find I inherited my master's temper. Now, Umbridge's wand is in her hand, which was shakily pointed at her. Is that a threat? Sarah's leaps forward, brushing aside her wand with just enough force to vaporize it, and grabs her by the neck. What do you think, woman? Give me one reason I shouldn't snap your neck right now. Dumbledore hurriedly places a hand on Sarah's shoulder. Please, Miss Victoria, you must calm down. For the briefest moment, she considered ignoring him, and killing the woman where she stood, eyes wide in terror. But it passed and she let go as a vision flows through her mind. My apologies, Professor Dumbledore. You're right, of course. There's no reason to dirty this wonderful school with her filthy blood. Glaring at Umbridge, she says, while you are within these walls, I will yield to Professor Dumbledore's request and spare you. However, if you insult me outside of this school, there won't be time for you to scream. Turning to leave, she adds, also, I might not kill you, but Harry has my full blessing to send you to hell. The only downside is that he's too soft. I'll take comfort in this, though. One day, very soon, you'll die at the hands of the half-breed you so despise, and that's a promise. Umbridge glares at her as she walks out the doors, face pale from fear, but eyes alive with malice. Turning to Dumbledore, she yells, why didn't you kill her? She assaulted an upstanding witch. There is nothing upstanding about you, Dolores. Dumbledore says calmly, with a hint of anger hidden behind it. As for why I didn't kill her, well, several reasons. I do not believe that murder is ever the answer. Dairy for a war, but it is best to spare your enemy when possible. Another, as I saw it, that was justifiable. As she proved during Harry's hearing, she was within her rights to kill you for slander. This was the case again today. With that, the headmaster retreats to his study to make arrangements for Harry and Ginny to arrive at Hogwarts. Snape strides forward with a twisted smile. Our esteemed headmaster left off one obvious answer to your question, Dolores. Or, at least it was obvious to everyone else here. You never were very bright. If that woman had been serious, she could have reduced this school to rubble before we even knew what had happened. Who was Dumbledore talking about? Umbridge demands. Who? No idea. Snape replies coldly, and frankly I don't want to know. I may dislike Potter, even despise him, but bigots like you are trash that deserves to be burned. I just wish that she had done it for us. Now I can only hope that Potter learned his lesson these past 2 months. The party was already in full swing as Sirius and Molly returned home, both carrying enchanted shopping bags. Of course, they were mobbed the second they walked in. Hermione wanted her newest books to memorize before school, Ron wanted his broom, and the twins wanted to tell Sirius about their newest joke products. In the back of the room, Harry and Neville were running interference so that Ginny could finish her blood before Molly noticed. Next to them, Emus and the elder Longbottoms were reminiscing about the old days, usually with one or more toast to Harry parents. Lupin had created a red banner with, "Congratulations, Ron and Hermione, the new Gryffindor prefects," in gold letters. Harry had taken it upon himself to continue what Miss Weasley started, with over 30 different platters of food scattered around the house. Most were located in or around the living room, where most of the party was happening, but some, mainly the blood packets, were located elsewhere. Some other members of the order had stopped by as well to wish the new prefects their best. Sadly, this included Mad Eye, who was thrilled to give personal accounts of the times he'd fought for his life during his days as a prefect. Tonks, meanwhile, decided to listen to Ron's bragging about the new clean sweep. It was an impressive broom, but not anything like Harry's firebolt. Mundungus and the twins worked out a few business details in the corner, safely away from prying eyes. though Moody's eye was always prying. Even Dumbledore stopped by towards the end of the night. He talked a bit with the Longbottoms, and then called Harry and Ginny aside, telling them that, instead of taking the train, they would be flowing directly into his office. The other Weasleys, Hermione, and Neville would be coming as well, in order to conceal the fact that Ginny was also a vampire. Evidently, several other families would be flowing as well, to keep up an appearance of impartiality. Strangely, though, Dumbledore never once met Harry's eye, always looking at Ginny instead. With the party over, Harry went to sleep. It would be only a couple of more hours before he was back at Hogwarts. Next chapter, it's back to Hogwarts. I'll keep the poll up until the beginning of 2014, so vote if you haven't already. And as always, reviews are welcomed. Start of term, Nightwalker 11. Well, I wasn't planning on releasing this chapter so soon, but I got so many reviews that I couldn't help myself. This chapter is the night of the welcome feast. The next night, the gang at Grimmauld Place was eating dinner in the living room, awaiting a flow call from Dumbledore to be sure that it would be safe for Harry and Ginny. Molly had some work with the order that needed doing, which meant that what would have likely been a quiet dinner turned into the party they couldn't have the day before. Loud cheering, Muggle music, dancing, and, of course, blood for all that wanted it. Only Harry, Ginny, and Sarah's did, but it was thought that counts. Lupin was tasked with watching the fire for Dumbledore's call. When he wasn't giving the twins tips or reminiscing about the old days with Sirius and the elder Longbottoms, of course. As a result, they apparently missed his call. Twice. Before Lupin happened to be looking just as Dumbledore's head flashed in the fire. With a wave of his wand, he silences the stereo and says, "Is it time, Headmaster?" "Indeed, Remus." Dumbledore chuckles. "Though it was time almost 20 minutes ago. Likely you didn't notice over the wonderful party you seem to be having." "Sorry, that was my idea." Sirius admits, "I figure that we'd give the kiddies a chance to enjoy what they're missing from the train ride. Friends, candy, music, and, of course, prefects." He says the last word like the most evil of curses. As was planned, Lupin, the elder Longbottoms, and all vampires in the room joined him in the gesture, pointing at Ron and Hermione. "I see." Dumbledore nods. "Well, students, the train has arrived. If you would please." All of the students hurried to the corner where they had packed their trunks. Of course, as is the Weasley way, the twins and Ron had misplaced something upstairs and thus had to run around like chickens with their heads cut off until Ginny decided to step into Molly's heels and starts bossing them around. Either the boys just needed to be told what to do, or they learned not to question the third most powerful being in the room. But they all rushed to grab their things and within 5 minutes, everything was ready. Fred or George was first, along with his trunk. George or Fred went next, followed closely by Ron and Hermione. Harry was just behind them, vanishing from the house with a swish of green fire. Of course, as always, he stumbles out of the flow, right into a four-wizard pile-up. Before he could get up, something crashes into him and he falls again, this time joined by Neville. Somehow, Ginny managed to avoid the fall, and she was standing next to Dumbledore with a smirk on her face as the six tried to untangle themselves in their trunks. It was almost 5 minutes before they were all ready to go. With a wave of his wand, the trunks disappeared from Dumbledore's office, to reappear next to each of their beds. Dumbledore smiles at Harry, though still avoids looking him in the eye. "Harry, we have been attempting to prolong the public of Ginny's status for as long as possible, but you have a choice. Would you prefer a bed or your coffin?" "Well, on the one hand, I do miss the bed sometimes," Harry says thoughtfully. "On the other, I want to see the look on Dean's face if he sees me sleeping in a coffin. I think I'll go with the coffin." "Very well." He nods. "I will have Dobby move it from Grimmauld Place. Now, unless I'm mistaken, the first of the carriages should have started arriving just a few minutes ago. So why don't we all go and join the feast?" As always, news traveled around Hogwarts. Some portraits seemingly read the Daily Prophet, as they ran screaming the moment he walked into a hallway. Harry also got the impression that Dumbledore was controlling the usually random staircases, as every staircase moved exactly as it needed to make the walk as quick as possible. Within 5 minutes, The 7 joined up with several more groups, led by other professors, at the top of the grand staircase. Only Hagrid, who would be with the first years, and Professor McGonagall, who would be waiting outside for the first years and to keep older students in line, were absent. Harry didn't recognize any of the other students that had flowed in, but they all recognized him. And if their stares were any indication, they were terrified of him. Even a few of the professors were nervous around him. Only the jovial Professor Flitwick seemed immune, waving happily at Harry. With Dumbledore at the head, the group strode down the stairs and into the filling Great Hall. Gryffindor was the furthest table to the right, but it also seemed to have the least people. Only a handful of people were sitting, sipping pumpkin juice and talking in their tight-knit groups. Harry's own end of the table, for everyone else's benefit. If they wanted to try and avoid him, he might as well make it easy. He could feel the eyes boring into the back of his head, but he ignored them and grabbed a goblet. The moment he touched it, it filled with a caramel-colored liquid that they could all tell was butterbeer. When he took a sip, however, it was revealed to be blood. For a few minutes, they enjoyed sipping butterbeer or blood depending on race, and the twins discovered that the goblets could not create fire whiskey. All of that came to an end when a snide voice started talking loudly from the doorway. "I heard Potter isn't coming back this year. Didn't see him on the train either, so it must be true. Of course, maybe he was there and died. Can't really get my hopes up though. Ah well, at least we don't have to deal with those things anymore. Give it a rest, Malfoy," Harry says loudly without turning around. "Unlike you and your father, I'm no coward. I'm in the House of the Brave for a reason. I won't back down and leave school in shame because of what I am. I'm a vampire, damn proud of it. And like everyone else in his room, I'm better than you. So for once in your life, shut the hell up." Ahem. Someone clears their throat loudly from the teacher's table. "Detention, Mr. Potter." Those comments were out of line, as were Malfoy's. Harry responds coldly, glaring up at the pink monster toad. "I just said what everyone in this room was thinking, and unlike Malfoy, everything I said was true. Lucius Malfoy is a spineless coward that got his ass kicked by a house elf. Draco's a spineless ferret. I am in the House of the Brave, and I won't back down. Pick a fight with me, Umbridge, and I'll finish what Sarah's started at my hearing." Umbridge recoils as the vampire's eyes turn on her, eyes brimming with untapped power. For the briefest moment, even from a distance, she caught sight of his fangs, lying in wait to sink themselves into her neck. Malfoy, on the other hand, flushed with rage at Harry's comments while the other students started snickering. The memories of Draco the bouncing ferret. "Mr. Potter, that will do," Dumbledore says firmly, stopping the fight that was about to break out between Harry and Malfoy, one that would certainly end in Malfoy's death. 20 points from Gryffindor for threatening a teacher. "You will see me at the end of the feast." Harry nods, quite content with losing some points to make a point of his own. With his enhanced hearing, he could hear Malfoy, plain as day, across the room. "We'll get that bastard," he mutters angrily. "No one talks about my father like that." "And you?" Pansy asks worriedly. "Why? Oh, you saw what he did at the end of last year. If he did that to you, we ambush him during the day and drag him outside." Draco smirks. "I can't wait to watch him die." A new voice snorts from next to him. "I very much doubt that will happen." The female voice says, "If he's here, that must mean he's got something in mind to keep himself safe from sunlight. And besides which, even as a group, you would never have a chance against him." "Whose side are you on, Greengrass?" Theodore Knott says angrily. "You say that we should just leave him alone." "Of course," she smirks. "What good is getting involved if all it does is get you killed? We're supposed to be the House of the Cunning. Don't pick fights unless you know you can win. That's basic. Fighting with a person who could break you in half with one hand is the epitome of stupid. So, you joined Potter's fan club." Pansy gasps. "What the hell, Daphne? Hey, I've got goals of my own. I was hanging around you and Draco since first year, but frankly, Potter's got more influence than all of you, so why shouldn't I pick the winning side?" "The Dark Lord is the winning side." Malfoy hisses. "You really think that fool can fight against him? That fool, as you called him, is about as immortal as you can get, with the strength to back it up, and he's got history on his side. Daphne replies, history repeats itself, and right now the record is 4-0 in Potter's favor. That sounds like good enough odds to me. Blood traitor. Malfoy spits. Harry smirks, looking at the others. Well, Malfoy isn't very happy with me. I heard. Ginny nods. I didn't think that Daphne Greengrass would help you, though. I know her sister, Astoria, but I've never really known her. What are you guys talking about? Hermione whispers, not all of us have super hearing. You know. Sorry. Harry nods. Well, Draco took offense to the truth I said earlier, so he was plotting to have some of his goons ambush me and drag me out into the sun tomorrow. Surprisingly, Greengrass stood up for me, telling Malfoy he was being an idiot for trying to fight me. Well, she is one of the better Slytherins. Hermione shrugs. She sits next to me during arithmancy. As far as Slytherins go, she's great. So, what are you going to do? Neville asks, as the first years file in. Nothing. Let them try. They haven't a chance of success. Harry shrugs before the hall went silent, awaiting the sorting. The sorting was more interesting than he'd seen in recent years. In addition to its usual brief Hogwarts history and description of each house, the had issued a warning. A house divided cannot stand. Unite the houses, or the school shall fall. According to Nearly Headless Nick, it wasn't the first time the had issued a warning. It's happened before, always in times of danger. To urge the students to unite, as the founders once did. Once the sorting was over, Dumbledore rose, and says with a smile, welcome, one and all, to another year at Hogwarts. As always, we shall put off the boring announcements until after we've eaten. With that said, tuck in. With a wave of his hand, the dishes filled with all manner of food, and the hall filled with all manner of talking. Gossiping, and most likely slandering Harry, but he chose to ignore that in favor of the much more important pot roast that needed his immediate attention. All around them, students were discovering the newly enchanted goblets and laughing excitedly as they tried to create various different drinks. The food was as great as always, though it did taste a bit bland to Harry. Likely because he didn't really need to eat it. Still, it was nice. With dinner completed, Dumbledore rose again. Well, after such a wonderful meal, I'm sure that many of you will want to seek your beds. I shall endeavor to be as quick as possible. First of all, I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to Professor Grubby Plank, who shall be overtaking care of magical creatures classes for the time being, while our gamekeeper is away. Good luck, Professor. The students who remembered Professor Grubby Plank from the previous year clapped, Harry included, though he was worried about Hagrid. The small witch stood and waved for a moment before sitting back down and allowing Dumbledore to resume. We would also like to welcome Professor Umbridge, our newest defense against the dark arts teacher. I wish her all the best. Again, there was scattered clapping throughout the hall, and once it had quieted, Dumbledore continued, those wishing to try out for their house quid. Ahem. Umbridge says loudly, rising to her feet. Dumbledore looks at her for a moment, with just a hint of annoyance before smiling again and taking his seat. Thank you for those warm words of welcome. She says sweetly, the ministry has always considered education to be of the greatest importance, as it affects those who will one day grow to lead. After that point Harry just tuned her out, and many other students did the same. Some prefects, just as Justin Finch Fletchley, were pretending to pay attention to her, but they didn't do well, and before long the school had started talking amongst themselves as Umbridge continued her speech. Only one part of the speech really got to him, and that the students must be protected from anything that might do them harm. Those students that could be seen as a threat must be removed, so as to ensure the safety of other overt glare at Harry. Well, that answers that. Harry says to his friends, she's out to get me. What else is new? Ron snorts, mate. Something's out to get you every year. Compared to the basilisk, or the Dementors, or you know who, a pink toad isn't worth worrying about. Well said. Harry smirks. She can try and get rid of me, but she won't. I'm starting to wonder if it would be worth the indigestion to shut her up. Ginny giggles and Hermione looks at him in disbelief. Harry, this is a teacher. No, it's a toad pretending to be a teacher. Neville replies, Harry's right though. Harry, if she gives you any trouble, take her down. You didn't even need to ask. Harry smirks as Umbridge finally sits down. Dumbledore rose again and smiles. Thank you for those most illuminating words, Professor. Now, as I was saying, those wishing to sign up for their house Quidditch teams should give their names to the head of house, who will pass them along to the team captains. Finally, Mr. Filch has asked me to remind you that there are now 472 items banned from the hallways. The complete list can be found outside of his office. Well, I believe that wraps up everything. First years, follow your prefects to the dormitories, where you will find your beds as warm you could hope. Ron and Hermione stood up and made their way to the door, calling all Gryffindor first years to them. Harry, meanwhile, left the room as quickly as he could and made his way to the gargoyle that guarded Dumbledore's office. Somehow, the old headmaster had beaten him there, waiting patiently. Chocolate frog, Dumbledore says pleasantly, and the gargoyle leaps aside, allowing the two passage to the headmaster's study. Perched upon the fine perch was the red and gold phoenix, Fox, who let out a small song when Harry steps into the room. Dumbledore takes his usual place on the opposite side of the desk, and Harry sits across from him. Do I have to tell you why I called you in here? He asks kindly. I can guess. Harry answers honestly, threatening Umbridge, insulting Malfoy and his father. All very true, Dumbledore admits, but the main reason is not that you lost of your temper. It happens to the best of us. I want you to be sure that you realize something. What's that? Harry asks. You may not seem very different than last year, in fact you haven't aged a day since then, but you are. With your powers, it would only take 1 second of anger to do something you'll regret. You could kill Mr. Malfoy without even trying, and that is the reason I brought you in here. Standing, he strides over to a nearby bookshelf and removes a book. I would like for you to read this, and apply it. The book was entitled, Occlumency, Magic of the Mind. What is it, sir? He asks. Occlumency is a most useful magic, one that I have long lobbied to have a class on, but I have been stopped at ever. Why turn my Malfoy and the other purebloods? You see, Harry, occlumency is part of the reason that pure-blood children seem so much more adept at magic than those like yourself and Ms. Granger, who were raised without magic. Once employed, it makes it much easier to retain information, thus making it appear as if they are naturally more gifted when, in fact, they're simply better students. Dumbledore answers. What does that have to do with? Harry asks, and he nods. It also enables one to keep their emotions under check. I want to ensure that you do not lose control like you nearly did today. I understand, Harry says, taking the book. Good, off you go. He smiles. Also, I've informed Professor Umbridge that you will not have detention with her. She was most displeased, to say the least. Is there any chance I can have her as my teacher? He groans, since she incapable of doing anything. There is, Dumbledore admits, but I would rather that you at least try. If, after your first lesson, you are convinced that you will be unable to learn under her, come back. I will make the necessary arrangements then. Thank you, sir, Harry says, leaving the study. Hermione was waiting outside the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. She smiles as soon as she sees him. There you are. We were starting to get worried that Umbridge had gotten you expelled. Never gonna happen. He smirks. What's the password? Mimbulus Mimbletonia, she says to the portrait of the fat lady. Correct. The lady nods as the portrait swings open. On the other side, more than half of the house was waiting for him, each wearing a different expression. Some, like Ginny, Ron, and Neville, looked worried or nervous. Others, namely the twins and Lee Jordan, with admiration. The rest were streetly torn between fear and possibly disgust. What happened? Fred asks nervously after a moment of silence. The worst thing of all, Harry says sadly, and Hermione gasps. Lifting the book, he grins. I got extra homework. That monster. George laughs. How can he be so cruel as to give Lord Harry Potter, Master of the Undead, homework? Yeah, mate. Lee nods. What about that? Why didn't you tell anyone about that before now? I mean, you could have told us last year, ya now. Well, this is one reason why, Harry says, looking around at everyone, trying to covertly distance themselves from him. I might be a vampire, but I'm still me. Even still, everyone here, Everyone who's known me for years suddenly thinks that I'm a monster who's going to kill them in their sleep. It's not like that, Seamus mutters, not looking Harry in the eye. Don't forget my hearing is enhanced now. Harry growls, making most of them wince, which means I heard just about everything said in the Great Hall. When you were all so sure I wasn't listening. Relax, Harry, Hermione whispers, placing a hand on his shoulder. Taking a few deep breaths, and clutching the book tighter than he probably should have, Harry regains his cool. I'm going to bed, Harry sighs, before turning back towards them for just a second. It's a sad day when I get more support from a Slytherin than a Gryffindor. The group watches in silence as Harry leaves the room for the dormitories. Late that night, a single figure appears on the grounds outside of Malfoy Manor. The doors open without a sound as he approaches, and those within made no attempt to stop him as he knocks lightly on the door to the master bedroom. Enter, Severus, a cold voice says a moment later, and Snape opens the door and bows. My lord, I bring news. He says imply. Oh, so soon? Voldemort asks, his red eyes gazing into Snape's. The Weasley girl survived, he says calmly, allowing the memoirs to come to the surface. Ah, good. Voldemort smiles as the serpent. Nagini curls around his shoulder. Does she appear to be in good health? It appears so. He nods. I can't help but wonder why Dumbledore would keep his information from you, Severus. Voldemort says lusciously. I cannot say. Snape answers calmly, keeping his worry in check. Perhaps it was at her family's request. They never have been very trusting of me. Perhaps. Voldemort shrugs. Or perhaps not. Nevertheless, Severus, you've done well. Return to the school and keep an eye on her. My lord. Snape bows, turning to leave. And discover what Dumbledore has been hiding from you. He adds. This goes beyond a dislike. This is information that Dumbledore feels I should not know. Thus, I must know it. As you wish. Snape bows and leaves the room. When the door shuts behind him, Voldemort strides over to the dresser and takes something out of the top drawer. A small black book with a burn hole through the center. A book that he'd once used to keep. Accounts of his day-to-day life at Hogwarts. A book that had once held a piece of his soul, and his memories of those days. The diary of a boy called Tom Marvolo Riddle. When he'd recovered and discovered that Malfoy had gotten careless. He was angry, certainly. But now, that was in the past. The past is a place that has no meaning to him. All that matters is the future. His endless future. Despite that, ever since he'd recovered he'd remained trapped in the pages. She had been on his mind. Ginevra Molly Weasley. Why would a blood traitor be on the mind of Lord Voldemort, heir of Salazar Slytherin? And the greatest sorcerer in the world? That was a question he had asked himself so many times. But he had no answer. Careful, Ginny, you've got a maniac out to get you. R&R for the next chapter. Remembering, voting is still open. So vote while you can. First morning back. Alright, I meant to upload this last week, but things got a bit hectic. Anyway, here it is. Chapter 12. I don't own Harry Potter or Hellsing. Nightwalker Chapter 12. Harry woke early the next morning, and was already out of the dormitories before even the most eager Ravenclaw. In fact, he was so early that, for the first time in his entire school life, the Great Hall was not opened. According to the clock opposite the door, it was just after 5:30 am. Technically, he wasn't supposed to be out of the common room until 6. With that in mind, he opens the front doors and steps outside. The sun was just peeking over the mountaintops in the distance, and for a moment, Harry had a panic attack. He could imagine his skin burning away as the sunlight hits him. But even after a full 5 minutes of terror, nothing happened. Relief flooded through him as he looks around the school ground. Hagrid's cabin was dark, and even from a distance, Harry could see that cobwebs had already formed around the window sills. Still not back from whatever job Dumbledore gave him over the summer, he thought to himself as he eyes across the grounds toward the cabin. The door opened suddenly, and for a moment, Harry expected to see the bulking form of Hagrid lumbering out to do some hunting in the forest. No such luck when the small Professor Grubby Plank steps onto the threshold. She was humming a happy tune until she saw him. Frowning slightly, she beckons for him to come closer. And Gryffindor's in negative. Harry sighs, walking forward. She likewise walks towards him until they were within talking distance. You shouldn't be out so early, you know, she says pleasantly. Her tone wasn't condescending, just stating facts. Yeah, sorry, Professor. He says sincerely, I just wanted to get out of the dorms before anyone woke up. May I ask why? She asks politely. Most of them hadn't exactly been very accepting of me since, well you know. He answers sheepishly, so I figured that I'd have breakfast early, and then sit out here and read until classes started. I imagine that must be difficult. She nods, not to worry, though. I won't fault you for that. I am rather surprised that you're out here. I was under the impression that you couldn't live in the sunlight. I can't. He replies, a wards B. N placed around the school that blocks the sun's rays. This is the first time I've seen the sun since the day of the third task. It's another thing that we've always taken for granted, she replies. I'm actually surprised that you aren't afraid of me. Harry smiles. After what I said to Umbridge last night, she deserved it. She chuckles, before looking back out at the sunrise. I used to be a lot like her, in a way. I was afraid of vampires, werewolves, merpeople, centaurs, and every other half-breed. One day, when I wasn't that much older than you, I found out that my best friend was a werewolf. I was terrified. I was convinced that he couldn't be. That there must be some other explanation. So I followed him on the night of the full moon and saw for myself. What happened? Well, I was lucky. When I saw him, he was just starting to transform, and he had the presence of mind to tell me to run. I didn't need telling twice. I never got any sleep that night. I just started thinking. Eventually, I realized that everyone is different. Some werewolves may be dangerous, but you shouldn't judge one based solely on that stereotype. She smiles, and you shouldn't let what others think bother you. You're a person before you're a vampire. If they can't see that, then don't waste your time trying to convince them. Find yourself a group of true friends and stick close to them. Especially for you, I would imagine that immortality would be pretty lonely without friends. Thanks. Harry smiles. Anytime. She replies, now, I think that Argus should have opened the Great Hall by now. What say we get moving? Harry. Hermione smiles, rushing to give him a hug. The Weasley plus Neville were walking right behind her. What happened? We couldn't find you anywhere. I woke up early, and went for a walk. He smiles, hugging her back. First time I've seen the sun in months, remember? How was it? Ginny asks nervously, looking around and praying that no one noticed her. Great. He answers, for a moment. I forgot I was a vampire. Very nice. Professor McGonagall swoops down, handing them all a schedule. Harry took one look at his and groans, Binns, Snape, Trelawney, and Umbridge all on the first day back. I'm not feeling too good. Vampires don't get sick. Hermione laughs. Besides, it's not so bad. You never know. Maid, you'll have better luck at potions now. Where does that leave me? Ron asks. Just in front of Crabbe and Goyle. Neville mutters, and me. Not funny. Ron mumbles as they all laugh. Look at it this way. Harry grins. If we fail this year, no more potions. All of them except Hermione cheer at the thought. The house had pretty much divided itself, with half supporting Harry and the other being too terrified to even stay in the saw. Me room as him for more than 5 minutes. A similar problem had occurred at almost all the other tables. The Hufflepuffs were particularly divided, as according to rumors, Ernie Macmillan and Justin Finch Fleckley got into a huge brawl over whether he was telling the truth or not. Professor Sprout had to be called in to break it up, and even then it had all but destroyed the common room. Daphne Greengrass was all but isolated from the other Slytherins, with only a younger black-haired girl that could have been her sister, and a blonde-haired girl he recognized from sorting, Tracy Davis, even willing to sit anywhere near her. The three had about a quarter of the table to themselves. The Ravenclaws, contrary to their supposed wisdom, mostly sided again at him. Evidently, only one was really outspoken in his favor. And that was Loony Lovegood, a blonde from Ginny's year who supposedly believed in creatures that there was absolutely no evidence to support their existence. Tuning out Hermione's lecture about how they shouldn't purposely fail potions just because they don't like Snape, Harry lets his senses wander. Instantly, he could hear just about every conversation in the hall, and if he really concentrated, he could tune in on a specific conversation. Over at the Slytherin table, Malfoy was planning with his group of thugs to ambush Harry on his way out of breakfast. And Pansy was discussing with her group of friends how to get revenge against Daphne and her friends for betraying them. At the Hufflepuff table, Susan Bones was having a heated argument with Justin, calling him nothing short of a moron for actually believing Harry to be a monster. Justin counters with the fact that, legally, Harry is a monster. Luna Lovegood was chatting with Padma Patil, who looked like she was half paying attention. Nevertheless, Luna kept talking. He was starting to like this girl. He would have thought that Gryffindor would be almost overflowing with supporters, but they weren't. In fact, it was basically only Harry's friends that would talk to him, along with a few others, namely Dean Thomas, who thought that the coffin was wicked, and Lee Jordan, who according to the twins, had started accepting bets on whose blood Harry would drink first. The leaders were Malfoy, Snape, and Umbridge. There was even an argument going on at the teachers' table, which had never happened before in Harry's 4 years. Have already told you, Dolores, Dumbledore says calmly as he looks down at the defense teacher. Mr. Potter has done nothing wrong. I will not expel as a vampire. That boy is a menace. Umbridge says in a Lot's whisper, you heard him threaten me just last night. Because time and time again, you allow your prejudice to rule you. Dumbledore says in a Snape-worthy sneer, I will warn you now, Dolores. If I find that you allow your prejudice to find its way into the classroom, regardless of Cornelius' influence, I will put an end to it. I have several people who I'm sure would be more than happy to take your place, and though you may have taken my authority in the courts, this school is still my domain, and I have friends with more power than you could ever dream. So you would allow a student to threaten a teacher? Umbridge gasps in disbelief. If you were acting as a teacher, I would say no. Dumbledore answers, but to be a teacher, you must be impartial. I cannot fault Mr. Potter for defending himself against unjust prosecution. Headmaster, allow me. Snape says from Dumbledore's other side, Professor Umbridge, why don't you admit what this is really about? What do you mean? She asks sweetly. No wonder you weren't in Slytherin. He sneers, you've got ambition, but I've seen first years with more brains. Your vendetta has nothing to do with Potter threatening you. It isn't even about him being a vampire. It's about the fact that he waltzed into the trial where you held all the cards and still he won. This is about the fact that because of Harry Potter, your name had become synonymous with incompetent. After you assured Fudge that Potter would be sent to Azkaban, not only was he not, but 2 of the most liked Aurors in history openly sided with him. That must have been quite the blow to the minister's approval rating after that smear campaign you've been orchestrating, right? Harry couldn't smile off his face as Umbridge turns bright red. How dare you? She whispers, I will have you know that this has nothing to do with Potter getting away with a crime that anyone else would have been sent to Azkaban for. This is what's best for the children. Really? Snape smirks, an eyebrow raised, and what, pray tell, has Potter done to harm anyone? That's not the point, she screeches so loud, more than a few students looked up at her before she reverted to her usual whispers. He's dangerous. I want him out before he does something. Something he might never do. Snape nods understandingly. You cannot punish someone for a crime they have not yet committed. Yes I can, she growls. Someone has to. That boy is nothing but trouble. Dolores. Dumbledore says firmly, that is enough. This discussion is over, and if I find that you have misused your authority, and believe me I will know, I will have you out of this school before lunch. Empty threats, Dumbledore, she hisses. You need a defense against the dark arts teacher, and I'm the only one. Sirius Black, Frank Longbottom, Alice Longbottom, Remus Lupin, Severus Snape. Dumbledore replies, and myself. Any of those. E6 would be more than capable of teaching defense against the dark arts. I'm sure that Severus at least would accept. Then who would teach potions? Umbridge grins like she won. I would be forced to step in. Please. Snape scoffs. Unlike defense, potions isn't cursed. With a reputation like Hogwarts has, it would take the headmaster less than an hour to find a replacement. You will not get rid of me, she roars. Before stomping out of the Great Hall, drawing the gaze of almost all the student body. Dumbledore rises to his feet and smiles. No need to be alarmed. He announces, Professor. Umbridge was feeling a tad stressed about her first day teaching, and went to get a calming draught from Madame Pomfrey. That's a good one. Harry grins, looking at the others. She might need a calming draught. But not for teaching. Dumbledore and Snape just told her off for wanting me expelled. Bloody hell. Ron says, swallowing his food for once. I know. Hermione sighs. I thought she would have learned by now. Yeah, that too. Ron shrugs before grinning. But Harry, you mean to tell me that Snape was supporting you? Yeah. Harry laughs. I don't think he was really supporting me so much as trying to get the defense job once Umbridge is fired. I wonder if we'll be needing a new defense teacher after today. One twin grins. After all, Lord Potter of the most noble line of Dracula. She does seem to have something against you. Indeed, your bloodiness. The other bows, will my lord be silencing the frog woman? We shall see. Harry replies calmly, finishing his breakfast. But I need to go get my books before class. See you at History of Magic. As he expected, the moment he stepped out of the Great Hall, a pair of vice-like hands wrapped themselves around his arms, squeezing tightly. Malfoy strolls out of the Great Hall right behind him and smirks. Potter. Your kind doesn't belong in Hogwarts, so we're going to put an end to you right now. I'm sure the Dark Lord would be pleased. Oh, I'm so scared, Harry says with a mock quiver as Crabbe and Goyle start pushing him towards the doors to the grounds. With a wave of his wand, Malfoy opens the doors. Why not go enjoy the sun? He grins, as the minion twins push him out the door. As soon as he touches the sun, Harry starts pretending to scream as Malfoy and the others laugh. Until Harry starts laughing. I personally prefer the dark. Harry says thoughtfully, looking around, but it's not bad out here. You should be dead. Malfoy screeches like a little girl, and it draws the attention of Song. Of the students who were leaving the hall. You should have listened to Daphne Greengrass. Harry shrugs, walking back in and talking loud enough that everyone could hear him. After all, she warned you it wouldn't work, didn't she? Last night at dinner. Malfoy pales as Harry looks around the room. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't care what that blood traitor bitch told you. She didn't tell me anything. Harry answers, you should probably remember that I've had a few months of practice at this. My hearing is way better than it used to be. I could listen to every conversation in the Great Hall at the same time. You really need to learn not to talk so loud. Your voice gave me a migraine. He's lying. Goyle whimpers. If he knew that we'd be trying to get him, why would he not defend himself? Because if I defended myself, you three would be pools of blood on the floor. Harry answers coldly, and I have no desire to ruin the appetites of so many other students. I could drain you myself, of course. But I've got a feeling you'd give me indigestion. Potter, what's going on here? Snape sneers, striding out of the hall. 3 in your house just tried to kill me. He answers nonchalantly. You don't seem injured. Snape scowls, glaring at the 3 boys. Well, they tried to push me into the sun, but no one told them that I wouldn't be here if I could get killed so easily. Snapping his fingers, he laughs. Actually, that's exactly what Greengrass told you 3, and you were too stupid to listen. They're just lucky that unlike their scummy fathers, I'm not a killer. If I were, they'd never make it to class. I could easily call for a duel right now and tear them limb from limb. Then why don't you? Malfoy shouts, because you're afraid. I'm not afraid, Harry says, walking past Malfoy and up the stairs. If you have some death wish you're not telling me about, go ahead and attack me when my back is turned. Because if you do, I will kill you. As he walked up the stairs, he could feel the eyes boring into the back of his head, and for a moment he wondered if Draco would actually do it. But aside from the mumbling of the students, and the grinding of Malfoy's teeth, there was nothing. For some reason, the castle was conspiring against him. The staircases kept changing and forcing him to detour further and further away from the Gryffindor dormitories. Finally, when the halls started flooding with students, Harry knew he was almost out of time. Rather than continuing the detour, once the stairs climbed up onto the railing and jumped to his original destination. And moving at speeds even he didn't know he could move, he was at the common room in less than 2 minutes. Once he had his books, he repeated the process and arrived at History of Magic a minute before Binns walked in through the wall. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Harry expected the lessons to be different during his OWL year. But they weren't. It wasn't more than a minute later that he felt himself getting drowsy, and several people around the room started to drift off to sleep. Only Hermione was seen writing quickly across the parchment. Willing himself to stay awake, Harry, with great difficulty, managed to tune out Binns' drawling voice. Rather than congratulating himself on a job well done, he instead stacks all of his books on his desk and picks up the topmost books. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 5. Closing his eyes in concentration, Harry memorizes every detail about the book. Its weight, thickness, texture, and size, and then wills it to vanish. When he opens his eyes, the book was gone. Smirking, he again closes his eyes and attempts to recall it. Though not as easy as vanishing it in the first place, it eventually reappeared in his hand. Vanishing it again, Harry continues the process of vanishing each book, then testing to make sure that he could recall it when needed. It took some practice, but eventually each bouquet was gone and Harry was confident that he could bring them back for class. In the front of the room, Binns was still talking lazily, seemingly unconcerned with the fact that only Harry and Hermione were still awake. And only Hermione was still paying attention. Thankfully, Harry was saved from boredom by the abnormally loud bell and makes the class jump in surprise. Professor Binns would have jumped too, but as a ghost, he simply hovered a bit higher before floating back down. Class dismissed, he says in a voice that made Harry yawn. You know, Hermione, you're more of a monster than I am. Harry jokes. How else could you stay awake during that? You did it fine, she counters. Only because I had something else to do. Harry replies, and even that was difficult. I'm sure you could do it if you set your mind to it. Hermione smiles. Just be glad we haven't got any homework. Like we do homework. Ron snorts, but we've got a break next period, so what should we do? I'm going for a fly. Harry replies. I haven't been on my broom since last year, and that's way too long. I'll go with you. Ron grins. I've been meaning to get some flying in before. Well, I mean, before someone else gets to the pitch. We'd better hurry. Hermione sighs as Ron drags Harry down the stairs, which had stopped sabotaging Harry before following after them. Once they reached the pitch, both realized one major problem with their plans. I haven't got my broom. They groan, looking back towards the castle. Accio brooms, Hermione says confidently with a swish of her wand. A moment later, two shapes appeared near Gryffindor Tower, flying swiftly through the air. One was moving faster than the other, but it wasn't long until both Harry's firebolt and Ron's clean sweep were floating in front of Hermione. You're a lifesaver, you know that, Ron says as he grabs his broom. Not really, she shrugs, it was Harry's idea, remember? I'd forgotten, Harry admits sheepishly as he mounts his firebolt. The first task seems like so long ago. I don't blame you, mate. Ron says as the two take off. It's been a hell of a year so far, hasn't it? It isn't over yet, Ron. He warns, and they split to do their own flying drills. Harry marvels at how much easier the firebolt is to control now. The sharpest turns didn't even faze him. The Woinski feint wasn't even difficult with his reaction times so much faster. I could have won the World Cup blindfolded. He thinks as he breaks out of a top-speed dive at the last moment and soars across the field. Ron was at the other end, cling the goal post and occasionally miming like he was block a save, completely with showboating after it was done. He's trying out this year. Harry thinks as he watches Ron's drills. He was good, not perfect, and not up to Oliver Wood's level, but good enough. They lost track of time as both of them flew. Somehow, Harry enjoyed flying so much more without Quidditch looming over him. This was the first time he felt so alive, an interesting fact, given his undead status since the very first flying lesson. The wind was at his back, and he loved it. It was only when Ron came at him and started shouting that he slowed down enough to hear what was happening around him. We've got to be at potions in 20 minutes. Ron shouts over the wind. All right, Harry shouts, turning towards the ground in a heart-stopping dive. Pulling out at the last minute and letting his feet skim the grass for a minute before coming to a stop. That was insane, Hermione gasps, grabbing her chest. You could have killed yourself, Harry. What good is immortality if you can't live a little? Harry shrugs, as Ron lands beside him and congratulates him on the excellent dive. What do we do about the brooms? Ron asks once they're halfway back to the school. I doubt Snape would let us take them into class. Pass yours here, Harry says, holding out his hand. I'll fly the firebolt up to the dorms and run back down. We've got plenty of time for that. Harry, we've got less than 15. Hermione starts before Ron hands Harry the broom and says, Hermione, don't question the vampire about what's possible. I'll see you in class, Harry says, kicking off on his firebolt and flying towards Gryffindor Tower. The feeling was exhilarating, and it only took 5 minutes for him to get to the 5th level of the boys' dorms. The window was open and undamaged, something that could not have been said when Harry tried the same trick the year before, and he flew into the room slowly and touched down. Seamus was rummaging through his trunk, muttering about his book when he came in, and he jumped in surprise. Harry, he mutters, didn't see you come in. Didn't use the door. Harry replies coolly, putting his broom and Ron's in their respective trunks. I'd hurry. Potion starts in less than 10 minutes. Thanks, he mutters as Harry leaves the dorm. Harry had just made it into the dungeons when Snape strides in. Casting a quick glance at the class, then walking to his desk to take roll. Years of practice taught them not to move, talk, or question it when Snape does this. And especially don't walk in late. Sorry I'm late, Seamus pants, walking into the room. 20 points from Gryffindor. Snape snaps, sit down, Mr. Finnegan. Once roll was completed, Snape looks around the room once more. Now, as you are all well aware, this year is your owls. Which means, thankfully, that our time is likely at an end. The majority of you will not be returning to my classroom next year, as I accept only the best. Anyone receiving anything less than an outstanding can choose a different class. Now, today's class will be on the Draught of Peace, a rather more complex potion than most of you are used to. But it should give us a good estimation of who can expect to continue their studies. With a casual flick of his wand, the directions for the potion write themselves on the board, and Snape sits back at his desk. While the others are going to get their ingredients, Harry shuts his eyes for a moment, and imagines his potion textbook. When he opens his eyes, the book was in front of him, and so was Snape. He was glowering down at him. I do hope that you don't find my class terribly boring. He sneers. After all, it's only the first day of term and already Gryffindor is in the negatives. Thanks in no small part to your threats last night. I wonder if they could recover from the point I take away for sleeping in class. I wasn't sleeping, sir. Harry answers calmly, keeping his temper in check. I was retrieving my textbook. I noticed. Snape responds, picking up the book. That is rather advanced magic, Patty. No sir, I just didn't want to carry my books around all day. He replies honestly. Putting the book back down, he stares at Harry long and hard for a moment before giving the briefest of nods. Get to work, Potter. Yes sir, Harry says, getting to his feet and gathering his ingredients after the crowd had passed. Snape hadn't been exaggerating when he said that it was more complex than they were used to. The year before, the most complex potion had been the potion to induce sneezing. The Draught of Peace, though, was on a totally different level. Ingredients had to be added in precisely the right order, at precisely the right time, while the potion was precisely the right temperature. Or else the potion would turn toxic. Evidently, Crabbe had already made that mistake, as noxious green smoke was billowing from his cauldron, and 3 other Slytherins had fainted from the fumes. Snape cleared it with a wave of his wand, and to the shock of everyone, gave Crabbe a detention. The first Slytherin detention in their entire school lives. Hermione might have been onto something when she said that he might be better this year. Usually, the fumes from the cauldron would give him a headache, and he'd get sloppy and make a mistake. This time, his mind was clear, his memory sharp, and his reflexes as good as ever. Twice, he caught himself before he could make a mistake, and corrected it. The most serious was when he almost forgot to add the herbol syrup. The result would have been more deadly than cobra venom. An hour and a half later, Snape rises. Deliver a flask of your potion to my desk immediately. Class dismissed. Harry was among the first to hand him his flask. Surprisingly, Snape takes it carefully, looked for a moment, and nods, "Excellent." Harry stood for a moment in total shock at what Snape had just said, causing several people to crash into his back and tumble to the floor. Malfoy was among them, and his flask shattered, staining the floor brown. "Do be more careful, Mr. Malfoy," Snape growls, cleaning the mess with a flick of his wand. "One of the first years is going to step in that, and break his neck. While I might not mind too much, I have no desire to lose my job because of your incompetence." Malfoy's face turned bright red as he marched back to his cauldron, which Pansy Parkinson had just emptied. Harry laughs the whole way up to lunch after seeing the look on Snape's face when he said that Malfoy was getting AT for the day. Far to the south, in the deserts of Africa, a blonde-haired young woman stood in the middle, panting lightly in the heat. A dark aura covered her from head to toe, so hot the very sand beneath her feet started to crystallize. The darkness started to spread, covering the ground around her in shadows. From the shadows rose entire armies of skeletons. As they rose off the ground, their skin and muscles starts to reform, until they resembled the men, women, vampire, and all manner of other beasts they had once been. In the front was a man, tall and proud. His face as covered by the high rim of his Waffen-SS jacket, he had a long-barreled rifle in his hand. This was the man once called simply, Captain. Beside him was the demented woman Zoran Blitz, whose terror Ized Helsing HQ and killed countless soldiers. Next was one of Grindelwald's top lieutenants, Hyman Durmstrang, who gave his name to the school in Bulgaria where he long taught. Then there was the prophet, Cassandra Vablatsky, Grindelwald's advisor. Behind these four, countless more tormented souls rose up until she had an army at her command. That took way more effort than it should have. Sir, as mutters as she leans up against the nearest pillar of sandstone. Impressive, someone says from behind her, and she turns around almost on reflex. A man was walking towards her, his long wild black hair blowing in the desert wind. He was dressed in steel armor, with a sword hung at his waist and a smile on his face. Or what could have been a smile? It could just as well have been him getting ready to attack. You could never tell with Alucard. "Master," she says, getting up and walking towards him. He was still surveying her army. "Not bad at all. You've made me proud, Sarah's. Not up to your level yet," she says bashfully. "No, you're not," he admits, "but then, I've lived a lot longer. Tell me, Sarah's, what happened to Integra?" "I don't know," she answers sadly. "Grindelwald's army was stronger than I thought. I took down the bulk of them, but they ended up sealing me in the end. I've been awake for less than a year." "As have I," he replies. "Strangely, I cannot remember how I got there." "That's not like you, Master." Sarah's laughs for a moment before continuing seriously. "I've done some looking into it since I woke up, but anyone that would have known me is dead." "Well, I think I know someone who might talk to me." Alucard grins, turning around. "Remember to look over that other girl. I sense that her power is greater than yours." Well, Harry learns another new power next chapter. But whether it's good or bad remains to be seen. Until then, feel free to review. Visions of Things to Come. Nightwalker 13. Harry Potter and Helsing Are Not Mine. That was the best potions class ever. Harry laughs with Ron and Neville as they climb the ladder to Professor Trelawney's divination classroom. "Seriously," Neville says with a chuckle, "that might have been the best potion I ever made. It's so much easier without Snape leering at you." "Well, I still failed, but it was a nice change." Ron shrugs as he opens the trapdoor at the top and lets the three climb in. The last room hadn't changed since the year before. There were about a dozen small tables scattered in a circle around the room, each with 2 chairs. At the center of each table was a crystal ball, along with a deck of cards, a pot of tea, and 2 teacups. Most of the class had already gotten there and taken their seats, leaving only 4 empty spots. Ron takes the seat next to Lavender Brown, and Neville sits with Harry at the only open table. "Welcome back, class," Trelawney says pleasantly as she rises from her desk. "Now, I'm glad to see that you all returned safely from the break. Before we move on to palmistry tomorrow, We shall be reviewing several forms of divination that my gazing has told me will be on your exams at the end of the year. Each of you, work with your partners to deter me. Nay, what mysteries lie just beyond the veil. Trelawney took the open seat across from Parvati Patil while the others started discussing with their partners what they wanted to start with. Tea then, Harry asks Neville. I could use some after lunch. Sounds fine to me, Neville says, pouring them both a cup. While they sipped tea, Harry took the deck of cards and shuffled it before dealing them both a hand. Since they were tarot cards, poker was out of the question, but Go Fish wasn't. It was a pleasant game that ended when Neville managed to guess that Harry's last card was the World. Damn it, Harry sighs. Passing Neville the card. Well, I've got tea. Leaves. Handing him the cup, he adds, tell me how I'm going to die this year. Right, Neville says, turning to the section on tea leaves. Let's see, you've got a scorpion. Enemies are plotting against you. Tell me something I don't know. Harry snorts, but waves for Neville to continue. Then there's a cat. You've got a false friend in your midst. Neville reads. Then a vase, a friend is in need of help. Then there's a mask. That's secrets that must be kept. A key, so you'll unravel a mystery. A chair, so there'll be an unexpected guest. Well done, dear boy. Professor Trelawney says, standing over them, but you missed one. A gun. Danger, strife, and a catastrophe loom on the horizon. I knew it. Harry sighs. C.A.N.T. I just get a cup telling me that I'll grow up in 6 cats, 8 owls, and a kid. Is that too much to ask? For you, mate, for you. Neville says comfortingly, and handing his cup to Harry. Harry looks at the cup, and Professor Trelawney joins him. First, there are ants. Impending difficulties. An owl run into so trouble, but at least you've got a friend. A goat in a garden. Avoid parties or you'll have misfortune. The next one's a dove. Trelawney says calmly, good luck and peace. Then a wagon. Hard times are ahead. At the end, a branch and a daisy. New friends and love. Why can't I get a cup like that? Harry sighs. How do you do it? Nowhere in that cup do I see a single death omen. Are you sure I'm the immortal one? Well, maybe that's why. Neville suggests, if you're living so long, you're bound to step on more than a few toes. That's no excuse. Harry sighs, shuffling the cards as Trelawney empties their cups with a wave of her wand before sending the cups back towards their shelves. Neither was in the mood for a complex reading, so they opted for the nice simply 3-card reading. Harry was laid out the 3 for himself, and Neville would read them. Let's see, Neville says. Flipping the first card, the Fool. Well, that's the first time I've ever seen one of these being accurate. A new beginning. Harry gasps, when? Smart ass. Neville smirks before flipping the second. The High Priestess. A choice. An auspicious card for one to have in the present. Trelawney says calmly as Parvati looks into the crystal ball, perhaps your inner eye has opened at last. And finally, the Emperor. Neville says, revealing the future card, you're a leader, Harry. Or will be anyway. And as always, this tells us next to nothing. Harry sighs, shuffling the cards again before handing the deck to Neville. Once Neville had his 3 cards laid out in front of him, Harry flips the first, 10 of swords. Learn from your mistakes, Nev. Useless. He snorts as Harry flips the second card. Knight of Wand. Harry says, checking the book, so, you've got to build up your confidence and courage. Better. Neville admits as Harry turns over the last card. Death. Transformation and major change. Harry says as Neville pales slightly, confronted with the rider on horseback wielding a scythe, forced sacrifice and a change. Damn it. Neville sighs. I wish I had your teacup right about now. Death is not bad. Trelawney says looking over the cards, death is strong. Its impact will be felt, that is true, but whether the change is good or ill remains to be seen. I think I know how you felt 2 years ago. Neville mutters, staring down the Grim. It'll pass. Harry assures him. Nothing ever happened with the Grim, so it might be nothing. Aside from the whole dying thing at the end of last year, he sighs, before smiling. Now, let's see what's in the crystal ball. Anything? Harry asks after giving Neville a moment to gaze into the ball. The mornings are going to be foggy for a while, he proclaims, and many students laugh. Your turn, mate. Harry nods, looking at the orb. Like Neville, All he saw was the fog in the center. He could feel Trelawney looking at him, as if expecting him to start spouting prophecies. It was annoying, but he wanted to try his hardest. Opening his third eye the way Sarah's had taught him, the fog instantly changes. He was in front of a blank wall, and a door appeared out of nowhere. Inside was a room, filled with practice dummies and books on combat magic. Over 20 other kids were already inside. The scene dissolves into mist, then reforms. This time, it was the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid was there, wrestling with a giant at least twice as big as him. Again, the scene vanished. He was walking along a corridor that seemed strangely familiar, and the door at the end opens at a touch. The world spun as he stopped in the center of the room. Picking a door at random, he walks in. After a minute of walking through the strange room, he steps out in the center of a hall of glass orbs, and the vision fades again, reforming more quickly with the sight of Sirius tumbling backwards through a veil. Again, it vanishes. Harry was covered in blood in the Ministry of Magic atrium, and lying in front of him was a woman, pale and lifeless in a pool of blood. Voldemort appeared behind him just as everything turns black. He saw a long table, shrouded in darkness. Along the sides were Death Eaters, unmasked and sitting, facing the end. At the end was a young man who was almost sickeningly familiar. He was tall, with pale skin and short black hair. He had a cruel smile and red eyes. But the cat-like pupils had disappeared. This wasn't the Voldemort that had stepped out of the cauldron months earlier. This was Tom Riddle, in all his glory. Young and handsome, before dark magic had claimed him. His mouth was moving, but no words were heard. The scene fades away just as Riddle raises his hand and gestures towards his right hand, at the empty seat. "That's enough, Harry," Sarah says in his mind, her voice echoing. He felt his concentration drift away, and his inner eye closes. Suddenly, he felt weak. His arms were like lead, and his head was pounding. He couldn't help but replay that last image over and over again. "Harry," Neville shouts, snapping him out of it, "are you all right?" "Fine." "Why?" Harry asks, surprised by his friend's shouting. "You've been in a trance, dear boy." Trelawney smiles. "You've seen something, haven't you? No need to be scared. Come, tell me what you saw, and I will help you to discover what you have seen." "Dumbledore," he says weakly, suddenly weaker than ever before, "I need to see Professor Dumbledore." "Do not run," Trelawney says soothingly, "I can help you. I'm sure you are frightened by what you saw, but perhaps I can help. I have experience in these matters." Harry ignored her and tried to stand, but his legs couldn't hold him. It was only Neville's quick assistance that saved him from falling on his face. "What's going on?" Neville asks, helping him up. "Something bad," Harry answers, "really bad." "I'll help you," he says, helping Harry back towards the trapdoor and ignoring Professor Trelawney's protests. It was hard, very hard, but eventually, Neville managed to get Harry to Dumbledore's office door. The gargoyle had jumped aside almost as soon as they got near it, so either Trelawney told him, or Dumbledore really was as all-knowing as he seems to be. "Come in," Dumbledore says, opening the door before Neville knocks and helping Harry as well. "What seems to be the problem, Harry?" "I saw something," he says softly, taking the seat in front of Dumbledore's desk, "about Voldemort." "Tell me," Dumbledore says, listening intently. Harry told him everything he saw, and with each vision, his expression grew more and more troubled. At the last one, his face turns pale. "You are certain, Harry?" he asks after a moment. "He appeared as he did in the Chamber of Secrets. A few years older maybe, but he looked like a totally different person than he did at the graveyard." Harry nods. "And this woman?" he asks again. "You've never seen her before?" "Never." Harry shakes his head. "Couldn't they have been nothing?" Neville asks. "I mean, divination doesn't have a good track record for being accurate." "I agree." Dumbledore nods sadly. "But one of the vision, at least, seems to be accurate. If one is, I am inclined to believe that all are, at least until they can be disproven." "Which one?" Harry asks. "First," Dumbledore says, holding up a hand, "Dobby." The elf pops into the room with a bow. "Could you please bring Harry a packet of blood?" "Certainly." Dobby bows before popping away and returning with a packet of blood. "Thanks," Harry says, sinking his fangs into the blood. Instantly, He felt his strength starting to return to him. Now, as for your question, I'm sure I don't have to tell you that Hagrid is not here. Dumbledore nods. I sent him to negotiate with the giants for their support against Voldemort. They may be incredibly violent creatures, but if they give their word, they will hold it until death. I had hoped that Hagrid could convince them to join the fight against Voldemort, but they found Voldemort's offer more appealing. None of them. Harry sighs. Most likely not. Perhaps one or two may come to our aid. But most will. He replies. However, Hagrid is bringing one giant, his brother, back with him. The giant. Harry nods, finishing his blood. That's it, isn't it? Correct. Dumbledore smiles. If that vision is true, then we can only assume that the others are true, and take the appropriate actions. Do you know what they mean? Harry asks calmly, looking the old man in the eye. But he quickly averts them. Bits and pieces. Dumbledore nods, and all that will be explained in time. For now, I thank you for giving me this information, Harry. Did Sarah's have anything to say about it? Not really. Harry shakes his head. She told me to stop after the last vision, and helped me to close my inner eye, but nothing since. It's obvious why. Dumbledore sighs. You barely had any strength left as it was. Any more could have been disastrous. Please, Harry, from now on, do not open your inner eye for divination. All right. Harry nods. Good. Now I believe it's time for defense against the dark arts. Dumbledore smiles, and do try to give Professor Umbridge a chance. I understand that you may not like her, and that she certainly doesn't like you. But if you can learn from her, I urge you to do so. I'll do what I can. He replies, standing up again, and I'll try not to kill her before I talk to you. That's all I can ask for. Dumbledore smiles. Off you go. It wouldn't do to get a detention on your first day of class. Yes, Professor. Both Harry and Neville chime before leaving the room. Are you okay? Hermione asks IEDLY as soon as they take their seats in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Ron said that you ran out of divination to see Professor Dumbledore. I'll explain later, Harry whispers, as Umbridge stands up to address the class. Good afternoon, everyone. Umbridge smiles sweetly. Good afternoon. A couple of people mutter. Tut, tut, Umbridge chides. Let's try that again, shall we? Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Professor Umbridge. Everyone chanted robotically. That wasn't so difficult, was it? Umbridge smiles. Now, let's begin. Wands away, quills and textbooks out. Everyone groaned as they complied with her orders. The order, wands away, is never followed by an interesting lesson. Umbridge didn't seem to care, as she was humming a merry tone as she tapped her wand against the blackboard. Chalk lines spread from the point of contact until it spelled out, Defense Against the Dark Arts, a return to the basic principles. Now, your lessons thus far have been rather inconsistent, haven't they? It's to be expected, after having so many different teachers, none of whom seemed capable of following a ministry-approved curriculum. With a grin, she continues. I'm sure that you'll be pleased to know that those problems are in the past. I shall personally see to it that you all learn a carefully structured, ministry-approved course of defensive magic to ensure that you're ready for your exams this coming June. Tapping the board again, the previous message vanished, and was replaced with new list. Copy down the following, Umbridge says, taking her seat, and then read chapter 1 from your textbook. There should be no need for talking. After quickly jotting down the course aims, Harry turns to page 5 of the Defensive Magical Theory and started to read. For the first time, he wished he was in History of Magic. At least with history, as long as you can keep paying attention, you might learn something interesting. Defensive Magical Theory was about as informative as toilet paper. Apparently, he wasn't the only one that thought so. Almost everyone in the room was doing something other than reading. Even Hermione wasn't reading, just sitting. With her book closed and her hand in the air. Umbridge tried her best to ignore Hermione, but when the rest of the class started watching her, Umbridge had no choice but to act. Did you have a question about the chapter? She asks Hermione sweetly. Actually, I had a question about the course aims. Hermione replies, and Umbridge glares at her for just a moment. And your name is? Hermione Granger. She answers. Well, I should think the course aims are perfectly clear if you read them carefully. Umbridge smiles sweetly. It's just that there's nothing listed about using defensive magic. The rest of the class turned back up to the board so quickly that their necks snapped, and everyone frowned when they realized that Hermione was right. Using defensive spells. Umbridge gasped slightly. I can't think of why you would need to use it in my classroom. You aren't expecting to be attacked, are you? We're not using magic. Ron roars suddenly. You will raise your hand before speaking, Mr. Weasley. Ron replies, thrusting his hand in the air. Umbridge smiles and ignores him, turning her back to them. Hermione and Harry both raised their hands, and though Umbridge's eyes lingered on him for a moment, she ultimately looked at Hermione. Yes, Ms. Granger. Isn't the whole point of defense against the dark arts to practice defensive spells so that if we need to use th? Are you a trained ministry professional? Umbridge asks, cutting her off. No, but, well then, I'm afraid you aren't qualified to decide what the whole point of my class is. Umbridge grins. Old and cleverer wizards than you have devised our new program of learning defensive spells in a safe, secure, and risk-free way. And what's the point of that? Harry growls, unable to keep himself from shouting out. If we're going to be attacked, it wouldn't be risk-free. Hand, Mr. Potter, she screeches, but ignores him when he puts his hand in the air, turning instead to Seamus. And you are Seamus Finnegan, he answers. Harry's right, isn't he? If we run into a situation when we need it, it wouldn't be risk-free. I repeat, do you expect to be attacked in my classroom? Umbridge snarls. For the briefest second, Seamus' eyes drifted over to Harry, but he said nothing. When he never answered, Umbridge continues, I do not wish to criticize my predecessors or the way they choose to teach. But you have been exposed to some very irresponsible wizards, and of course, we mustn't forget that dangerous half-breed. If you're talking about Professor Lupin, he's the best we ever had. Dean shouts, and more than a few people nods along with him. Hand, she yells, making him since, now, as I was saying, the spells you have been taught are well outside the ministry standard. Complex, inappropriate, and potentially lethal. That half-breed was one of the very worst offender. Expecto Patronum, Harry roars, and the brilliant white stag shots out of his wand, filling the room with a sense of goodness. You say that Professor Lupin was dangerous. He was the one that taught me this. And it's saved my life a time or two. But of course you know that, don't you? Hand, Umbridge roars, and with a wave of her wand, the Patronus vanishes, and 50 points from Gryffindor for unauthorized use of magic in my classroom. Now, you have been lied to. Convinced that you would meet dark attacks every day. No, we haven't. Hermione shouts, it was just. Your hand is not up, Ms. Granger. Umbridge says, grinding her teeth, it is my understanding that my predecessor not only performed illegal curses in front of you, but performed them on you. He was a maniac, Dean says angrily, but he was still a damn good teacher. Hand, Mr. Thomas. Umbridge roars, it is the V.W. of the ministry that a theoretical course should be sufficient to pass your owls. That is the whole reason that you came to this school, is it not? A number of hands were still in the air, and she looked at them all for a moment before choosing, and you are. Parvati Patil, isn't there supposed to be a practical portion of the owls? As in we're supposed to demonstrate that we can actually perform the spells. As long as you study enough, I see no reason why you wouldn't be able to perform the spells under controlled examination conditions. Umbridge says dismissively, turning away from Parvati. Are you telling em we'll ever do the spell will be at the exam? Parvati gasps, but that can't be. I repeat, as long as you study the theory. And what good is theory in the real world? Harry shouts, punching his fist in the air with so much force that it blew off Seamus' hat. This is school, Mr. Potter, not the real world, she says softly, trying her hardest to ignore him. Anne, school is supposed to prepare us for the real world. Harry replies coldly, and for what's waiting out in the real world? There is nothing waiting. Umbridge glares dangerously. Nothing, Harry says angrily. The Occlumency tricks he tried the night before weren't going to keep his anger in check for much longer. Who do you imagine would want to attack Chill? Voldemort. Harry growls, and the entire class winces. Lord Voldemort might. 10 points from Gryffindor, Umbridge says with a grim smirk. The class was as silent as a graveyard. Every eye was fixed on either Harry or Umbridge. Umbridge stood up, drawing the remaining eyes to her. You have been told that a certain dark wizard is alive once again. And he is. Harry replies, eyes locking onto hers. Silence. Umbridge sneers, as I was saying, that is a lie. It's not. Harry roars, momentarily losing control of his anger and making several students jump in surprise. Detention, Mr. Potter, she says triumphantly. My office, tomorrow evening. Now then, the ministry assures you that this is a lie. None of you or your families are at risk from any dark wizards. If you're worried, I would be only too happy to assist you outside of class. Those attempting to scare you with lies like this will be stopped, I guarantee it. Now, please resume your reading from page 5. As Umbridge sat, Harry stood up, ignoring Hermione's attempted protest. So then, what happened to Cedric Diggory? Harry says softly, his voice shaking as he relives the moment of Diggory's death. How'd he die? Whatever she expected, that wasn't it. As Umbridge's eyes bulge at the same time, the class has a collective intake of breath. It wasn't surprising. No one had heard the full story except for Hermione and Ron. Not even Neville knew. Umbridge's smile was gone when she finally addressed him. Cedric Diggory's death was a tragic accident of a dangerous tournament. She replies coldly, it was murder. Harry replies, his voice so. I see that the room actually started to chill. Voldemort killed him and you know. Why are you so insistent on denying it? Umbridge didn't reply. She simply sat down and wrote something on a slip of pink parchment and started to write. With her hunched over, Harry couldn't see what was being written, but eventually, she waves for him to come over. Take this to Professor McGonagall, dear. She says calmly, handing him the rolled-up parchment. All right. Harry smiles. Besides, Professor Dumbledore asked me to stop by after my first lesson. Umbridge's expression was almost unreadable, but somewhere in her eyes, he saw something. Either anger or fear, but he didn't stick around. He left the room without looking back, leaving his textbook on his desk. Harry kept walking without stopping, ramming straight into Peeves the poltergeist. The poltergeist looked like he was about to say something, but Harry's blood was still boiling from his defense class, and Peeves ran away at a single glance from Harry's vampiric eyes. It was less than a minute later that he stopped in front of Professor McGonagall's office door and knocked lightly. The entire door shook under his fist. The door opened a moment later, and Professor McGonagall looked at him, stunned. For a moment, Potter. Shouldn't you be in class? I was sent to give you this. Harry says, handing her the scroll. She tapped it with her wand, and it unfurled itself. She quickly read the note, and her eyes grew more and more narrowed every moment. Once she was finished, she crumples it up and storms into her office. In here. She growls, sitting at her desk. And Harry sat across from her. Do you know what this note said? She asks, tossing the pink parchment in the trash and lighting it on fire with a wave of a wand. No, Harry says honestly. According to that note, you shouted at Professor Umbridge, called her a liar, and told her that he who must not be named is back. McGonagall replies, is it true? Yes. Harry answers politely. McGonagall frowns and turns to the small table along the back wall and moves the small tray of biscuits onto her desk. Have a biscuit, Potter. She says softly, I'm sorry. Harry asks in shock. A biscuit, she says, giving the tray a light shake. Take one. Nodding, Harry took one of the ginger newts and took a bite as McGonagall continued with her lecture. You must be very careful, Mr. Potter. Misbehavior in Dolores Umbridge's class could cost you far more than house points and detentions. What do you mean? Harry asks, finishing the biscuit. You know her, Potter. McGonagall sighs. You know where she comes from, and who she's reporting to. You also know that at the moment, she hates you more than even he who must not be named. You are, to her, the embodiment of everything that's wrong with this world. You are a vampire, famous, and strong, and she sees you as an obstacle to achieving her every desire. It is only Professor Dumbledore that is stopping her from making your life hell. Do not give her any reason to do so beyond that. The bell sounded through her office, and she rose. I have a class to prepare for. Mr. Potter, you have been given detention every night this week. She says sourly, and before he could answer, she adds, there is nothing I can do. She is well within her rights to give you a detention. Tomorrow evening, 5 o'clock. Remember, tread carefully around Dolores Umbridge. I was telling the truth. Harry shouts, and McGonagall snaps, I just told you, this has nothing to do with truth or lies. It's about keeping your head down and your temper in check. Dumbledore gave you that book for a reason, so put it to use. Shaking the tray of biscuit, she says, take another. Harry begrudgingly takes one, and she smiles slightly, I'm sure that Ms. Granger must have told you exactly what Dolores Umbridge said during her speech. Keep that in mind. Nodding, Harry sighs and dejectedly leaves her office, heading straight to RDS, the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. The gargoyle jumped aside without a word, and Dumbledore opened the door just as he reached the top of the stairs. You were expecting me, Harry states, sitting in the same seat as he had just before defense. I admit it was a likely outcome. Dumbledore says, holding out a bowl of candy, would you like one? Might as well, Harry says, accepting one of the round yellow sweets. You've offered them enough times. You know, I bought a single bag from a Muggle candy store almost 10 years ago, and I still haven't used them all. He smiles, it's almost as if people expect them to be laced with calming draught or something. I could use one right about now, if that was the case. Harry mutters, popping the sour candy into his mouth. I have a small stash in here, if you wish. Dumbledore smiles, removing a smaller tray of candy from his desk. You would be surprised how many times I've needed to use these to keep from letting my temper get the better of me. I imagine that being headmaster is a pretty stressful job. Harry nods. In all honesty, this year was the first that I've had to use them for school affairs. Dumbledore says, taking one of the candies from his drawer and popping it into his mouth. Normally, they're for before and after Wizengamot meetings. But we're getting off topic. I doubt you came here to discuss candy. Tell me about Professor Umbridge's lesson. Harry gave him the short version, her not letting them use magic, docking points for an opinion, and not allowing anyone to finish any thought not along the lines of, I want to marry Minister Fudge. I feared as much. Dumbledore sighs. Cornelius has been obsessing about my supposed plans to take over the ministry. He believes that the reason I hid Remus and Alistair was because I want my students trained as soldiers when I launch my coup d'etat. That's ridiculous. Harry snorts, but then, Fudge isn't exactly the brightest snitch in the game. No, he isn't. Dumbledore chuckles. But alas, he has done all he can to limit my power. Hogwarts remains the only place that I have any power. I wouldn't be so sure of that. He answers, Professor, even if Fudge has been trying to smear your good name, you're too well respected for that. He might have removed you from the Wizengamot and passed more laws in the last 3 months than in his entire political career prior to that, but if you talk, people will listen, regardless of what Fudge says. And you as well, Dumbledore says, eyes twinkling. I believe part of the reason why so few believe you is that everyone has heard the minister's side of the story. Let them hear yours, and I'm sure you'd have some supporters. How am I supposed to do that? Harry sighs, I can't very well do an interview for the Prophet. Fudge would find some way to prove that I'm a loon and get me thrown into street Mungos for life. Harry, even now, without your story being made public, you have supporters. He says, calmly, looking out the window, I'm sure that you'll find one of those supporters who will be able to help you. Now, before we get any more off track, I need you to sign this. With a wave of his wand, a piece of parchment zoomed from the desk in the corner. Harry grabbed it out of the air. What is it? A form stating that you wish to drop defense against the dark arts, and that you understand that you will be expected to self-study to prepare for your exams this year. Dumbledore says pleasantly. Great, Harry says, signing the form and handing it back to him. Wonderful. Now, normally you would study from your textbook. Dumbledore smiles, rising and taking a book from his bookshelf. Perhaps this might be more informative. Standard defense spells. Grade 5. Harry asks, looking at the thick black leather-bound book. It is an older book, I admit. Dumbledore shrugs, a prelude to the standard book of spells, but I've always found it very helpful for students that need to pass their defense against the dark arts owls. Thank you, sir, Harry says, holding the book at his side. Not to worry, he replies, however, you will be asked to prove your competency every month to continue self-studying. He warns, and if you are felt to be lacking, you will have to return to defense against the dark arts. All right, Harry nods, intent to study harder than ever before. How will be test me? He asks. Normally, it would be your head of house and the current defense teacher. Dumbledore smiles, but it might be a good idea for me to sit in, just to be safe. Thank you, sir, Harry says when an instrument on Dumbledore's back table goes off, letting off silver steam and light. What's that? Nothing really. Dumbledore smiles. They're not all complex devices, you know. That one is similar to your Muggle alarm clocks. It's dinner time. The two chuckle softly as they descend to the Great Hall. Well, that's that. If you haven't already voted, now is the time. Only 2 more weeks before the poll closes, and I can't guarantee that I'll be updating in that time. R&R. Detention with Dolores. Nightwalker 14. It's been a little while everybody. Sorry for the wait. I got caught up in my fairy tale FIC and completely neglected my crossovers. Still, I'm back and as promised, the first story updated is the one you guys picked. Enjoy. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter and Hellsing. They're both owned by people far more awesome than I, a lowly fanfic writer. The next day, classes were far more enjoyable. No lame and boring history. No strangely nice Professor Snape. No predicting the deaths of those closest to him, and best of all, Umbridge was nowhere in sight. Except for his detention, he told himself sadly as the Transfiguration class let out. It had been a difficult lesson on vanishing charms, but it was still his favorite lesson of the year thus far. Charms was a very close second, with Professor Flitwick showing absolute. Why no change in attitude regarding Harry being a vampire? Care of magical creatures was another enjoyable lesson on Bowtruckles. Naturally, Draco started the lesson by insulting Harry, claiming that a creature has no right to be among students. Professor Grubby Plank didn't even hesitate before docking Slytherin 30 points and give him a detention. The homework was rather tedious though. He was expected to sketch a Bowtruckle, labeling all parts of the body. Malfoy couldn't help speaking rather loudly to Pansy Parkinson, saying that he was sure Hagrid had been mortally wounded. About 5 students in the class laughed slightly, but it ended when Harry said to Neville, rather loudly, that the same could happen to Draco if he didn't keep his mouth shut. He'd lost 10 points for threatening a student, but it was well worth it. The final class of the day was herbology, which started with an interesting encounter. Potter. Someone calls from behind him, and he turns to see Ernie Macmillan jogging over to him. Both his eyes were black, with a few bruises along his left arm, and his right arm in a sling, but he was looking stern as he says, "I want you to know something." He states loudly, drawing a few people's attention. "I believe you. My family's always believed in Dumbledore before. We aren't about to stop because of the prophet's lies or you being a vampire. Anyone gives you a hard time, let me know. I've got your back. Thanks, Ernie." Harry smiles as Ernie nods, glaring behind Harry at Justin Finch-Fletchy, who was in a similar state, beaten and bruised. Harry wasn't the only one who reacted to Ernie's statement. Both Seamus and Lavender Brown were looking at him like he was crazy. Justin just rolled his eyes like he'd known it was coming. Ginny, who had just left the greenhouse was the rest of the 4th years, smiled slightly before leaving together with Luna Lovegood. Like every other teacher thus far, Professor Sprout spent the first 20 minutes lecturing them on the importance of their owls and assuring them that she would offer whatever help she could to those who wanted to learn. Harry didn't need Hermione to explain what that meant. Don't be lazy for the whole year. Then come back expecting her to tutor you. Afterwards, she set them to work reviewing the potting procedures for mandrakes, assigning an essay on it for homework. The 5th year F. Finders returned to the Great Hall at 4:30, leaving Harry almost no time for dinner. Luckily, since becoming a vampire, he didn't need long. Grabbing a goblet, which instantly filled with blood, Harry drained the cup, refilled it, and drank again before wishing his classmates the best and heading to the common room, missing the usual dinner rush completely. He arrived outside of Umbridge's classroom at 5 of 5, and spent 4 minutes lamenting his position, not because he shouldn't have told her the truth, but because if he'd brought his books, he could have lied in his dream diary and been done with it by now. Finally, at exactly 5 o'clock, Harry knocked on the door. "Come in," the sugary voice of evil says from the other side, and he sighs, stepping into the office. For a moment, he would have thought he was in the wrong place. Rather than the usual dark arts things one would expect to find in the office, there were cuddly kitten pictures that radiated bad mojo. Umbridge, DGE was sitting with a wide grin in the chair on the opposite side of the desk. A crisp piece of parchment was sitting on the table in front of where Harry could assume he would sit. "Good evening, Mr. Potter," she smiles, motioning for him to sit. "Evening," Harry says coldly, as if he was stating that it was the evening rather than wish Umbridge anything kinder than a curse. "Well, I'm sure that you remember why we're here." She smiles still. "This is meant to be your punishment for spread evil, nasty, attention-seeking lies. I'm sure that when this is all over, for the future." Harry had to bite the inside of his cheek to keep from ripping into her, verbally or physically. He wasn't picky about which, so he said nothing and sat done, waiting for her to continue. "There," she says happily, like Harry had just told her she won the lottery, "you're getting better already. I'd expected you to lose your temper again. I assume I'm doing lines." He mutters, ignoring her last comment and reaching into his bag for a quill. "Indeed," she says, "but not with your quill. You'll be using a rather special one of mine." After a moment, Umbridge grins as she hands him a long black quill with a silver point sharp enough for Harry to stab her eyes out with. "Right. I must not tell lies," she says softly, watching him eagerly. "How many times?" Harry asks, holding the quill hard enough that a normal quill would have shattered. It was obvious that this wasn't an ordinary quill, which means this was the real detention. "Until the message sinks in," she replies, waving him on. "Off you go." That wasn't suspicious at all, Harry thinks sarcastically. "I haven't got any ink," Harry says, going for his bag again. "You won't need any," she replies without looking up from the essay she was grading. Reluctantly, Harry places the point on the paper and writes, "I must not tell lies." The instant he stopped writing, a searing pain traced itself along the back of his hand, and he looks down. Just in time to see the words etched into the back of his hand. "I must not tell lies." "Is something wrong?" Umbridge asks with mock concern in her voice. "Nothing," Harry says quickly as the cuts heal. Still, he could feel the pain in his arm like he'd been poisoned. "This isn't steel," Harry realizes as the blood on the tip starts to smoke slightly. "It's silver." "Well, continue." Umbridge smiles, returning to her grading while Harry again writes the lines, and again they crave themselves into his hand and the growing pain continues to grow. This went on for what seemed like hours until finally, long after night had fallen. Umbridge clears her throat. "Come here," she says sweetly. Harry ground his teeth together in frustration, but rose nonetheless and stepped over next to her, wanton. Nothing more than to sink his fangs into her neck. "See how she likes her blood being on the parchment." "Hand," she says simply, holding out her hand. Harry begrudgingly extends his own, and she rubs her stubby little finger along the skin, right above the silver imprint of the words, "Not quite as deep as I had hoped for." She admits, "But a good start. We'll try again. Tomorrow. You may leave, but before you go," she smiles, searching through her desk before pulling out a copy of Defensive Magical Theory. The book he'd left in her classroom the day before. "It wouldn't do for you to not have your textbook. Otherwise, how could you be expected to complete your homework?" Harry couldn't help but smile. Finally, he had something on her. Taking the book, he says, "Actually, Professor, I won't be taking your class." "I'm sorry," she asks sweetly, head turned just a bit like she was trying to see him from a different angle. "I've withdrawn from defense against the dark arts," Harry clarifies, opting instead for independent study prior to taking my owls with my class at the end of the year. After that, who knows? "I never certified this," Umbridge screeches, momentarily losing her temper. "No you didn't, ma'am," Harry says politely, enjoying her anger, "but I filled out all the paperwork with Professor Dumbledore. Provided that I can keep up with my class and do so safely, I am well within my rights to study on my own." Quote, her eyes danced lividly as Harry gets his bag and turns back to her. "So I don't think we'll be seeing each other much," he says with mock sadness. "Good night, Professor Umbridge." And without waiting for a response, he stepped out of her office and into the corridors. Breakfast the next morning was awful. The silver from that thrice-damned quill was still irritating him. And it felt like his arm was on fire. Somehow, Angelina had found out that Harry got detention on Friday, and decided to take out her anger on Harry despite Harry saying he wasn't rejoining the team, and all the while, he was trying to jot down a few fake dreams into his journal. Maybe if he messed up a few miserably, Trelawney would stop looking at him like some kind of prophet. Any of the blood that he tried to drink just made him sick to his stomach, and in the end, he left for divination hungry. Divination itself didn't make things any better. His hopes to be treated normally again were dashed when Professor Trelawney read his entries aloud, proclaiming that they predicted several stories first mentioned in the Daily Prophet that morning. Thus, since Harry had the dreams last night, Harry had predicted the future. It didn't go any better from there. Harry was the only person in Transfiguration that couldn't vanish their snail on the second day. So in addition to an essay on basic Transfiguration, he also need further practice on the vanishing charm. The class was almost unbearable when he started getting hungry. For the last hour of class, he was biting the inside of his cheek just to resist the urge to bite someone, made even more difficult with Malfoy smirking at him and throwing out snide remarks every 5 minutes. "Shut it," Harry growls 5 minutes before the class ends. "What's wrong?" Malfoy smirks like he was finally getting to him, a filthy creature like. For the briefest moment, Harry's fangs extended and he was overcome with a desire to rip out Malfoy's throat. The entire class could feel his bloodlust, and every eye in the room looked at Malfoy, who was even paler than usual. For a few minutes, no one spoke, and when the class finally ended, Harry was the first out of the class, and to the Great Hall, beating even those who had come up from potions. From that moment on, Harry resolved to eat every morning, regardless of how he felt. He knew better than anyone how close he had come from becoming a monster just like Malfoy claimed he was. With a full, if upset, stomach, herbology and care passed without incident. Malfoy was strangely quiet for care, though Harry just assumed it was because he finally realized that it might not be the best idea to antagonize him. After failing his Bowtruckle drawing, due in no small part to the vile toad, Harry was assigned not only reading the chapter on Bowtruckles, but also a foot-long essay on the uses of Bowtruckles. Add to that McGonagall's essay on the vanishing charm, the Dream Dairy, Snape's essay on Moonstone, Sprout's essay on the advantages of dragon dung fertilizer versus wyvern dung, not to mention that he still had 3 more detentions from hell. It was fairly safe to say that this was likely the worst first week ever. At 5 o'clock, he was once more in front of the office door, and without even knocking, she says, "Come in." Walking into the pink hellhole and sitting in the same chair as the day before, he found the blood quill and parchment right in front of him, his blood still shimmering red on the parchment from the day before. "Harry," she starts sadly, "I'm afraid that Professor Dumbledore has lied to you. You cannot drop defense against the dark arts. Least of all in your owl year." "Actually, I can," Harry replies, ignoring the throbbing in his hand from the silver. "A student cannot drop the course, that's true. However, I am under no obligation to attend class if I feel that I can safely and effectively teach myself. Provided that I complete the required evaluations, I'm well within my rights to withdraw from your class." Anger flickered across her eyes, but her smile never dropped. "Well, I'm sure that will be of interest to Cornelius. You may continue where you left off." Quote, and so, Harry gritted his teeth as he once more carved, "I must not tell lies," into the back of his hand with the silver-tipped quill as Umbridge looked on with sick enjoyment from his suffering. Finally, at 9, she dismissed him for the day, and he left without a word, not trusting his ability inking his fangs into her neck. The mark healed the same as it had the previous night, but now there was a silver scar etched into the back of his hand, and every moment the poisonous metal flowed throughout his body. The pain was excruciating, the worst he'd felt since the night of the 3rd task. "Mimbless Mimbletonia," he mutters to the fat lady, who swings open to admit him. "Harry," Hermione smiles from her armchair by the fireplace, "would you like to get started on the essay for potions tomorrow? I'd have thought that you'd have finished it by now," Harry says with a fake smile as he sits across from her. Truthfully, He wanted nothing more than to sleep. But there was too much homework for that. So he willed himself awake, and concentrated on his copy of 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, which seemed as good a place to start as any. Just as the book appears in his hand, Hermione gasps, and Harry's eyes snap open, looking for something out of the ordinary. Suddenly, his hand starts burning as Hermione grabs it, staring down at the scar. "Wah!" she gasps, "when did this?" "It's nothing," he says evasively, tugging his hand out of hers, "just nothing." "It's not nothing," she growls, "is this what that woman calls detention? This is completely insane. Harry, you have to tell someone." "No," Harry says instantly, "I'm not letting her get to me." That's exactly what she wants. "Harry, this isn't teaching. It's torture," Hermione says sharply. "A blood quill is bad enough. They're a controlled ministry artifact, but using a silver-tipped one." "It's fine," Harry says, opening his textbook, "just a few more days, and it's done with. I won't be going to another of her classes, and I won't give her an opportunity to bait me into one outside of class. It ends this week." Hermione tried to protest, but Harry tuned out her rant in favor of dutifully studying the potions book for the first time since his first year. After a few minutes, Hermione huffed and sat down to her own essay. Every few minutes, she'd take a long glance at Harry's hand. And he knew that the discussion wasn't over with by a long shot. She was just waiting until he couldn't ignore her. The next night, after yet another awful detention, with High's hand bleeding profusely from Umbridge's quill and not healing at all because of the silver now embedded into his hand, Harry staggers back to the common room. At the top of the stairs at the 7th floor landing, Ron was evidently trying to hide as he crept along the path. This wasn't terribly unusual, but there wasn't really any reason to be hiding when it hadn't passed curfew. Clutched in his hand was his new broom. "Ron," he asks, making his friend jump, "what are you doing here?" Ron whimpers, trying desperately to conceal his broom. "On my way back from detention," he answers, stuffing his bleeding hand into his robe pocket and hoping that Ron didn't notice the droplets trailing behind him. "What about you?" Ron's ears went scarlet, like they always do when he's embarrassed, just needed to get out of the common room. "Fred and George were handing out those candies again, and I didn't need Hermione harping on me again." "With your broom." Harry stares, and Ron sighs dejectedly. "Fine," he mumbles. "I thought I'd try out for keeper, so I've been practicing." "There, you can laugh. That's awesome." Harry grins, and Ron blinks in surprise. "I really wish that I could watch the tryouts." "Well, it's not like I've got a real chance of getting picked." Ron mumbles, "Just thought it might be fun." "I'm sure you'll do great." Harry smiles. "Just give it your all right." "Right," Ron says, looking far more confident, though he frowns. "What happened to you hand?" "I don't know what you mean," Harry replies, trying to stuff his cut hand back into his pocket, but Ron wouldn't allow it. Of course, he could have easily overpowered Ron, but somehow having Ron come clean made Harry want to be honest as well. "This isn't nothing," Ron hisses, dropping the hand like it had burned him. "What the bloody hell is that woman thinking?" "Harry, you can't let her get away with this." "No," Harry says firmly, "it's nothing I can't handle. I won't let her get to me." "Get to you," Rob growls. "Harry, just shallow your bloody pride and do something about it. You can't let her get away with this. It's torture. It's just one more day." Harry sighs. "After that, I won't be seeing her again. And I will be thankful once it's over." "End it now," Ron says loudly. "Go to Dumbledore and tell him what she's been doing." "Look, just drop it." Harry sighs again, walking to the portrait of the fat lady. "I'm going to bed. Believe me, the last thing anyone wants is for me to miss breakfast." Malfoy barely survived the last time. The next morning, after breakfast, Harry had his FIRST solo defense against the dark arts class. While the rest of his year were complaining and walking up to Umbridge's classroom, Harry went out onto the grounds. Even after a week of being safe in the sun, he still couldn't help but flinch slightly every time he stepped out. Maybe it was something that happened to every vampire, or maybe he just had to get used to it again. After a few minutes of thought, Harry walked over to the Black Lake. It provided a wide open space where he could safely cast the spells without worrying about hitting someone. Plus, who knows what kind of monster could jump out and attack him. Should help to keep him on his toes. Opening the textbook that Dumbledore gave to him, he quickly reads Chapter 1. The spells were almost all either a review from previous year's Expelliarmus, Mucus ad Nuceum, etc. or spells he'd learned preparing for the third task Reducto, Stupefy, Impedimentia, etc. The only new spell was the Blunt Force Hex, which would cause internal damage to whatever it hit, with varying degrees of damage depending on how much power he used and where he hit. The downside was that there wasn't really any way to tell if he was doing it right without a target. Do my eyes deceive me? Fred smirks as he approaches Harry with George. Why would you be skipping class, oh my most bloody lord? Not skipping. Harry replies, I dropped Umbridge. Dropped her into a lake. George asks, do toads know how to swim? And for that matter, isn't there some law saying vampires can't cross water? Only running water. Harry chuckles, but I dropped her class. You can do that. The twins gasp. Apparently. He shrugs, so I'm self-studying. How is it that you've been here for 2 years less than us, and yet you know this and we don't? Fred shakes his head in amazement. She's an evil bitch. Harry replies truthfully, so I had to do something. And since Dumbledore didn't want me eating her, this was the solution. Lucky little git. George grins. So what are you working on this time? Blunt Force Hex. Harry answers. I remember that. Fred nods. It's a weaker version of the Bone Breaker Hex. Not lethal. Even if you hit her on the head, you wouldn't give her more than a concussion. I'm plenty lethal on my own. Harry smirks, his fangs poking out for a moment. Too true, sir. Fred bows. May these lowly peasants aid you in any way? Well, I need a target if you'd like to volunteer. Harry grins and unknowingly showing his fangs to the now terrified twins. No thanks, Fred says, quickly backing away. Need to get ready for charms. George adds, waving his wand and summoning a dozen glass goblets filled with ice. Here. If you cast it properly, it should break the ice but not the glass. Thanks. Harry smirks. Nothing quite like ice water after a hard day's work. Except for, with the twins running to charms like the devil himself was after them, Harry could only assume that they were learning something today that would help with their joke shop. So, placing the glass goblet on one of the flat stone, he continued with his lesson. It took the better part of an hour and half the goblets that the twins conjured for him before he was able to successfully cast the hex. With the hex finished, and decided to call it a day. On the way back to the school, he ran across Ginny of all people with her broom. Hey, Ginny, he says. Walking with her, what's up? Nothing much. She shrugs, just getting some flying in. You aren't trying out for the team, are you? Harry asks knowingly, and she nods. I'm taking the seeker spot. She answers, it shouldn't be too hard, right? Just hold back some. He chuckles, except against Malfoy. You've got my full blessing to nail him. I'm looking forward to that myself. She smirks. Too bad you won't be able to watch the tryouts tonight. Actually, I shouldn't have a problem. Harry says, hiding his right hand before Ginny noticed. Umbridge's office faces the field. As long as she doesn't notice and shut the blinds, I'll have an unobstructed view of the field. The detentions aren't too bad, are they? She asks quietly. I mean, she doesn't treat you too bad, right? Ginny, don't cross her. He warns as they walk up the stairs. She can't know, and believe me, she'll know if she gets you in detention. So she is. Ginny sighs. I figured as much. That little bye. Hum hum. A sweet voice says from the doorway, would you care to finish that thought, Ms. Weasley? Sure. Ginny replies coldly, you're a bigot, Professor. I don't know what you mean, dear. Umbridge smiles evilly. I'm hurt that you would say such a thing. 30 points from Gryffindor. Without even responding, Ginny strides past her and up the stairs just as the rest of Harry's defense class are coming down for potions. Harry caught Umbridge's eye for just a moment, and they traded hate-filled stares before Harry went to potions with Ron, Hermione and Neville. A chill crept into the throne room at Buckingham Palace. The Queen's guards quickly formed ranks around her, wands and weapons drawn. In the back of the room, the shadows swirled around and a man steps out without a care in the world. Don't move. One of the guards shouts, his gun aimed at the intruder's head, surrender now. The man made no attempts to surrender, simply striding toward the monarch almost as if he were oblivious to the weapons trained on him with lethal intent. Hold your fire. The queen says calmly, lower your weapons. Your Majesty. One guard gasps, lowering his wand only slightly. It has been a very long time, Your Majesty. The intruder says calmly, speaking for the first time. And yet you haven't aged a day. The queen smiles, Alucard. Are you surprised? Alucard asks, kneeling at the foot of her throne. I'm not human, after all. I am not. She admits, when the world itself has become nothing more than a memory, you alone will live on. Living may be a bit of a stretch. He chuckles, I haven't lived in over 500 years. I know you did not come here to catch up. The queen says pleasantly, what did you need? Sir Integra. He answers. What happened to my master? She was killed. The queen replies, over 30 years ago. The perpetrator was never found. That will change, I assure you. Alucard growls, and the Guards buckle under the weight of his bloodlust. They shall endure an eternity of suffering before I let them die. I do not doubt it. The queen replies, all the files can be found inside of Sir Helsing's office. You will know where to look. All I ask is that you not kill the guards around the manor. As you wish, Your Majesty. He bows before getting up again. As he rose, his appearance changed. Good hunting, Count. The queen says calmly as Dracula walked from the room, taking the unearthly chill with him. Enter. Umbridge says sweetly as Harry knocks on her door for what would hopefully be the last time. He enters the room and like the last two times, the parchment and quill were already in place. The scar in the back of his hand started to ache at the sight of the silver tip, but he ignored it and sat down. You know the drill, Mr. Potter. She smiles, and he reluctantly picked up the quill and set it to the paper. He felt it prick into his skin before he ever started writing, and before he did, he chanced to glance out the window. The twins were flying high above the rest, circling as they protected the applicants from the bludgers Angulna had set loose. The keep was terrible, and in just that brief glance, she let 3 goals in and took a bludger to the face. Yes, Umbridge asks as he winces slightly. Nothing. He growls as he starts writing. The silver tip dug into his flesh again. I must not tell lies. I must not tell lies. I must not tell lies. The wound stopped even trying to heal after the first dozen repetition, and drops of blood dotted the paper that had nothing to do with his writing. Thankfully, as long as the quill was moving, Umbridge didn't pay any attention, instead she graded her papers. Writing the lines almost on instinct, Harry trained High's attention on the field in the distance. As the night grew darker, his vision became clearer. Umbridge's quill kept scratching along, as did Harry's own, and thankfully, she didn't seem to realize what he was up to. After at least an hour of writing, Ginny was up for the Seeker Trails. Judging from the previous 2 candidates, she wouldn't have any trouble even without being a vampire. But as a vampire, at night, this is going to be quick. Ginny took to the air, and a moment later, the snitch joined her. Even from so far away, Harry could still see the golden snitch. It seemed to stand out almost painfully against the night sky, though he's sure that the others couldn't see it at all. Though she made no attempts to capture it, Ginny's eyes followed the golden ball, and her broom never faced away from it. After a few minutes, Ginny took off after it, capturing it easily. Silently, Harry cheered as loudly as the rest of the team was almost assuredly cheering at this very moment, though Umbridge made no signs that she'd noticed his excitement. If nothing else, it gave him another reason to hurry up and get these detentions out of the way. Umbridge was certainly the type of vindictive bitch that would give him detention on a Saturday for the sole purpose of depriving him of watching a Quidditch match. The next 2 seekers were far worse than Ginny. Neither caught the snitch within the 10-minute time limit, so it was obvious that Ginny was the new seeker. With no changes to the chasers and beaters, and the new seeker chosen, that left only the keeper. Ron was the first up after Ginny, taking his position at the hoops. Katie, Angelina, and Alicia took off as well, and one of the spectators threw the quaffle into play. The girls were still in top form, with quick and effortless passes from one to the other. keeping Ron completely off balance. Angelina threw the ball to Alicia, who passed to Katie after the girl managed to make her way to the nearly unprotected right goal post. With ease, the red ball soared into the hoop through Ron's arms. He lets out a small sigh, that obviously caught Umbridge's attention. She looked up, and before he could look away, she tracked his gaze to the window and smiled again. "It's really quite chilly this evening, isn't it?" she asked sweetly, shutting the window. "I'm sure that will be much better. You may continue, Mr. Potter." At that moment, Harry couldn't have hated her more if he tried. Not trusting his ability to open his mouth without either cursing her out or killing her, Harry contented himself with boring holes into her with his eyes before looking down in his paper. Again, the room descended into silence, save for the scratching of Harry's quill and the occasional gasp of pain that accompanied the constant searing pain. After nearly an hour, Umbridge smiles at him. "That will do, Mr. Potter. I do hope you've learned your lesson about spreading lies." Harry put down the quill, grabbed his bag, and left the room without a word. So, that's the end of that chapter. Hopefully it won't be 2 more months until chapter 15 comes out. As always, reviews are very welcome. Ties of Blood, Nightwalker 15. Well, I say, to have lost a couple readers last chapter. To those of you owe the others, hope you find something more your taste. Anyway, the end of everyone's least favorite toad is coming soon. Until then, here's the next chapter. Disclaimer. Harry Potter is not mine. Nor is Hellsing. I just write to alleviate the boredom. Which might explain the long wait. Dobby, Harry mutters after he'd put some distance between himself and Umbridge's room. The hyperactive elf appears with a pop and a bow. "How may Dobby help Mater Harry Potter, sir? Can you get me a pack of blood, please?" Harry asks, leaning up against the wall and squeezing his bleeding hand with almost all of his superhuman force. "Of course, sir," Dobby says with a bow before vanishing and returning with a pack. When Harry reached out to take it, Dobby's huge eyes fall on the open wound, and he lets out a shrill cry. "Harry Potter, sir. Your hand, sir. We must get you to the—" "It's nothing, Dobby," he replies quickly before he woke the whole castle. "Really, it's fine." "It is most certainly not fine, sir," Dobby insists, no less loudly than before. "It must be treated before it can get infected, or it'll heal before long," Harry says, stuffing the hand in his pocket before sinking his fangs into the blood. "I just needed something to drink. I'm sure that it'll be gone by morning." "Sir," Dobby says quietly, obviously not sure what to do. "Those wounds, sir. They aren't natural." "I know, Dobby," he nods back. "Really. Believe me, it's over. If Master Harry Potter insists." Dobby bows. "I do, and thanks, Dobby," he replies, and the elf disappears. Finishing the pack of blood and throwing it in the trash, Harry restarts the trek up to Gryffindor Tower. It wasn't long before he was standing in front of the fat lady, Mimbulus Mimbletonia. "Very well." The fat lady nods curtly, swinging open to admit him. Almost immediately, he heard the unmistakable sound of a Quidditch party. "Harry," Ron calls out as soon as he walks in, "I did it. We did it. Me and Ginny are on the team." "Brilliant," Harry says with a smile, still hiding his hand. Though it had stopped bleeding, it hadn't healed yet, and still throbbed every minute. Hermione, meanwhile, was glaring at him from the corner. "It was pretty tough." Ginny sighs, drinking her butterbeer. "I wasn't sure that I'd make it." "I doubt that," Harry says, grabbing a goblet which filled with butterbeer disguised blood. "I saw most of the tryouts from Umbridge's office." "Did you see mine?" Ron asks eagerly. "Not really," Harry answers, and Ron's expression fell. "I saw the first shot. The one you missed, but Umbridge noticed my expression and realized I was watching the tryouts." "Well, damn," Ron sighs, sitting in one of the comfy couches. Harry followed after him, and many of the house moved out of the way, showing that their fears hadn't lessened at all in the last week. Seamus in particular had left the common room for the dormitories as soon as Harry walked into the room. Hermione came over to sit at the couch across from them after they'd sat down. "Well, how was your detention?" she asks, looking wearily around at the onlookers. "All right," he replies, sipping the goblet. Boring for the last hour or so after she blocked the Quidditch tryouts, but not too bad. I still think you should have protested, Hermione grumbles, a week of detention for speaking your mind seems a bit much. Harry didn't miss the real meaning. If I made a big deal out of a few detentions, she'd just find some other way to make my life hell. The detentions are over, and I'm not about to step foot in her classroom again. It's better that way, maybe for you. George snorts from up against a nearby wall. The rest of us have to put up with an incompetent teacher. And we've tried to drop her class like you, but McGonagall won't let us unless she's giving us a hard time too. A few of the others, mostly the pro-Potter group, as he dubbed them, voiced their agreement with the twins, while the others moved into their own little groups scattered around the common room. Don't mind them, Dean assures him after a few minutes. It won't take them long to see that they're being idiots. You're still you. You just won't be aging, or dying any time soon. He's right. Lee smirks, and if they don't, you could always finish off Malfoy. That would win you the whole house, guaranteed. No influencing the pool, Lee. Fred and George says at the same time, much to the amusement of the others around them. Well, who knows? Harry grins, and a SM. All trickle of blood runs down his cheek. Snape's actually acting like a teacher for once, and I won't be seeing Umbridge much anymore, so Malfoy's the best bet. From his own mouth. Lee roars with laughter. Looks like I'm going to win. Quote, Umbridge won't give up so easily. George warns, but he wasn't looking at Harry, but at Ginny. She's not about to let Harry get away from her webbed hands without a fight. I'd win that fight. Harry shrugs. Fred's right. Hermione replies, give it to Monday, and I promise that she'll have some way to. The screech of an owl rang out over the party, drawing all eyes to the open window. A handsome screech owl was standing on the windowsill. Its eyes were trained solely on Ron, and let out another cry when Ron looked at him. Is that Hermes? Fred asks, running over to it. George, Ginny, and Ron followed just after him. Bloody hell, Ron mutters, stepping forward and taking the letter from the owl's leg. The address was plain enough. To Ronald Weasley, Gryffindor House, Hogwarts. What's Percy doing writing to me? Only one way to find out. George says, watching as the owl flies away. Gulping nervously, Ron unfurls the scroll and starts to read. Fred and George likewise read it over his shoulder. It only took a few seconds for their expressions to darken, and, at least for the twins, Harry could tell that the letter had gotten them really angry. Ron looked more shocked than angry. All right, am I the only one that wants that prick pushed off a broom right now? George growls, slamming himself into the couch behind him. Fred nods in agreement of his twin's remark, throwing himself into the seat next to him. What was it? Hermione asks, and Ron wordlessly hands it to her. Harry and Ginny both read along with her. Dear Ronald, I've just heard from no less than the minister himself that you have been named the Gryffindor fifth-year prefect. I cannot tell you how pleasantly surprised I was by the news, as I always feared you would choose to follow the, shall we call it the, Fred and George, route, rather than following in my footsteps. So you can imagine my joy in hearing that you have stopped flouting authority and decided to shoulder some real responsibility. The purpose of this letter is twofold. First, of course, is to give you my heartfelt congratulations. Truly, as your brother, I couldn't be happier for you. I'm sure that you'll do the badge proud, as I did, and go on to become head boy. Who knows, you might even fulfill that old dream of yours and become Quidditch captain as well. But more than that, I want to offer you my advice. It's for this reason that I am sending this by night, instead of by usual post. It's my hope that this letter reaches you away from prying eyes so as to give you a chance to truly think about what I have to say. I gather, from a few comments the minister made, that you still see quite a lot of Harry Potter. Let me simply say that, at this time, nothing could put you in greater danger of losing your badge. You may be surprised to hear that, given Dumbledore's slightly unhealthy interest in the boy, but let me say that Dumbledore will not likely be in charge of Hogwarts for much longer. Those in the Department of Magical Education see Dumbledore and Potter, of course, for what they really are. I won't say more here, but tomorrow morning's prophet should give you some idea what I mean. Believe me when I say that you would likely be judged solely by your relation with him, and that would damage your future prospects. Not only for your time at Hogwarts, but even beyond. You Licklows, the two of you are, that he was tried before the whole Wizengamot earlier this summer. Though in the end, he was not found guilty, the minister tells me this was due more to the presence of Sirius Black, who was falsely imprisoned, than anything else. Many I've spoken to remain convinced of his guilty, yet decided to allow him to walk out of a sense of guilty to his godfather. Of course, you likely figured all of that out for yourself. No doubt you're afraid given what he is that he might decide to attack you. I'm sure you heard about his violent outburst at the trial, and fear for what could happen to you. But there's really no need to be afraid. I urge you to speak with Dolores Umbridge. She's truly a delightful person with experience in dealing with monsters like Harry Potter. This brings me to my second piece of advice. As I said, Dumbledore's era is coming to an end very soon. Your loyalty, Ron, should lie with the Ministry. It saddens me to say that Professor Umbridge has been encountering quite a bit of resistance from the staff, who seem more concerned with following Dumbledore's increasingly bizarre agenda than doing what's best for the school and the children learning within its walls. The changes necessary for the good of everyone are being delayed by their narrow-mindedness. Thankfully, Professor Umbridge should find this easier starting next week again. Don't miss tomorrow's prophet. Let me just say that the student who proves himself willing to aid Professor Umbridge may well find themselves head boy in a couple of years. I am so RRY that I was unable to see more of you and the others over the summer. I understand this isn't your fault, and though it pains me to do so, we can only blame father and mother. We can't live under the same roof until they realize the find of dangerous individuals that seem to thrive around Professor Dumbledore. If you speak with mother at any point, you may want to let her know that Sturgis Podmore, a known friend of the esteemed headmaster, was arrested for trespassing at the Ministry, no doubt on Dumbledore's orders, and was since sent to Azkaban. Maybe that will show them just what kind of common crooks they're currently associating with. I count myself fortunate to have escaped being branded with the same stigma, Ron, and I hope that you will be able to do the same by disassociating yourself with that dangerous creature. I pray that you will not allow family ties to blind you to the true nature of our parents' foolish beliefs and actions. I sincerely wish that our parents will be able to see the truth. And naturally, I will be waiting to welcome them with open arms. Again, I hope that you will carefully think about what I've said, but most of all the bit about Harry Potter. Congratulations on becoming prefect. Your brother Percy. Figures. George snorts after Hermione hands the letter back to Ron. Percy finally opens his mouth to his family for the first time in months, and it's a load of Minotaur shit. Quote, "What do you want to do?" Harry asks, looking at Ron. "Do you want to break ties with me?" "Idiot." Ron glares, folding the letter into a paper airplane and throwing it out the window. Taking aim with his wand, he casts Incendio. The airplane burst into flames and the ashes floated to the ground like snow. "The both of you. Harry, you're my best mate. I am not about to abandon you just because you drink blood." Gulping, he adds, "I already ditched you once when you needed me, and you still took me back. I won't make that mistake again." Nothing Percy says is going to change that fact. Well said. Fred and George clap, as do several of the other pro-Potter students cheer as well. Even a few of the anti-Potter people were looking like they might have been wavering. "Glad you're still in the family," George adds, wrapping his arm around Ron's shoulder. "Tell you what, for the next week, you've got a 30% discount on all-out merchandise. And we'll even make sure it actually works before we sell it to you." "Thanks, Ron," Harry says honestly. "That means a lot." "Honestly," Hermione huffs, sitting next to him, "before you even ask, no. I have no intention of ditching you either. Do you really think that either of us care more for our badges than you? Not likely. We're in this together, for better or worse." "Thanks." Harry smiles. "I don't know what I'd have done without you two. You'd have died in the first year." George says simply. "Devil snare." Ron nods, and Hermione blushes slightly. "I'd have died second year." Ginny adds. "Basilisk." Harry nods, and the blush deepens. "First task." Neville adds. "Summoning charm." Hermione smiles. "So, yeah, apparently, When we say that you're a lifesaver, we mean it. Harry smirks. So, think you could give me a hand with this essay? Everyone laughs as Hermione starts to agree before huffing and storming off to get more punch. The party continued on for several more hours as the group work on various assignments together, with the aid of Professor Granger. Gradually, just after midnight, people started going to bed, planning to take advantage of the weekend to sleep in and restart fresh in the morning. Harry was one of the last ones up, finishing an essay now that his hand was healed and no one would notice the inflammation. Finally around 2, he ascended the stairs to the 5th year's boys' dormitories. Everyone else was already sleeping, so he silently opened the lid to his coffin and climbed in. Just as he was about to shut his eyes, he heard the strangest thing. "It's a wonderful night, isn't it?" a voice says in the silent night. It was faint, like he was hearing it from a great distance, so it was unlikely that anyone else could hear it. Before he could ponder what was going on, it spoke again. "Come onto the roof, Harry Potter." "Who's there?" Harry whispers, and the voice chuckles softly. "A friend. Who knows what I am anymore? I simply wish to talk while you join me for a drink in this wonderful moonlight." Harry's brain immediately went into overdrive trying to determine what was going on. This voice, while it didn't seem dangerous, was also totally unlike anything he'd ever heard before. Something about the tone made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end, but at the same time, he could feel himself calmer than before. The window, illuminated by moonlight, was suddenly engulfed in shadows that seemed to form a spiral staircase. Against his better judgment, Harry climbed out of his coffin and started to climb them. It wasn't a very long walk on the twisting staircase before he was standing on the roof of Gryffindor Tower. Though not terrible steep, Harry was still more than a little nervous about standing on the slanted tiles. "No need to worry," the voice says again, "you'll not fall unless you jump. And even that wouldn't do more than break a few bones." Gulping, Harry stepped off of the top stair and onto the tile. The world suddenly tilted and Harry's balance was thrown off, causing him to fall face first onto the roof. Getting back up, he noticed that, strangely, everything seemed like it had been altered. The tower was perfectly flat, not pointed. By contrast, Hogwarts had been built at an angle that shouldn't have even been possible. In front of him was a man, clad entirely in red and sitting calmly in the distorted world in a recliner that had no business being on the Hogwarts roof. Beside him was an identical recliner, and a small table with 2 glasses sat between them. "Have a seat," he says simply, producing a bottle of red liquid he recognized as blood. "I trust you have no objections." "I guess not," Harry says suspiciously as he sat next to the man Harry strongly suspected to be a vampire. His thoughts were confirmed when the man poured a measure into his own glass, then Harry's, and held it up. "To a beautiful evening," he says with a smile, and Harry raised his glass as well. Both of them drank deeply from their glass. It tasted almost completely different from any blood he'd ever had before. The texture was smooth and sweet, but at the same time he could feel any ordinary blood. The throbbing pain from his hand became little more than a memory after the first glass, and by the second, Harry felt stronger than ever before. "Not bad, is it?" the mystery man asks, filling both glass for a third time and emptying the bottle in the process. 100% virgin Vila blood. "Not the kind of thing you'll get from hospital donations, is it?" He gave Harry a quick look before chuckling again. "Not to worry. The Vila responsible for our lovely drink is alive and well. Believe me, you'd know if you'd drunk the lifeblood of a Vila. You'd know, and so would anyone with half a brain within 100 miles of this place." "Who are you?" Harry asks finally. "Not that I don't appreciate the drink, but who are you?" "A vampire," he answers. "I was in the area, and I thought I'd check on her fledgling. Treat you to a little drink. Teach you a few things, you know." "Teach?" Harry asks suspiciously. "That's right," he replies, either ignorant or uncaring that Harry didn't seem to trust him. "Tell me, why do we drink blood?" "To survive," Harry answers. "Yes and no," he continues. "Sarah's, I'm sure you know, did not drink for decades, yet she survived without incident. Blood is power. Blood is the currency of the soul. I'm sure Sarah's has told you that, correct?" Harry flashed back to the day Sarah's had showed her the memory and nods. At the same time, he gets his first clear look at the man's face. A face he'd seen once before, for only an instant, before it had been ripped apart by a Nazi captain. To be a vampire is to take the burden of another's soul upon your own. And use it for power. For some of the lower class, blood such as this is only good as a fine wine, so to speak. You, however, are a whole other breed. The blood you've drunk this lovely evening is that of a powerful female Vila. Vila are strong magical creatures, with enhanced healing, control of fire, transformation, and allure abilities. What do you think would happen to a vampire to drink such blood? Suddenly, the lack of pain in Harry's hand made sense. They'd gain that power. Correct. The man in red nods, for a short while, anyway. Of course, it would be a different matter entirely if you'd drained her completely. As you are now, much of the power was likely lost. However, it proved more than enough to heal that worthless woman's wound, wasn't it? Harry didn't answer, merely gripping his hand tightly as he expected this man, Alucard, to lecture him about all the reasons he should have killed Umbridge by now. You interest me, he says finally, and Harry looks up. Alucard had risen to his feet and the chair he was sitting in had vanished. You took to your new life in the dark far easier than Sarah's did, yet you do not live there. You live as a human who is also a vampire. And you value even the life that wants you destroyed. To most, it would be nothing short of foolish, but I find it amusing. Glad you're enjoying yourself, Harry replies, getting up as well. The chair he was sitting on vanished as well, as did the table next to it, though the glass in his hand didn't. We'll meet again, he says walking away. You may want to get off the roof now. The field I've set up will be down in less than a minute, and you'll be thrown into the middle of the lake. The stairs will last another minute past that to let you get back into the castle. I'd hurry if I were you. Before Harry could say anything, he seemed to melt into the night sky, but not without saying one last thing, for now, I leave my fledgling to you and Sarah's. Not NTING to test whether he would really be thrown into the lake. Harry hurried to the staircase, this time bracing himself for the world suddenly shifting, though he still fell down a few stairs. He managed to make it back to the dormitories just before the shadow staircase faded just like its creator. At the foot of his coffin, someone had placed around a dozen bottles in top of his trunk. Each was filled with blood, with a different species on each. From hag to phoenix, and just about everything in between. Stowing them inside, Harry crept back into bed and closed his eyes to sleep. So, Harry met everyone's favorite Lord of Darkness. And Ron managed to get a few points for actually acting like a friend. Next time will likely be the last for sorry, I'm not going to spoil it. Well, I hope that it doesn't take 2 more months for another update. Didn't I already say that? Well, this time I mean it. Fall from Grace. Nightwalker 16. Merry Christmas. I'm sure you're all quite happy with how quickly this chapter came out, huh? I'm hoping to make this a regular thing. Okay, in all seriousness, I'm really sorry that it took so long. As some of you might know, my computer problems have been reaching epic proportions these last 2 years, and I have literally lost almost an entire chapter on more than a few occasions. But thanks to everyone bugging me the past year and a half, I finally completed the long-awaited death scene. So enjoy this monster of a chapter, everyone. Your patience has certainly earned it. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or Hellsing. No money is being made from the writing of this FIC. Any parts you recognize are property of J.K. Rowling, as the article in the Daily Prophet remains mostly unchanged. The next morning, Harry rose fully rested for the first time in quite a while. His hand had almost fully healed, and the throbbing had disappeared completely. And the fact that Umbridge wouldn't be able to get him back in her clutches made it all the sweeter. While he was searching through his trunk for a change of clothes, he found the bottles that Alucard had been nice enough to leave. Taking one of the bottles without checking what species it was and stowing it away to try later, Harry headed down to breakfast. Harry, he heard Hermione call as soon as he walked in, but rather than sounding happy, she seemed much more frantic. Quick. You need to see this. Ignoring the eyes of everyone who happened to hear her shout, he hurried over to the Gryffindor table. On the table laid out in front of her was the Daily Prophet, and on the center of the front page was an overly realistic, smiling photo of Dolores Umbridge. "Remember Percy's letter?" she asked him while he was still taking in the picture. To his embarrassment, he'd completely forgotten in the meeting with Alucard. "Well, it wasn't nearly as difficult to find what he was talking about as I was expecting." Harry's eyes immediately moved down to the article beneath the picture. Ministry seeks educational reform. Dolores Umbridge appointed first ever High Inquisitor. In a surprise move last night, the Ministry of Magic passed new legislation giving itself an unprecedented level of control at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Quote, "The minister has been growing uneasy about goings-on at Hogwarts for some time," said junior assistant to the minister, Percy Weasley. He is now responding to concerns voiced by anxious parents, who feel the school may be moving in a direction they do not approve. This is not the first time in recent weeks Fudge has used new laws to effect improvements at the Wizarding School. As recently as August 30th, Educational Decree 22 was passed, to ensure that, in the event of the current headmaster being unable to provide a candidate for a teaching post, the ministry should select an appropriate person. Quote, "That's how Dolores Umbridge came to be appointed to the teaching staff at Hogwarts," said Weasley last night. "Dumbledore couldn't find anyone, so the minister put in Umbridge, and of course, she's been an immediate success, totally revolutionizing the teaching of defense against the dark arts and providing the minister with on-the-ground feedback about what's really happening at Hogwarts. It is this last function that the ministry has now formalized with the passing of Educational Decree 23, which creates the new position of Hogwarts High Inquisitor." Quote, "This is an exciting new phase in the minister's plan to get to grips with WTHE, falling standards, at Hogwarts," said Weasley. "The Inquisitor will have powers to inspect her fellow educators and make sure that they are coming up to scratch. Professor Umbridge has been offered this position in addition to her own teaching post. And we are delighted to say that she has accepted." The ministry's new moves have received enthusiastic support from parents of students at Hogwarts. Quote, "I feel much easier in my mind now had I know that Dumbledore is being subjected to fair and objective evaluation," said Mr. Lucius Malfoy, 41, speaking from his Wiltshire mansion last night. "Many of us with our children's best interests at heart have been concerned about some of Dumbledore's eccentric decisions in the last few years and will be glad to know that the ministry is keeping an eye on the situation. Among those eccentric decisions are undoubtedly the controversial staff appointments previously described in this newspaper, which have included the hiring of werewolf Remus Lupin, half-giant Rubeus Hagrid, and delusional ex-Auror, Mad-Eye Moody. More recently, his insistence that a vampire, Harry Potter, be allowed to attend classes. Rumors abound, of course, that Albus Dumbledore, once supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards and chief warlock of the Wizengamot, is no longer up to the task of managing the prestigious school of Hogwarts. Quote, "I think the appointment of the Inquisitor is a first step toward ensuring that Hogwarts has a headmaster in whom we can all repose confidence," said a ministry insider last night. Wizengamot elders Griselda Marchbanks and Tiberius Ogden Haw they resigned in protest at the introduction of the post of Inquisitor to Hogwarts. Quote, "Hogwarts is a school, not an outpost of Cornelius Fudge's office," said Madame Marchbanks. "This is a further disgusting attempt to discredit Albus Dumbledore." For a full account of Madame Marchbanks' alleged links to subversive goblin groups, turn to page 17. "Well, that answers one question." Harry sighed. "TTING down next to the twins and Hermione, no wonder Dumbledore hasn't fired her yet, but this is completely ludicrous." Hermione fumed, "An immediate success. Who's writing this? Rita Skeeter." "No." Ron shook his head. "Skeeter at least had some kind of facts in her pieces. This is straight rubbish. Still, these inspections should be good for a laugh." Fred shrugged. "McGonagall will rip her apart if Harry doesn't get to her first." George added with a grin, "After all, looks like you can't avoid her anymore. Even you wouldn't be able to independently study every single class you're taking." "Seriously tempted to try," he sighed. "At least today's Saturday, so we won't have to deal with her until Monday at the earliest." "Brilliant." Ron sighed happily. returning to his breakfast with vigor. "Harry. Wanna go for a fly? Maybe you could help me out a bit before the first practice." "Sure, Ron," he replied, drinking a quick glass of blood while chatting with his friends. Albus Dumbledore, after reading The Prophet, knew he would be receiving visitors at some point. What he hadn't expected was them to be waiting for him when he came back from breakfast. "Dumbledore," Fudge said with a victorious smirk from a conjured armchair. "Cornelius," he said, calmly sitting in his chair and removing one of his calming drought-laced lemon drops, "and, of course, our new High Inquisitor, was it?" "That's correct." Umbridge grinned. "Please don't insult our intelligence by saying you don't know why the Minister for Magic, as well as the High Inquisitor, have come to your office on a Saturday morning." "I've never been one for insults, Dolores," he replied. "Facts always have been the more effective method of winning arguments. I'm sure that will become apparent in due time. So, since we can rule out you acknowledge Voldemort's, both of them, along with the armed aura guarding Fudge, winced at his usage of the name, return, I can only assume that this is about Harry Potter." "Correct, Dumbledore." Fudge nodded, his face already red with anger. "Dolores tells me that you allowed the boy to drop Defense Against the Dark Arts." "No, I did not," he replied, and Umbridge grinned. "Then I must find Mr. Potter." She chuckled. "He'll have another week of detention for skipping class." The way she said detention made his skin crawl. "I'm afraid he's not been skipping class," Dumbledore said, stopping her from getting out of her chair. "He has indeed opted for independent study for his owls, a right afforded to him under the Hogwarts Charter. If a student shows himself to be of a high enough caliber to realistically and safely execute the tasks required for study of a class, he is under no obligation to attend formal lessons." "I'm well aware of the Charter, Dumbledore," Fudge said angrily, and by the sound of it, he just managed to avoid saying something he'd regret. "However, this thing is a danger to the entire school. It's bad enough that you allow him to return, but to remove him from supervis, that is enough," Dumbledore said in a tense voice, and Fudge stopped dead. The effects of the calming drop was quickly approaching their limit, and letting Fudge continue would doubtlessly exceed that limit. "There are two things I am going to correct you on, Cornelius," he said, placing up one finger. "First, Mr. Potter is not a threat to anyone. He may have the potential to be dangerous, but only when deliberately provoked. If I were to expel him over that, I would need to expel every student over the 4th year." Raising another finger, he added, "Second, I take extreme offense to you implying I do not care for the well-being of my students. Contrary to what you might believe, despite my trust in Harry, there has not been so. UCH is a second of his time at Hogwarts where he has been unsupervised. Removing him from your class is ultimately safer since he won't have your bigotry to provoke him. Then remove the boy and we'll be on our way," Fudge said, backing away from Dumbledore as much as possible without getting out of his chair. The Auror already had his wand drawn, and was nervously looking to Fudge as though asking if he'd really have to attack. "As I have told you multiple times since Harry Potter's trial, it is my policy to never turn away a student who is willing to learn simply because of who they are. Be they werewolf, vampire, fairy, or human, if they wish to learn peacefully, they have a place in Hogwarts," he countered. "Harry has shown no aggressive behavior since attending school, and as such, he will be allowed so long as I am headmaster. I have multiple reports of Mr. Potter threatening other students," Umbridge shouted, and he turned his glare from Fudge to her. "And I have multiple reports of other students harassing Mr. Potter. Shall we compare, Dolores? I'm sure you'll see there's a connection. You're leaving me no choice but to go to the Department of Magical Education," Fudge said smugly. "I can have the Hogwarts Charter changed in a matter of hours." "You probably could," Dumbledore admitted, removing a stack of letters from his desk, "but I have a trump card as well." "What's that?" Fudge asked, bewildered by the sudden threat. "Well, the first one is a letter requesting a formal investigation into the conduct of your office pertaining to the Harry Potter trial," he said, showing the letter to Fudge. "Addressed, as you can see, to Madame Bones. The rest, well, I'll leave those to your imagination." "You," Fudge hissed, "are you blackmailing me, Dumbledore?" "Good man, if I were going to blackmail you, I would have done so long ago," he replied, enjoying watching the minister's mind work. No, I've enclosed, among other things, information I've tried to mock. E-public in regard to Voldemort only to have you muzzle the Daily Prophet. If I cannot go the press, I will go to the people. Each of these is addressed to an incredibly influential member of the Wizengamot, the ICW, the Dark Force Defense League, and 24 different publications. Tell me, Cornelius, can you see? Minister's face was literally going purple, and he was clutching his armchair hard enough to turn his knuckles bone white. Umbridge looked the same shade, but she managed to at least maintain some semblance of calm. He's bluffing, Cornelius. She smiled, reading Dumbledore's expression. If he had all of this prepared, he'd have used it already. I had no interest in fancy titles. Dumbledore replied, meeting her gaze with one of his own. I do not care for the title of Chief Warlock or Supreme Mugwump, or even the Order of Merlin. But this school is my life, and if Cornelius attempts to force me from it, I will fight like my life depends on it. Giving her a small smile, he added, though you're right. I only prepared this recently, when a certain student reminded me that there are still people who'll listen to an old coot like me. Fudge watched their exchange with worry, but evidently, he wasn't impressed with Dumbledore's answer. Very well, Dumbledore. If you won't be reasonable, we'll go above your head. And I as well, Dumbledore said, rising from his chair. And in case you were going to have my letters stopped, Dobby. The house elf popped into the room with a low bow. How may I be of service, Professor? I need these letters delivered immediately, he said, handing them to the elf. Please use whatever spells are required to ensure that they are who they say they are. Hand them directly to the addressed. Yes, sir. Dobby bowed, disapparating before the trio from the ministry could react. I'd hurry if I were you, he said, blocking access to his flow. You've a lot of work to do if you're going to change the school charter. It didn't take long after taking to the sky for Harry to completely lose track of time. Below him, Ginny was helping Ron practice. Almost on instinct, Harry started to survey the field, looking for any sign of the golden snitch. As his eyes passed over the stands, he saw that they'd amassed a small crowd of spectators. Most of them were Gryffindors who arrived early to watch the new team in action, but there were a fair few others. Malfoy's gang, of course, was mocking everything they did. Further away, the girls who were sitting with Daphne were watching him intently. In the center of a group of Hufflepuffs was Ernie, who gave Harry a small salute when he saw him looking, then mimed punching in Malfoy's direction. Though amused by the offer, Harry shook his head. All too soon, he saw Angelina take to the sky, along with Katie, Alicia, and the Weasley twins. Harry, she said, sorry if it sounds a bit rude, but mind clearing off the field? We can't run drills with the air too crowded. No problem, he smiled, then turned towards the keeper hoops Ron was protecting. Kick ass, Ron. Ron waved back, and without further ado, Harry launched his firebolt into a full-speed dive. A couple of the Hufflepuff girls in the stands screamed, but he just grinned and pulled out at the last moment, skimming across the grass and coming to a stop outside the field. Showing off, Potter, Malfoy sneered from the stands, and Harry shook his head. I figured I'd try and teach you something, Malfoy. Harry replied, shouldering his broom. After all, if you fly like you always have, Slytherin's going to come in last place for sure. Leaving Malfoy to glare hatefully at him while he walked away, he couldn't help hearing Ernie and the Hufflepuffs laughing at Malfoy's expense and talking about his final epic dive. This is outrageous, Fudge snarled, slamming his fist onto his desk. Dumbledore, damn you. This isn't a problem, Cornelius, Umbridge assured him confidently from her desk. A bunch of nobodies raising their voices means nothing. And the trial, of course, you did nothing wrong. So long as we control the Prophet, we control everything. Isn't a problem. Fudge repeated back like he couldn't believe his ears. Nobodies. These are respected men and women who built this ministry. Every single one of them is demanding my resignation. And we only control the Prophet for the time being. If public opinion changes, they'll throw us off the broom in a heartbeat. Then we won't let public opinion change. She replied. And how, pray tell, do you suppose we do that? Fudge asked. Dumbledore's entire theory is based on the words of an unstable and dangerous half-breed, along with some circumstantial rubbish. She said, all we have to do is redirect their anger where it belongs. At the boy. Oh, Fudge said, unconvinced by her idea, and how can we do that? You haven't managed to find anything even remotely useful this past week. I may have one idea. She grinned. What if, for example, Potter wasn't the only one? What if there was another half-breed? Fudge's expression lit up. Are you serious? Can you prove it? Not yet, but I will. She answered. I'll have the answer by the end of next week. Good, good. Fudge sighed in relief. I'll hold the prophet at bay then. Once we've dealt with Potter, Dumbledore's credibility will be in shambles and I'll finally be able to reassert control over the ministry. Then we can sweep this meddlesome investigation in the rug. His smile faded slightly, and he added, Dolores, if this doesn't work, my career is sunk. But before I go, I'll see to it that the highest ministry post you'll ever get is cleaning the owl droppings for the Pest Advisory Board. You've nothing to worry about, she said, raising from her chair and taking a pinch of flow powder. I'll be in touch. All too soon, the weekend came to an end, and Harry had to once again be on guard for Umbridge. He was already prepared for Umbridge to inspect every single one of his class. But surprisingly, she didn't take the opportunity to inspect either his history or potions class, which went extremely well, thanks to a drink of hag blood with breakfast Monday morning. In fact, none of them had seen her at all since Saturday morning. This can't be good, Harry said, taking a sip of blood at lunch. It doesn't have to be a conspiracy. Hermione reprimanded him, but even she didn't sound at all convinced. Harry's right. She's up to something, Ron said, glancing up at the staff table in Umbridge's empty spot. She's wanted a chance to get at Harry since he dropped her class. And now she's passing up the chance. It doesn't smell right. I'm with you, Fred said as he and George took their seats beside Harry and Ron. Just saw the toad in question, George added, inspecting charms. Anything out of the ordinary? Harry asked quickly. Nothing much. Fred shook his head. She asked Flitwick a few questions, observed the class for a while. Then started asking us questions. Most of them were about charms or Professor Flitwick, but, George said, glancing up at the table to check if Umbridge was there, your name came up a few times. Surprise, surprise. Harry sighed. What did she say? Ask if I'd eaten anyone yet. Can't really say for sure. Fred replied. Must have used some kind of charm since we couldn't hear clearly even with the extendable ears. But whatever it was wasn't any good. The only people she talked to was the Slytherins, Harry guessed, and the twins nodded grimly. Judging from her expression, I'd say that she didn't learn anything useful. But, George frowned. But she hasn't given up yet. Ron sighed. Getting another helping of lunch, she'll never give up, will she? Probably not. Harry groaned, draining another cup of blood. I can put up with it for a while, but, he stopped talking and just jerked his shoulder towards Ginny, who was talking with several of her friends further down the table. If she does anything to Ginny, Fred whispered menacingly enough that even Harry shivered. She shouldn't have any way of knowing, should she? Hermione whispered as well. Wasn't that the Asin Dumbledore gave everyone these goblets, so that no one would be able to see that Ginny had to drink blood as well. She shouldn't be, but, Harry sighed, I've got a feeling she knows something. Maybe you could try seeing the future again, Ron said quickly, but Ron, Dumbledore already told him not to. Last time you said he could barely stand. Besides, I can't control it. Harry shook his head. Last time, all I saw was a jumble of images that didn't make any sense. Yeah, I guess, Ron mumbled, looking worriedly at Ginny laughing with a few of her friends. Worrying about it won't do us good, Harry said, downing another glass. We'd better get moving. We do have to get to Trelawney's for next period. Ron groaned, pushing away his plate. Don't remind me. I still have to jot down a few dreams in my diary. Ronald, Hermione hissed. I thought you finished your work last night. I did, for every teacher that wasn't completely mental, he replied, getting up and heading for the door. Bidding Hermione goodbye, Harry followed after him. As he left the Great Hall, however, someone whispered his name from just outside. He turned his head and saw Daphne Greengrass standing up against the wall. Potter, Greengrass, he responded in kind, moving away so that others weren't stuck behind him. Can we talk for a minute? She asked, nervously watching the entrance to the Great Hall. I've got something you might want to know. Harry, Ron said, doubling back when he saw Harry had been cornered by a Slytherin. Everything okay? Fine. He answered, you go on ahead. I'll catch up once I'm done. If you're sure, Ron replied, giving Daphne a nervous look before heading back up the stairs. Follow me, Daphne said with a small sigh of relief, leading him down one of the corridors behind the grand staircase. What's with all the secrecy? Harry asked when she not just lead him into an abandoned room, but cast several privacy charms on the door. You have to ask, she replied, a Slytherin going against her house by helping Harry Potter. Given that the Dark Lord's back, I'd probably be killed if this ever got out. You believe me, Harry said, blinking in surprise. Of course I do, she scoffed. Everyone in Slytherin knows. Draco's made sure of that much. Then why help me? He asked back, and she shrugged her shoulders. In all honesty, you pretty much forced my hand. She replied, leaning against the wall. After all, you told Draco that you overheard what I told him at the start of term feast. He doesn't believe you. He's sure that I told you myself. He's not really big on brains, is he? Harry joked, and she actually cracked a smile. No, he certainly isn't. Since then, he's been trying to turn the rest of the house against me. Quote, I'm surprised he didn't try to do something about it himself. Harry shrugged, and faster than he would have been able to see if he weren't a vampire, Daphne's wand was pointed at his face. You'd do to remember that I can take care of myself. She smirked, stowing her wand having made her point. Either way, my only saving grace is that some of the older students are willing to take my side over Draco's. That would change quickly if news of this little meeting got out. Then why take the risk? Harry asked her, if you're taking such a big risk, why meet at all? She snorted, it's the long-term strategy available where me and my friends and family keep breathing. The stalemate ends the moment the Dark Lord moves out into the open. With Draco's father's reputation, the older students won't resist when it's clear they're on the losing side. I can handle Draco and his goons on my own. The younger years as well. But I'm screwed if the 6th and 7th years get involved. Harry listened politely to what she was saying, but instead of replying, he waited for her to continue. So, here I am. She said, gesturing to the room, I want to strike a deal with you, Potter. What kind of deal? As if you haven't guessed part of it. She answered, once my situation inevitably takes a turn for the worse, I want you to help protect me and those close to me. And how exactly would that work? Harry replied, after all, Slytherins hate me. Wouldn't they just target you to spite me? Potter, you don't get it. She shook her head, they'd target me because they would think they can get away with it. No student in their right mind would pick a fight with a vampire from the line of Dracula who was already the top defense student in our year before you were transformed. They fear the monster in front of them much more than the monster outside the school. Gee, thanks, Harry said sarcastically at being called a monster, but she shrugged her shoulders. I call it as I see it, she said calmly. I'm not asking for charity though. Meaning, I'm going to assume that you want to know what Umbridge is up to. She asked, and Harry's face lit up, of course you do. Covering your enemy's goal is a no-brainer. Unfortunately, she'd never talk to anyone who she thought would talk to you. The moment Harry realized what she was implying, she grinned, exactly. As far as she knows, I'm a noble Slytherin who wouldn't dream of helping a Gryffindor, especially not you. So, I help you when you need it and you supply me with information from Umbridge. Harry asked. She nodded. That sums it up pretty well. Fair enough, she asked, extending her hand. Harry nodded and shook it. I think I can manage that. Good, she smiled. Earlier today, Umbridge got us together in ancient runes and asked us to keep an eye on your friends. According to her, you're not the only vampire in school. She doesn't know who it is, but she wants us to keep an eye open. Apparently, he'll make sure that whoever finds this vampire gets straight O's on their owls. Harry froze up immediately and she nodded. I don't know who she's talking about, and frankly, I don't want to. No, just let them know that Umbridge is looking. All right. I'll keep my ears open in case I hear more. Sure, And Greengrass, he said as she opens the door to leave. Thanks. He smiled when she looked back. Remember our deal, Potter, she said, waving to him before walking back out the door. The detour with Daphne had cost him a few minutes, but by some miracle he was able to make it to the astronomy tower without any trouble. Climbing out of the trapdoor just as period began. You okay? Ron whispered once he took his seat. What did Greengrass want? She tried to threaten you. Not now, Harry replied. I'll tell you and Hermione tonight. Suffice to say it's not good news. Hem, a chilling voice said from the entryway in the middle of Professor Trelawney's lecture on the usage of Inson. Say to improve the accuracy of dream predictions. Harry inwardly groaned as he and the rest of the students turned around and saw Professor Umbridge standing in front of the trapdoor holding a clipboard in her right hand. Good afternoon, Professor, she smiled, walking to the front of the room. I trust you received my letter, indicating the time and date of your inspection. Trelawney looked livid, but she didn't respond verbally. Instead, she gave a curt nod and continued the lecture, ignoring her as best she could. If Umbridge was angered by this treatment, she didn't show it. She seemed content to sit in Professor Trelawney's armchair, making an occasional note on her clipboard for a good portion of the class. Harry couldn't help but notice, however, that she was almost went out of her way to glare at him with a wide smirk, rubbing it in that he wasn't able to hide from her just by dropping out of defense. So, Professor, Umbridge smiled once the students had been left to their work. How long have you been at this post? 16 years this January, Trelawney replied proudly. Impressive. I'm sure that you must have really impressed Professor Dumbledore, correct? Umbridge continued, jotting something down as she went. I did, Trelawney replied. He recognized, of course, that my talents warranted his personal attention. Ah, yes, Umbridge nodded thoughtfully as she continued the notes. Your talent, I believe that your great-grandmother also possessed, the sight. That's right, Trelawney said with a look of relief. She's remembered as one of the greatest in all of history. Of course she was. It sounded more like a stifled laugh. Well, if I can just get a prediction, I'll be almost done. Here, I'm sorry, Trelawney stuttered. A prediction, Umbridge repeated. Surely you can predict something. For example, what is tomorrow's weather? Which house will have the lead for the House Cup before dinner tonight? How long until Professor Hagrid returns? Pick whatever you like. The inner eye cannot be opened on a whim, Trelawney said, taken aback by the remark. Yes, I see, Umbridge sighed, making yet another note. Then I'll talk with a few students and wait, Trelawney called out fearfully, and Umbridge stopped a few feet away. I can see something. I see darkness, a storm of ill intent, and you are its target. You are in grave danger. Flee, while you can. It will be upon you soon. Is that all? Umbridge scoffed. Surely you could predict something more believable than that. I hope you're simply feeling under the weather. It would be a shame to have to remove a fellow educator so soon after I start inspections. Ignoring her almost falling back into her chair, Umbridge moved her chair over to the other side of the room and sat with a few Ravenclaws. Harry clenched his fist angrily, but drove her out of his mind and focused on the work in front of him. She couldn't actually fire her over one failed prediction, could she? Before long, Umbridge got to her feet and smiled at Trelawney again. I believe I have everything I need. You will receive the results of your inspection in 10 days' time. Good day, Trey. Lonnie glared daggers at her when she climbed down the ladder, fingering her wand as though she were wondering if she could get away with throwing her off of it. As soon as the door closed, she started ranting for the remainder of class, vowing that Umbridge would not be the end of her and swearing to relish in Umbridge's sorrow when her predictions came true. When class was finally over, Ron half-heartedly went to defense against the dark arts class while Harry returned to the common room to do his potions homework before he forgot. Snape might not have been his usual self the last few lessons, but he had no desire to invite the old Snape back by neglecting his work. The essay was on the importance of temperature control in advanced potion making. Unlike with the practical application, Hag's blood didn't help him understand the finer points of the theory, which meant he was forced to open a book and try to write up something resembling a proper essay. After a half-dozen rewrites and about an hour of cursing, Ron and Hermione returned from class and sat beside him at the table. Ow, my back, Ron groaned, stretching while he took out his defensive magical theory textbook. You're lucky, Harry. Ron grumbled. She must have realized people were treating her class like history of magic, so she brought in these really uncomfortable chairs. Any idea how to make sense of this nonsense? He asked Hermione hopefully. I've been rereading his chapter for the last hour and a half, and I don't get it at all. But you were doing so well this morning. Ron groaned. I was hoping you could help me out with it. Harry handed him the empty bottle of hag's blood. Alucard had been kind enough to write a short list of the benefits that could be gained from each and a few cons as well. From hags, he got dream manipulation, used to hilarious result in history of magic class to make Malfoy wet himself, near perfect recollection of potion recipes, as well as resistance to their effects, and retractable claws. It also mentioned fear and madness inducement, but those were a little too much, even for Malfoy. That can't be fair, Hermione said, reading the bottle that was in Ron's hand. I figure it's safer to use it now than during an exam. Harry shrugged. Besides, the effects are temporary. By tomorrow, I'll be using the book like everyone else. Wicked. Ron grinned. But why didn't you save it for the owls? You could have gotten an O for sure. That's cheating, Hermione hissed. Using it for classwork is one thing, but that's... I'm on your side, Hermione. Harry assured her, and Ron sighed, handing the bottle back to him. Well, whatever, Ron said before his expression perked up. Oh yeah. What did Greengrass have to say? Daphne Greengrass. Hermione frowned, and Harry froze. He'd completely forgotten about Daphne's warning. On our way to divination, she said she had to talk to Harry. Ron replied, so what's the deal? Right, Harry said, looking around nervously. The rest of the common room was starting to fill up now that classes were over for the day. Not here. He said, getting up and putting away his things. Let's find someplace a bit more private. Both of them looked worried, but they didn't say anything and followed him out of the common room. The corridors weren't too crowded, but any chance of being overheard was too big a risk. Finally, they found an abandoned classroom on the 6th floor and slipped inside without anyone noticing. What's with the secrecy? Ron asked once the door was shut. Greengrass and I made a deal. Harry replied, she wants my help in case Malfoy's group tries anything. And, Hermione asked once it was clear that alone wasn't enough to warrant all this trouble. In return, she promised to pass along any information she gained from Umbridge. He replied, apparently, Umbridge knows there's another vampire at Hogwarts. What? Both his friends shouted, though Ron's voice actually echoed. And Harry was almost deafened from his enhanced hearing. I don't know how she knows, but she does. Harry sighed, sitting in one of the desks. The good news is that she doesn't know who it is. Unfortunately, by now, she's probably enlisted all of Slytherin House to help her look. We've gotta do something, Ron said immediately. We've gotta warn Ginny. Or maybe Dumbledore. Good idea. Harry nodded, thinking for a moment. Hermione, go down to the 3rd floor. Dumbledore's office is behind the gargoyle. The password is Chocolate Frog. Tell him what happened. Got it, she said, running out of the room. Ron, find the twins, he said, and Ron opened his mouth to protest. Listen. I lent them the map. Use it to find Ginny. What about you? Ron asked nervously. I'm going to look for her now, he responded, rushing out the door with Ron not far behind him. While Ron ran to check Gryffindor Tower for the twins, Harry quickly searched the entire 5th and 6th floor, leaving E7th to Ron in case the twins weren't there. The first place he went on the 4th floor was the library, hoping that Ginny had gone there to study. The place was just about packed, like it usually was, except for one table. Despite every other table being completely filled, there was only one person sitting in the back corner. He recognized the girl sitting there as Luna Lovegood. She looked up as soon as he came in and closed her book, gesturing to him at the same time. Hello, Harry Potter, she said, putting the book back into her bag. It's nice to finally meet you. I want you to know, that I won't judge you just because you're a vampire. In fact, my father and I had Rufus Scrimgeour over for tea when we were writing an interview with him. Hi, Luna, he said quickly. Listen, have you seen Ginny? It's important. Of course I've seen Ginny. Luna smiled with the same dreamy expression as usual. She might be a vampire, but she's not invisible, is she? Harry froze. How did yo? It really was cruel of Professor Umbridge to line the chair with blessed silver though. Luna continued without even acknowledging his question. It was uncomfortable for us, but Ginny was in UCH pain. And when she asked for a new chair, Professor Umbridge gave her a deet. Luna stopped talking when Harry sprinted out of the library with all the speed he could. A couple of people yelled after him. But he didn't even acknowledge them. She found out. The thought that she could expose students to silver hadn't even crossed his mind, and now Ginny was paying for it. It was just after 5, already in Umbridge's office. Running even faster, he jumped over the banister and fell straight down to the 3rd floor, then over another to land on the 2nd floor. Her office door was only a few feet from where he landed. So he grabbed the doorknob. Instantly, his skin started to burn and he let go reflexively. More damn silver. Harry growled angrily, and kicked the door was all his strength. Rather than kicking it in, the door shattered completely. Umbridge and Ginny both jumped in shock. Potter, Umbridge said smugly, looking at the remains of her door, surely you could have knocked. I'm afraid that I'll have to give you another week's detention for th. Harry didn't even hear her. He walked up to Ginny, who was shaking by the desk. The familiar blood quill was back on the desk beside a sheet of parchment. His stomach turned when he saw the lines written in blood. Lying vampires deserve to be punished. What are you doing here? She asked. How did you even know I was here? Sorry, he responded bitterly. I should have told Dumbledore last week. Excuse me, Umbridge hissed. I will not be ignored. Harry looked over at her, and she recoiled. His usually green eyes were redder than the blood on the parchment. Come on, Ginny, he said. Hermione's already gone to get Professor Dumbledore. She's done once we tell him about her detentions. I'm afraid that you're wrong about that, Mr. Potter. Umbridge laughed softly, reaching into her desk and removing a scroll of parchment. Cornelius gave me this as insurance. Harry snatched the scroll out of the air after she threw it, and unfurled it slowly. Educational Decree Number 24. All punishments within Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, whether student or faculty, are subject to review by the High Inquisitor. As long as I have that, Mr. Potter, I cannot be touched. She smiled. Now, Ms. Weasley, sit down and continue. As for you, Mr. Potter, with a wave of her wand, the remains of her door attempted to restore themselves. But the results was a half-destroyed mess, so she banished it with another wave. I think that a month of detentions and removal of privileges should teach you to interfere with your betters. Harry glared angrily, grinding his teeth together so hard he could taste his own blood. The parchment in his hand was reduced to a fine powder. Ginny paled, looking at him pleadingly before walking silently back towards the desk. Just like that, Umbridge would win. She wouldn't stop unless someone made her. Unless he made her. No, Harry responded, grabbing Ginny's arm to her surprise. I'm sorry, Umbridge asked with her toad-like grin. I said no, he repeated, and she giggled again. I see, she said, pulling out another piece of parchment. In that case, I suppose I have no choice. If you're going to refuse to listen to your teachers, then I'm afraid you're no longer welcome at Hogwarts. The one who's not welcome here is you, Harry replied coldly, and she jumped back with her wand out. I will not be threatened by a beast like you, she shouted, the tip of her wand glowing black. I am Senior Undersecretary for the Minister. I am Dolores Umbridge. You're the beast, Harry answered, his eyes glowing red. Suddenly, the entire world was engulfed in darkness. What is this? She roared, firing a curse where they'd been standing just a second ago. When she did, the room came back into focus and she breathed a sigh of relief. But it wasn't her office. She was standing in the atrium of the Ministry, surrounded on all sides by creatures of all shapes and sizes. Giants and merfolk, vampires and werewolves, goblins and vila, and 100 other species she didn't even recognize. Every eye in the room was locked onto her, staring emotionlessly at her. Well, she shouted, frantically turning around to make sure that none of them tried anything. Stay back. Make a path. I am Senior Undersecretary for the MI. Human. one of them whispered, and the rest followed its lead. The ominous chanting sent a chill down her spine, and they all took a single step forward. Bombarda, she screamed, blowing a hole through them and running for the elevator. All of them ran after her, repeatedly chanting in a soft voice that still echoed all around her. Repeatedly slamming the button didn't call the elevator, and the approaching beasts weren't far behind her. In desperation, she ran for the stairs. At the end of the long flight of stairs, she saw the minister's office. Sighing in relief, she tried to open the door, only to find it locked. "Cornelius, open up," she shouted, pounding on the door in front of her, but there was no sound on the other side and the creatures were coming at her faster and faster. Unwilling to wait with the monster right on her tail, she blasted the door down without another word. The inside was too dark to see anything, but she ran through without looking. Suddenly, she was falling. "Good evening," a low voice said from just behind her, and she spun around, coming face to face with a man dressed entirely in red. A red fedora on top of his head hid most of his face from view, but she could just make out the rims of a pair of sunglasses over his eyes. "It seems you've finally reached the end of the line." "What are you talking about?" She shot back, and her body jerked to a stop. Instantly, the darkness faded. In its place, she was suspended in the air high above the Hogwarts ground. Above the forest, even the birds and thestrals were frozen, as she was. There was nothing supporting her, and she couldn't move her body. "Hatred has been your undoing." The man grinned, revealing a pair of savage fangs. "You despise part humans so much, it was easy even for a complete novice to drive you out of your mind. They say your life flashes before your eyes as you die. Is it true?" "What are you talking about?" she repeated with a loud scream, and he chuckled. "I've frozen your sense of time." He grinned. "Of course. It would be effortless for me to save you, but..." "Then save me," she screamed, and he removed his glasses. "You want to live longer that much?" he asked softly. His red eyes looked back at her with unconcealed contempt. "Truly, you're a disgusting human being. But, as you wish. I'll prolong your life just a bit longer." Hope flashed across her face, but only for a moment before he whirled once more descended into darkness. All around her, she was again surrounded by beasts of all shapes and sizes. This time, they were all baring their teeth at her. "You reap what you sow." He smirked as his body disappeared into the darkness. "You assaulted my fledgling, insulted Sarah's, and to top it all off, you caused the death of my master. This death is too good for you, but the boy gets first call to your filthy blood." "Why, you said you'd save me," Umbridge screeched, and the first of the beasts tore into her flesh. The pain was almost beyond imagination, but she could hear his response even over her ear-splitting screams. "No, I said I would prolong your life," he replied. "Every second will now last 100 years. And I promise, you won't die from this. So savor the pain for the rest of your miserable life." Umbridge couldn't stop screaming, even as they tore her apart, but no matter how brutally they attack her, she couldn't even die. For years on end, the beastly horde tore the flesh from her bone, only for it to grow back in time to be destroyed again. When the end finally came, she was almost glad. Mere minutes after he sent Miss Granger back to the common room to find Miss Weasley, Dumbledore heard a loud blast from the side of the building, and leapt to his feet. Immediately afterwards, he heard a terrifying scream echoing up from the outside, sticking his head outside the window. He looked down just in time to see the pink form hit the ground. Summoning his broom with a wave of his wand, he took off and soared down before the inevitable student body could arrive. Touching down just beside her, he placed a finger to her neck, but as expected, she was dead. Looking up, he could see that the source of the blast had, in the library. Several students were looking down at him. "Headmaster," Professor Grubby Plank said, rushing across the grounds with her wand out, looking nervous all around. "Is it Death Eaters? Are we under attack?" "There is no attack." He shook his head, conjuring a barrier around Dolores' body to ensure that the evidence would be protected. "However, I need you to stay here until the Aurors arrive." "Aurors?" She frowned. And her eye fell to the body and she gasped, dropping her wand in shock. "Is that it is?" he said grimly, mounting his broom again. "How could this have?" she whispered to herself, and he answered her before she finished. I don't know, but I'm going to find out, he said, kicking off the ground. The students who gathered around the hole in the wall of the library took a few steps back to allow him to land. And Madame Pants shuffled to the front of them. Headmaster, she said quickly. Professor Umbridge, she. Breathe, Irma, he said, setting his broom aside on the wall. Turning to address the students, he cleared his throat. Everyone, I'm afraid that the library is closed for the remainder of the night. All of you, please return to your common rooms. If you have any concerns, please address them to your head of house or myself. Madame Pomfrey will also be available to any students in need. The crowds dispersed surprisingly quickly for a Hogwarts crowd, though the fact that someone just died likely contributed it. Now, please tell me everything that happened, he said, taking a seat at the table and offering the opposite seat to the school librarian. There wasn't anything out of the ordinary. She shook her head. Then, all of a sudden, Professor Umbridge came running in, looking positively ghastly. She started pounding on the wall, shouting something about Cornelius. Then she just blasted a hole in the wall and walked off. We tried to stop her, but there was just no time. This is not your fault, Irma, Dumbledore assured her, and she nodded her head. Her entire body was shaking, and it took her a few seconds to continue. After I kept the students back and sent a message to your office and Madame Pomfrey just in case she could. Dumbledore shook his head grimly. There is nothing anyone could do. She died on impact. What now? Madame Prince asked, glancing at the wall. Please go to Professor McGonagall. Let her know what happened. He answered, getting up again. I need to report this to the ministry. Professor McGonagall will take charge while I'm away. Yes, sir, she responded, running out the door to find the deputy head. With the IMM-88 plans for the school already underway, he had a much more dangerous undertaking. Dolores Umbridge might have been the scum of the earth, but she was not without her allies, and such a sudden suicide was completely out of character for her. He wouldn't be the only person to jump to the obvious conclusion. There was no doubt that Fudge would hold this against Harry, no matter how little evidence there was to work with. If he didn't play his cards exactly right, Fudge could use this as the excuse he needs to assign a new headmaster. If that happened, it was the students who would suffer most of all. Dobby, he said calmly, and the elf apparated behind him. Master Longbeard, he bowed with an affectionate nickname. Dobby, I'm going to be out for a while. Please watch Harry for me, he instructed calmly, and have Winky watch Ginny Weasley. Master Harry and the Lady Weasley. Dobby asked, whatever for, sir. Protection, he answered, conjuring a cloak. You have full authority to act as you see fit in the course of the task. Understood, Dobby said happily. I will tell Winky immediately. Leaving the elf to his assigned task, he returned to his office and threw the flow to the ministry. Harry, what happened? Hermione asked as soon as Professor McGonagall herded her, along with the twins, Ron, and another group of students, into the common room. Professor McGonagall said that the school was in lockdown. She said that Umbridge was. Hermione, Ron said sharply, jerking his head towards the rest of the common room, all of whom were hanging on her every word. It's true, Katie Bell said softly, drawing everyone's attention. She used an exploding curse on the wall of the library and jumped. She really was mental. Lee shook his head, must have finally cracked. Most of them muttered their agreement with Lee's assessment, but the twins were silent. Instead, they looked at Ginny, who was sitting in the corner, away from prying eyes and ears. What could have happened, though? One of the fourth-year girls asked her friend. Ginny, didn't you have detention with her? Romilda Vane asked Ginny, and thankfully, everyone turned away from Hermione and the Weasleys, who looked shocked. Both the twins clenched their fists in frustration, something that didn't escape Harry's notice. So Hermione had told them exactly what Umbridge's detention consisted of. Is that true, Ginny? Parvati asked her immediately, oblivious to the other Weasleys' reactions. Yeah, Ginny mumbled. She just ran out of the room. Weird. Lee shrugged, but maybe we'll actually get a teacher next time. I wouldn't be so sure of that. Lavender Brown frowned. Unless Professor Dumbledore finds someone else to teach, Fudge can appoint whoever he wants thanks to that educational decree. While everyone was busy discussing Umbridge's abrupt suicide, Harry slipped upstairs unnoticed by everyone but the Weasleys and Hermione, all of whom were gathered around Ginny. On the summit of the mountain overlooking Hogwarts, a tall woman let out a small laugh as the authorities investigated the incident. "So, you've finally made it back, Count," she grinned, "finally. I've waited half a century to have my revenge." "Milady," a man said, apparating behind her and kneeling, regarding Madame Umbridge's death. "Sweep it under the rug, Rufus," she ordered. "My lady, I can't cover it up so easily. Madame Bones and the minister would never allow." She stopped him by gripping him by the throat as tightly as she could without killing him. His eyes widened and he struggled, desperately to pry her finger from his neck to no avail. "I didn't ask if it was easy," she said, staring back into his panicked eyes. "I told you to do it. Remember, I can take your immortal life as easily as I gave it to you. Do not question me again." Letting him go, he started taking deep breaths immediately. "Yes, ma'am," he gasped. "I will close the investigation as quickly as possible." "Very good," she smiled coldly, staring back at the school as he disappeared again. "I've already taken your master. Who should I take from you next, Count? Your protege, your fledgling, or the boy? I hope that the death scene was good enough for you guys. It changed quite a bit from how I originally envisioned it, but frankly I like this way better this way. For those of you hoping Harry would drink her blood, sorry. But I don't think Harry would have enjoyed having a stomach ache for the next week. Next chapter, whenever that is, since I've given up trying to give you a timeframe. Harry deals with the fallout of Umbridge's death. Alucard will probably pay him, and possibly Ginny, another visit, and there might be a clue as to the identity of the mystery woman at the end of this chapter. Hint: if you're familiar with the Dracula's legend, you might know a few possibilities. So, until then, go ahead and review. Believe me, without them, this chapter wouldn't have gotten written for another year and a half.